mask mandate was lifted due to that judge's ruling last week that, you know, children under the age of 6, if they're traveling on an airplane, they would be at risk of contracting COVID because they are part of that vulnerable population. So we could talk about the lifting of that mask mandate by the TSA. We know it's working its way through the courts right now, so we'll see what happens. But at the time last week, what did you make of it? What was your first reaction? Do you think it was right, or did you think it was long overdue?
So I was actually on a plane from New York to San Francisco while the mandate was lifted. And I would say in my plane, everyone kind of kept the masks on just because I think people were kind of stunned. You know, in terms of the timing, I think when it happened, I was a little bit nervous because we didn't really know where BA2 was going to go yet. But so far, in retrospect, it seems that, you know, we're seeing this continued decoupling, lots of cases in the community, not a lot of hospitalizations. And I think that 2-week additional interval would have just given us a better picture. I think people are nervous if they have kids. And again, not only because kids may get sick, although at a lower probability, but because they may sort of bring it into the household. And there's good data from Toronto and other places showing that even though young adults can bring virus in, it's the kids that transmit it to other people because you're sort of doting on the kids and close contact with them. So do I think that it's you know, a good idea to go from the population level to the individual level in terms of protection? I think, you know, unquestionably, the mask mandate wasn't something that should have been on indefinitely. But I think because it's was dynamic last week, it probably was a little premature, but at some point it had to end. And, you know, I think we have to settle into a new normal at some sort. I am worried about public transit and other settings because it does bring people from vulnerable populations together who may not be able to afford good masks, etc. So that's another dimension that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow night on a red-eye back east, Daytona. My colleague, she flew last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't flown in some time, so it'll be interesting to see just the number of people who have masks on or who don't. Doctor, one last COVID thing I want to get your opinion on, and Fox 11 touched on it a little bit, but we know Vice President Harris, she tested positive for COVID just a couple of days ago, but she was given Paxlovid. And so we know that she was, you know, not really symptomatic, that she was experiencing mild symptoms, but giving someone an antiviral medication if they're experiencing very low symptoms led some people to believe that it could possibly be more serious. Is that true? Are we looking too much into this?
So in contrast to when President Trump got Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibodies, I think that really was a lifesaver for him. For Kamala Harris, she doesn't have the demographic that I would worry about in terms of being hospitalized or getting seriously ill. So, you know, I think that getting Paxlovid was sort of, you know, it was a risk benefit probably from the administration. Doesn't have much downside. It's really well tolerated. I think right now it's probably the biggest bang for the buck, like the commentator said, is people who are have comorbidities, immunocompromised, older, etc., where you can prevent hospitalization by as much as 89% if taken within the first 3 days. However, there's a lot of other benefits that haven't really been explored fully, which is it drops your viral load down very quickly, so potentially you can transmit less efficiently the sooner you take it. It probably will be eventually approved for people who have just even been exposed like we do for oseltamivir or Tamiflu. Like, for example, if somebody's in a nursing home, they had influenza, the other nursing home members in close contact will get Tamiflu, even if they weren't positive for influenza. And that's because it prevents the onset of infection. So I think lots of interesting uses potentially in the future for Paxlovid. For right now, biggest priority, somebody who's probably older, sicker, and at risk for getting hospitalized rather than Kamala Harris. Although, has potentially other benefits as well.
Doctor, I want to get your opinion on something not COVID related, but still that is percolating right now in places around the globe. Health officials are expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak impacting kids in nearly a dozen countries and several U.S. states. According to the WHO, there have been 169 cases of severe acute hepatitis in 11 countries, including the U.S. So far, one child has died, and 17 others have required liver transplants as a result of the disease. The CDC is closely monitoring this. This is scary. What should we make of it, and what should parents need to know?
I think parents need to know warning signs for if their kid might be at risk for getting hepatitis, which is inflammation of the liver. We usually think about hepatitis as caused by hepatitis viruses like hepatitis B or hepatitis C. But in this case, this inflammation of the liver is not caused by those viruses, but rather it's suspected that it's caused by a virus that causes a common cold called adenovirus, and a specific type called type 41. They found that in, not everyone, but quite a few number of these cases around the world with this inflammation of the liver. What parents need to know: watch out for the warning signs: nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine.
Taking new.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, that was our mistake there. Yep.
No, that's all right. So, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine. But the kickoff is really sort of yellow eyes, so jaundice. That will be a kickoff or a tip-off. You can definitely need to go get medical attention in that case.
Okay, and then one last thing that we want to get to, because we learned today the FDA is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes and also flavored cigars, including cigarillos. This has been kind of working its way through the public health bureaucracy as well, but the FDA wants to make this official. The agency's director, Robert Califf, said to Capitol Hill today he determined these actions were appropriate for the protection of public health. Why this specific insistence on this type of menthol cigarette as opposed to, other types of tobacco products? Why is the FDA particularly concerned about this one?
So there's several reasons, Andrew. The first is that it's one of equity. So 85% of African Americans smoke menthols compared to the general population, which is about 30%. It's the 50% of people who start smoking use menthol products, and it's harder to quit once you're on menthol. Above all, the big point is that cigarettes still cause about 500,000 deaths every year, which is huge, and it is preventable. So it's actually the #1 preventable cause of deaths in the United States right now. So I think for all those reasons, and interestingly, Canada did this a while ago, so we can have estimates as to the impact on people quitting. And it's estimated that if you pass this law in the United States, more than 1 million people would quit off the bat within the first year to a year and a half. So, not small potatoes here, and probably an easy intervention to implement to do this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was reading about this. I guess I didn't realize the FDA has not always regulated tobacco products. They started, I think, back in 2009. But this ban wouldn't take effect for some time, about 2 years from now, possibly. The FDA is still accepting public comments. It'd be interesting to see what we hear from menthol cigarette smokers who essentially, if this is not open and available to them in the marketplace, you would just have to imagine that it would kind of go underground.
Yes, but I think from the Canadian experience, at least so far, it doesn't seem there will always be underground stuff, but I think that it's always a risk benefit, and it's the juice with the squeeze kind of issue. And I think based on the data so far, the juice is expected to be worth the squeeze just because of the numbers of people. Cigarette usage has actually been declining for the last 10 years, but it got an uptick during the pandemic, interestingly, and we could even accelerate that decline further by this simple action.
All right, I know we covered a lot of topics, Doctor, but we always appreciate your insight into all of them, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Cancel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. It's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years. His career actually ended with a court-martial, so sort of washed out of the Marine Corps. And then with a baby decided to go to Ukraine early this year after seeing the images in Ukraine. And sadly, it has ended with his loss.
Yeah, and he was only 22 years old. It remains to be seen, when or if his body will be repatriated back to the United States. He was from Tennessee, I believe. But so right now, what is the White House saying? What is the Pentagon saying, especially when it comes to Americans who feel compelled to go help the Ukrainian war effort?
Yeah, I think we really heard two main messages out of them today. One is that both the president himself and the Pentagon more broadly expressed condolences to the family. They noted that he was a new father. They noted that he was a recent husband, and kind of just on a more humanitarian level, on a more human to human level, acknowledged the loss. More broadly, their message has been very much the same, and they repeated it today, which is that they don't want to see Americans going to Ukraine to take on these kinds of assignments. That the danger is great, that the U.S. government cannot support anyone who takes on the assignment, and the subtext on that is when it comes to things like repatriation, this is a challenge. Recovering remains when you don't have the American military there to do it, has a great complexity to it. That is also something that we saw back in the campaign against the Islamic State. There were a number of Americans there that went to northern Syria in particular. And I remember talking to several of those families after they lost their loved ones, there was a great challenge in just reclaiming the remains so that they could be buried on American soil.
Dan, and I'm sure you've spoken to maybe some of these Americans who have gone up to take up the fight in Ukraine. What is their, I guess, MO? What is their impetus? What compels them to do this?
Yeah, I've written quite a bit on it, and I guess it's important to acknowledge that there are many different motivations here. Broadly, I have talked to veterans who, for one reason or another, weren't able to enlist in the U.S. military in medical conditions or some sort of prior criminal conviction, something that would rule them out. So they seek this either to look for a way to contribute sort of to society, or to kind of scratch the itch and test themselves in that manner. You see others who did serve honorably, did have a lengthy military career, and are looking for ways to continue that even after they're in uniform. In the case of this young man, his Marine Corps career was brief. He had some service in South Korea. He had a sea service medal, so the expectation is he would have been on ship for a time. No combat experience that I'm aware of. And then his career ended relatively briefly. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years, and then was court-martialed, sentenced to a 5-month confinement, and a bad conduct discharge. Shortly after leaving the Marine Corps, he resurfaces in Ukraine.
Wow. Dan, let's move and talk about the U.S. role in the war overall. We've heard so many kind of comments, especially from the Russian side, that the U.S. is essentially fighting what they say is a proxy war. You've heard many defense officials say that is not the case, but we got the announcement from President Biden. He wants to commit $33 billion more pending Congress's approval long-term to the Ukrainian effort. What do you make of the U.S. role so far? At the outset, did you think the commitment would be this involved?
I anticipated at the outset that the commitment would be this involved for as long as it lasted. And I think the major change is that the early expectation is that the Ukrainian government would only last a handful of days. Kyiv would fall rapidly, and that then you'd transition into some sort of an insurgency, really, where you'd have Ukrainians that were still attacking Russian forces in Ukraine, but you wouldn't have a standing Ukrainian government. At this point, you still have President Zelensky. You still have a Ukrainian military. It's still intact. It's still inflicting losses on the Russians every day. But to continue to do that, for the Ukrainians to continue to do that, they need vast quantities of weapons and even basic things like small arms ammunition, artillery rounds. A lot of headlines go into sort of the higher end systems, the artillery, the drones, other things like that. But I mean, really, it's just a vast quantity of ammo to fire at the Russians. It's fundamentally underlying a lot of this.
Yeah, and Dan, I thought the U.S. training aspect for Ukrainians is something also that's quite interesting. And early on, they were very mum, U.S. defense officials, about what this training looks like, where it's taking place. We know some of it is taking place in Germany. We know the UK is involved in this as well. Their training taking place in Poland. Can you offer an insight into who's being trained, where they're being trained, how many fighters are being trained?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more as we go, especially this week in that regard. And I think part of it is you're dealing with numerous countries that are involved. And until those other countries are willing to acknowledge that they have a place in this fight for their own security purposes, the United States has withheld that information. At this point, they are acknowledging that Germany is a hub for this training. There's several different things going on all at once. One is several dozen at a time are going from Ukraine into third country locations, Germany being one of them, and learning these systems. For the most part, they're selecting Ukrainians that have some familiarity with broadly artillery, for the sake of argument. So the idea is take an artilleryman in the Ukrainian military and then teach him the difference rather than starting him from scratch. So the training is typically a week or so, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, depending on the system. And the same thing applies to these armored personnel carriers. You're going to see similar things with drone training. And the idea is that you got to do this rapidly. And then the Ukrainians that receive this training the military would call it a train the trainer effort. They need to go back and then teach other Ukrainians what they learned.
I see. I was struck by some comments that Defense Secretary Austin made yesterday, meeting with his Canadian counterpart, just about the latest round of military shipments to Ukraine. He said President Biden signed that $800 million tranche on a Thursday, and the howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on that Saturday. The rapidity of these shipments to the battlefield is quite stunning.
Yeah, and to me that it shows that the American logistics system, the U.S. Army and others, this is something they specialize in. So when they know, the announcement comes on a Thursday, but the Army probably knew this was coming a couple of days prior, so they can prepare this equipment, stage this equipment, and get this equipment and moving as soon as the order is signed. So, and then the second piece of it is it goes into a place like Poland or somewhere else on the border. The Ukrainians have to come and pick it up. And to date, we have not heard of any reports that seem credible of the Russians able to successfully target those weapons shipments once the Ukrainians take receipt of it and move it into the country.
Yeah.
So long as the Russians are not able to do that, these weapons are going to continue to flow in day by day by day.
Wow. Dan, from the 30,000-foot view, and you cover this so closely, but to some of us who don't, I've kind of caught on that the conventional wisdom or kind of the preconceived notions about the viability of Ukraine's effort, it seemed to suggest at the beginning that Kyiv would fall in a matter of hours and days, that Zelensky would have to go into exile somewhere, that the Russian force was just no match. 2 months into this, that has been completely turned on its head. And you're hearing so much optimism from U.S. officials that Ukraine can win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things there. Most significantly, perhaps, is that what Russia has for a military, what the United States thought they had, what allies thought they had, even what the Ukrainians to some degree thought they had, simply isn't true. It's simply not real. The Russians have struggled every single day of this conflict with very basic things: getting food, getting fuel, getting water to their people. So that kind of, that's a foundational aspect of any conflict. And without it, forces crack and fall apart as soon as they're under duress. Yeah. On top of that, as this has extended, the Ukrainians continue to pile up casualties on the Russian side. So that becomes a significant factor. And now, once you add in additional high-end systems and new things that the Ukrainians didn't have and now they do, the Ukrainian military becomes, one, more experienced day by day, and two, they have more things in their arsenal that they can throw at the Russians. Yeah. So, I mean, really, the Russians, the anticipation was Russia would have a ton of momentum once they launched this. They got some foundational things wrong from the jump. And then after that, Ukraine was able to be more nimble, adjust more quickly. They're very creative military, clearly. And as a result, you've seen Russia really struggle on really almost every front.
Yeah, and the latest figure from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, 23,000 Russian casualties. That is a stunning figure. Dan, last question, though, going into the weekend, into next week, what questions do you still have that you want answered, and what will you be monitoring?
I think we're into a spot now where, one, there's a handful of systems the Ukrainians have requested that we haven't seen surface yet in these packages that the president has signed. One thing in particular they're looking for is some sort of multiple rocket launch system. The Marine Corps and the Army use what they call HIMARS. It basically launches rockets rapidly off the back of a pickup truck, for lack of a better way to put it. That comes in really handy when you're trying to target an adversary's artillery. It's also extremely precise. So that's one question. Do you see something like that surface later on? Long term, I think we're into a period where the rhetoric has shifted. You're starting to see the Americans talk about the Ukrainians being able to win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the expectation, the predictions are largely that this is going to be a long, protracted, bloody mess in the eastern part of the country. So can you keep momentum up? Can you keep enthusiasm up? Can you keep funding up? And can you continue to have the support of numerous allies to send in weapons, to manufacture weapons, and move them at a clip fast enough to keep Ukraine in the fight.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Poncel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. It's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years.
All right, that was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, continuing to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 67. Let's switch gears and bring you all a bit of news that's taking place here at home. This story coming from Orlando, Florida. We've been covering it for some time now. We're taking a look at civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump and his lawyers that are representing the family of Tyree Sampson. If you remember, the teenager who fell from a drop tower ride at Icon Park in March. This is, again, in the city of Orlando. They visited the amusement park on Tuesday, and they're announcing the lawsuit against the amusement park owners. Let's go ahead and listen in. It is an emotional press conference that we're bringing you all raw and unfiltered.
I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Bob Hilliard from Texas, who I've had the pleasure of doing civil actions all across the United States for bereaved families and victims in Astro World, as well as against the National Basketball Association and other landmark cases, along with Attorney Gerald Christmas and Attorney Natalie Jackson. We have the honor of representing the father of Tyree Sampson, the 14-year-old child who was killed right behind us at the Icon Amusement Park. We are very honored to be joined by one of our great state leaders who hails here from Orlando, Florida. In fact, this is her district, and she's exhibited such great leadership throughout this entire tragedy. State Representative Geraldine Thompson. And it was very heartening when Mr. Sampson met Representative Thompson, how he thanked her for making sure they did not sweep this matter under the rug, because his son's life mattered. And we thank you again publicly, State Representative Thompson. Attorney Hilliard and I, along with Attorney Haggard, we filed the civil wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of the parents of Tyree Sampson. And we filed that lawsuit because we wanted it to be on the record that the reason Tyree Sampson, this 14-year-old child, was killed is because these corporations put profit over safety. And when you put profit over safety, it is foreseeable that harm can come to innocent people, innocent children, like Mr. Yarnell Sampson's only child, his only child. And that's why this is so very emotional for him this afternoon. Attorney Natalie Jackson and I were talking about this matter, and it was just logical to us, Attorney Christmas. If you're going to advertise for children to come to your amusement park, then you have an obligation to protect children. I mean, it's not a complicated dynamic. You have a duty and a responsibility to make sure the children who visit your amusement park that you solicited are safe. Now, my learned co-counsel, Attorney Hilliard, is going to talk to you in a few minutes about some of the technical aspects of the lawsuit, the multi-million-dollar lawsuit, because we believe our children are just as valuable as anybody else's children.
Yes, sir.
And Attorney Hilliard is going to talk about some of those technical things, Representative Thompson, that you and Commissioner Freed and the state investigator discovered that was part of the reason why this broken-hearted father is grieving his son's absence today. But you all, it doesn't take all these experts and all these studies and all these reviews to tell us that when your child comes to an amusement park, they are not supposed to fall out of the ride over 100 feet and crash to the earth to their death. That is not supposed to happen. And they can say what they want to say. There is no excuse. There is no way to justify this, Attorney Hilliard. I mean, you cut corners to save pennies, and it costs people their lives, and that is not acceptable. Mr. Sampson was very clear from the first day I met him and talked to him. He knew that his son was gone and that he didn't have a voice anymore. So it was up to him and their family to give the world the legacy for Tyree Sampson. And that's what this lawsuit is about. It is about the legacy of Tyree Sampson and making sure that we can get change, positive change, where no other family will have to suffer such a senseless, unnecessary loss, an unjustifiable loss. I mean, you look at that ride, over 400 feet. There is no way. You shouldn't take every safety precaution, every precaution. I mean, you got children, innocent children, trusting you, trusting the corporations, trusting the manufacturers to do everything to make sure that these children are safe. And these defendants named in this lawsuit, Slingshot, Icon Park, Funtime, and all the others, not only did you fail to follow the safety rules, but you failed our children. And that we can never, ever forgive you for. Because you're going to hear from Mr. Sampson after Attorney Hilliard. And he's going to talk to you about how special his child was and why he had to come here. And how there's a hole in his heart about this wonderful little boy being taken from this earth far too soon. And so we filed this lawsuit because we not only want to get justice and accountability for Tyree Sampson's family, but we want change. We want change here in Orlando all the way to the State House that will impact not just the ground zero for amusement parks here in Orlando, but will impact the world, where we don't want to see this happen anywhere, where you have to bury your 14-year-old child after seeing the most horrific video that you will ever see. As I said before, other than the horrific torture video of George Floyd, it is one of the most horrific videos ever captured on cell phone video. And that's why we're going to continue to fight, because Tyree did not deserve to be killed that way. At this time, Attorney Bob Hilliard, a great trial lawyer in Texas and one of the best in America, is going to address you. And then I will introduce you to State Representative Thompson to tell you about some proposed legislation that her and leaders of the state caucus are putting forward in Tyree Sampson's name. And then I will introduce you to his father. Attorney Hilliard.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Hilliard, and we've come today with Yarnell to honor Tyree's memory. And as Ben said, the lawsuit was filed yesterday. I have a few remarks. As a parent, Yarnell Sampson allowed his son Tyree to come to Florida on spring break and enjoy these rides, including the ride that you can't even see the top of behind me unless you crane your neck. Why did he do it? Like thousands of parents, he put his trust and his faith, and quite literally Tyree's life, in the hands of those who build and operate these rides. Yarnell trusted that before the first child got on the first ride for the first time on this free fall, that everyone involved in this ride, from the designer to the manufacturer, to the owner, to the property leasing company, to the operator, that they all have done everything that they were supposed to do from a safety standpoint, to keep Tyree safe, to keep all the kids who pay money to ride this ride safe. We all understand that rides like free fall are supposed to scare our kids, but it's a false fear. They build these rides so our kids will get the rush while being safe. We would never let our kids on a ride that actually put their lives in danger. The scarier the ride, the bigger the draw. The bigger the draw, the more money they make, which is fine. But in return, we have a high expectation that the most precious thing we have, our children, which we're letting ride these rides, will get off that ride, will go home with us that night. No one would allow their child to actually ride a life-threatening, dangerous ride. There's broken trust around the country when you watch this video. The mid-fall moments of Tyree stopped all of us, every single one of us, every parent that has seen it. Every one of the millions of parents who have viewed the accident video thought three things and thought them immediately. Every one of you who are parents thought them too. First, it took our collective breaths away. We couldn't believe what we saw. Second, but for the grace of God, that was my daughter or my son. Everyone thought that as well, because it could very well have been. And finally, regardless of the reason, every parent says, my child is never getting on a ride like that, ever. No amount of promises from these defendants can mend the trust that was broken and that this man feels. You know, they say that the loss of a child is like a water spigot being turned on full and then the handle being broke off, and instead of water, it's pain that flows out forever. And that's true. That's true for this man who changed his life when this boy was born in order to be part of his life, and who was proud of the man this boy was becoming, and this boy was proud of his dad. We hope that the golden age of rides that simulate danger and attract our children come to an end. The only hope now for Yarnell, for Tyree's mom, is that the myth that these rides are safe and they just appear to be dangerous, died that night with poor Tyree when he hit that concrete. That everyone now sees that this ride, the ride behind you of that Ferris wheel broke in two with people on top, with children on top. We now learn that their safety measures don't exist that we trusted in. So the lawsuit has been filed, the litigation will proceed, and during the trial of this case, if this ride is still up, we're going to ask the judge to allow the jury to come and do a jury view, because you just do not appreciate until you stand here and look up at how high that is. And even now, anyone that looks up there just can't believe it. People that walk by shake their heads at how high that is. You would think that NASA's best engineers would have designed this if they're strapping our children in it and dropping them at 4 Gs, which is a G more than the shuttle astronauts experience. So Yarnell is heartbroken, and on his behalf, we funnel that heartbreak into righteous indignation and anger at what happened. And we're going to represent him and his interests, and we're going to make sure that every single defendant that caused this will be brought to justice. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much, Attorney Hilliard. And you may have more questions about the lawsuit, and we will answer those. But first, we want to hear from one of our sheroes, one of my personal mentors. Her and her husband, Judge Thompson, has mentored so many young people like me and Attorney Jackson, and thank you for continuing to exhibit great leadership. State Representative Geraldine Thompson.
Good afternoon. I am here because it is important to honor Tyree's memory, to honor the promise that was ahead of him by making sure that no other child comes to Central Florida for spring break and returns home in a coffin. And the responsibility for overseeing rides like this rests with the state of Florida and is assigned to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services that inspected this ride in December, gave a permit so that the ride could open in January, and had planned another inspection for June. In the interim, someone who disregarded the manufacturer's guidelines altered and adjusted the harness that came across the body that was supposed to keep Tyree and other young people safe. And we want to know how that happened. I'm looking at the law to require more frequent inspections, more than just every 6 months. I'm looking at the law to focus on training. You shouldn't have people who were hired yesterday operate these rides today. So training is going to be very important. I'm looking at the law to make sure that anytime there's any adjustment on an amusement ride, that the state is notified, and that then leads to another inspection. We require that today of rides that are temporary. And if those rides are disassembled and reassembled someplace else, it requires an inspection. And there's no reason why that should not be the case with this permanent ride. You know, there's an African proverb that asks the question, how are the children? And in Africa, they measure the health of their community, of their society, by the health of the children. And the response that they're looking for is all the children are well. In this case, Tyree was not well. Tyree is not here today because of some things that happened. We want to get all of the questions answered, as many as we can, and then we're going to write and introduce the Tyree Sampson bill in the Florida legislature to honor this young man so that his life will have meaning going forward for the protection, for the wealth, for the health, for the safety of other young people. So we appreciate you being here today. The pain that you see in Mr. Sampson's eyes, that you will hear in his voice, should not be what parents experience when they entrust the lives of their children in terms of these kinds of rides. And so we want to send that message forward and want to have you help amplify the fact that there will be the Tyree Sampson bill to make sure that all the children are well.
Thank you so much, Senator Geraldine Thompson, for your leadership and the proposed legislation in Tyree Sampson's name. This is gut-wrenching. Very, very, very emotional, very raw. But Tyree Sampson's father, Yarnell Sampson, is now going to address you and talk to you about his son, his feelings, and the fight for Tyree's legacy. Attorney Hilliard and Christmas and Thompson, Jackson, all of us, you know, this is our job, this is what we do. He didn't sign up for this. So he's gonna do the best he can in trying to talk about something no parent ever wants to have to talk about. But he understands it's about accountability and justice and legacy for his child. Tyree Sampson's father, Mr. Yarnell Sampson.
Appreciate you. Wow. How everybody doing today? Thank y'all for coming out. Thank you, Senator, for help passing the bill. Thank you, Mr. Crump, for representing me, Mr. Hilliard, Mr. G. Also, Wendy Wooten. I wanted to thank my son's mother, Nakia Dodd, for helping me raise our child together, Tyree Sampson. My name is Yarnell Sampson. I am Tyree Sampson's father. The reason I'm here is to get some understanding and get a few answers. Also, to pay my respect for my son. This is the first time I've been here. Everybody know the funeral was last week. That's the first time I seen my son physically. I'm gonna just say how I found out was through the internet. It went viral at that point. And getting off work, and Miss Wendy Wooten asked me could I have a seat, and she wanted to show me something. And I seen the video. I was kind of sickening when I first seen it, but I didn't even know it was my child. When I found out it was my child, it took the breath out of me. It took some life out of me as well. It just made me numb and helpless because I wasn't there to protect my son. But I'm here now to talk up for my son because I'm speaking up for the voiceless. If I don't speak up for this young man, this thing will just be swept under the rug, and it'll be another young man going through the same situation, and we having the same press conference 5 years down the road. This should be the last press conference talking about my son, unless you're trying to help make change. Wow. Now, if you're trying to help make change, let's push this needle towards the direction it needs to go. For each and every one of us will have to have this platform up here to talk about me burying my son. In the dictionary, they don't have nothing to describe a father or parent or mother burying their child. There's no word to describe that. So what I'm feeling right now is sickening. It's days I can't get out the bed, make myself eat, make myself drink. Imagine you lose an honor roll student, 14-year-old child, that was a straight A student, went to school, did everything you told him to do, and had no problems doing it. What would you do in this situation, lose your child? There's two ways I can go. I can go to depression and hide and let this just fall away, or I can stand up and do the right thing.
Amen.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna speak up for my son because he was a warrior, he was a young man, he was intelligent, intellectual, And forget the part about him being a 5-star athlete, left tackle, prime position. We ain't gonna talk about that part. Let's talk about the 4.0 intellectual that he could have been. He could have been a doctor, a lawyer, a scholar, an astronaut. The reason why I say astronaut, is not a lot of black astronauts.
Wow.
So, well, we already had a black president. So, but the point I'm trying to say, the sky's the limit if you got potentials.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of potentials. If you ask anybody to know Tyree, he'd touch you. He touched your life some kind of way. I'm quite sure when he was here, the little time he was here, he was touching people around him because that's how his energy was. He had good synergy. He was raised by 2 good parents that really loved their child. They believed in the morals and the values of doing right by others, and right will be followed by you. Far as you do good by others, God gonna lead you toward the right direction you need to go for the right prosper to find favor. Favor is blessings. That's what favor is, blessings. Every day you wake up in the morning, it's a blessing.
Amen.
So I just appreciate y'all taking the time out. But I'm gonna say one thing. I appreciate everybody that came out here and showed my son support. It took me a month later to get here. Fortunately, it takes a little time to get strength to do something like this. This is not an easy process. It's not an easy thing to do. Speaking to strangers, all these cameras, this is not a natural thing. But I appreciate y'all showing up to help me spread the message. The narrative is Tyree, justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
That's the narrative. There's no money involved gonna change this situation. We could talk about all this, we could talk about all that. If the change don't happen with this young lady with the bill, then this same situation gonna happen down the road. It might not be in Orlando, could be in California. Like, it's stop it. It's senseless that a child got to lose their life trying to have fun. Plain and simple. I just want to thank my son's mother for being strong. She had a press conference as well. We're going to do this together as a family. We're going to get through this, and we both want change for our child.
Amen. Change for Tyree.
And also, we want this company to take accountability for their actions. You know, it shouldn't be profit over safety.
Exactly.
It should be safety over profit.
Exactly. You want to tell them why you had to come here?
Be honest with you, everybody know why I'm here. I'm here to mourn, to get my peace, and me to get our official prayer for my son where he officially died at. I'm not here for the publicity. This is not going to make my life better. Actually, it's made my life worse. I appreciate Mr. Crump for being a real man. You've been very supportive, not only as a lawyer, just as a man, period. I appreciate that.
Hey, we love you, brother. We're here for you.
Y'all see, this is my support system. It's small because when you're going through trauma, it's very hard to describe it, and it's hard to explain it. So I'm in my moments right now. And I don't know, every second I'm trying to make it better by just trying to live. Just give myself breath, the energy, and a chance to live, because I have to be here for my son, because I'm my son protector and I'm my son provider. And it's my job to be his voice because he can't speak no longer. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. We'll take some of your, Attorney Jackson. Okay. We'll try to take some of your questions. This obviously is very emotional for Mr. Sampson.
I've got a question for you. Yesterday, the attorneys for this ride released a statement basically saying that they followed all protocols, procedures, safety measures provided by the manufacturer of the ride, and that they were all followed. What is your reaction to that?
And I'm going to have Attorney Hilliard also answer that question. But to me, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that a child that you advertised and solicited to get on your ride is supposed to fall out of the seat to his death. They can say anything they want to say, but there is no excuse. Is the manufacturer partly responsible? We believe so, absolutely. Does that absolve the operator's culpability? We think not. We think that, as Attorney Hilliard has said, this was a cascade of gross negligence on multiple parties' part. That's why we have multiple defendants.
I'll address that question directly. That's a false statement. You know, we've been collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, and we have more evidence and witnesses than have been disclosed yet, but they will be disclosed inside this litigation. And I promise you that when those witnesses come forward, including the other two riders of this exact seat immediately before Yarnell, and what they told the operators when they got off, I would like to take that statement that you just read and present it to the corporate representative of the company that gave it to you after they know that we have evidence that that is false. And we're going to present it in court. We're going to let them see it, and ultimately we'll let a jury decide if that's going to get those defendants off the hook.
You're saying this could have been someone else.
I'm saying that the guy it almost was will be a witness. And the bruises he had on his arm when he was trying to save his own life, he's got a story to tell.
And in your investigation so far, have you discovered why it was that the two seats were misadjusted, why they allowed for those larger harness openings?
So we have, based on our experts' views, some strong beliefs. But until we are allowed to take the sworn depositions of those who actually did it and ask them to show us the work order, to see the supervisor who signed that work order, to ask him under whose authority did you do that, and then present it to the manufacturer and get them to comment on them doing that, we can't say for sure, but I can tell you that that answer is knowable, and it will be found out through sworn depositions of those who are responsible for adjusting the seat. For example, we don't know how far up the approval went for the adjustment of the seat. I promise you it wasn't the minimum wage teenage operator that was just there to earn a few bucks during spring break. You know, it probably wasn't his manager or supervisor. You know, it was someone that was in a position of authority that decided there's enough larger customers to where they could make more money if they allowed them a special seat without any safety protocols.
Realistically, what is the timeline?
Let me say one thing to that. I'll say one thing to that. You know, they know who their employees are at these amusement park rides. Why did the manufacturer even make it possible for children to adjust rides? I mean, you have to ask yourself those questions, because it was foreseeable if you allowed that a young person will make an irrational decision. Or is that what you wanted them to do? Because it still goes back to profit. Whoever comes, if they gonna pay, we gonna let them ride. We don't care about whether they're gonna be able to come down safely or not. All we care about is the profit. And that is what Mr. Sampson was saying. We can't allow profit over safety, because you end up with him going to a graveyard crying about his 14-year-old son who was killed in the most horrible way you can imagine. And it goes to what Representative Thompson is trying to do with these bills. If anybody moves anything, then you gotta give notice to the state of Florida, the regulators. That's why we have the safety rules, because if you don't follow the safety rules, people die.
Now, the other glaring issue and elephant in the room that has already been disclosed is the written inquiry to the manufacturer asking if they could put a seatbelt on each one of these seats. And I don't think any expert is going to disagree on either side that a seatbelt as a secondary safety measure could have also saved Tyree's life. All that the manufacturer did was write a letter back saying seatbelts are not necessary on this ride. They didn't explain themselves, but an inquiry was made, and through this litigation, we're going to ask, why did you make that inquiry? What information did you have that made you concerned that maybe the harness wasn't enough to hold people in? So that evidence has already been out in the press. People have seen it, and we'll discover through depositions from the Austrian manufacturer what were they thinking when they said, no, don't put a seatbelt in.
Can we go?
So the answer is not a specific date yet, but again, until they are required to give us the information, no.
So the reason I asked is because I noticed that one of the groups of possible defendants missing from the lawsuit were state regulators who also had a hand in inspecting and permitting this ride. Should you find that the seat was adjusted prior to their inspection, would they be able to be held accountable as well?
Where we plan on holding any and everybody accountable who has something to do with this child's tragic death. So what attorney Bob Hilliard, attorney Mike Haggard, attorney Michael Richardson, and us, attorney Gerald Christmas, we're dotting every I and crossing every T, because that is the least we can do for Tyree Sampson. That's the very least we can do, is get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
But in regard to what you asked, the you know, what you're saying is, well, they created a dangerous design modification, and the state regulator missed it. That may be true, but the state regulator didn't create it. And you're right, it's their duty to inspect and to cite and to stop. But it existed whether they were there and saw it or not. And the evidence will determine when they were there and what they did see. There'll be reports that answers that question. But you know, the culpability lies with those who ultimately decided not to put a seatbelt in, to change the design on site, to not listen to the other two riders in that exact chair that night.
And that's what's astonishing. I mean, this was so preventable. You're going to hear this evidence that Bob is speaking of about the people who were in the chair before Tyree. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sampson, are you up for asking
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
a question or two?
Yes, ma'am.
Your first time out here, first of all, what's it like coming out here and seeing the outpouring of support for your son, number one, and number two, to see this on television is one thing, but to see the size of this ride in person that took your son's life, it's.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't even watch the tape the first time I seen it. It could not have been my son. Could have been somebody else's child. It was still just that. But then to find out it was my son and actually see it up close, it just, I don't know how you want to get on something like that. Like, I like to get on rides. I used to be a thrill seeker, but never nothing like this. I never seen nothing like this in my life. Like, this is some scary stuff right here. And then you adjusted it and playing with seats and all that kind of stuff. If they doing irresponsible things like this, adjusting seats and doing that, then what else they doing other places? Like, the ride got to come down, plain and simple. Should no kid get on that ride no more, ever again. You have to worry about the thought even falling again. The thought in your mind to think about. Any one of y'all got kids out here? Anybody got kids? When you see your kids every time you go home, what you do? You tell them you love them, don't you? You hug them, you tell them they're beautiful, whatever you need to do to motivate them. That's the same thing with my son. I can't tell him that no more. I can't hear him coming in telling some jokes and, Dad, I'm home, going to the refrigerator and raiding the refrigerator. My son was 6'5", over 340. Was a growing young man. So I don't have that chance no more to tell him I love him. So if I can stop this, right, or not necessarily me, if we can stop this and prevent this to happen to another child by taking these rides down nationwide, or till they get their stuff together to do it right, then I'm all for it. That's what I'm here for.
How do you feel about seeing the memorial and all this support? You know, this happened a while ago, and we've been covering it throughout.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm blessed because I knew my son was that great. You know, if you spend 5 minutes with him, you will come impressed. You got to think about it. This year 2022, right? How many young men you know these days say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am? This honestly greet you, don't even know you say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's the kind of young man he was. He was a gentle giant. You know, you can go from a school teacher interviews all the way to coaches, to friends, to teammates, and anywhere you come across them, they're gonna say the same thing. Tyree was an awesome young man. They're gonna tell that story over and over again because it was the truth. And to appreciate me coming out here and seeing all the support is actually, this is probably what keeping me not breaking down. I'm sorry?
Can you talk about why you made the decision to not settle out in court and to go through
Be honest with you, I never had a choice to settle out in no court. Be honest with you. I have not gained nothing financially from this situation at all. I'll have no GoFundMes. I have none of that stuff set up. So I work myself off to pay for where I'm at.
There's been a lot of discussion as to whether or not to tear the ride down. Is that a goal that you guys are hoping for?
Well, I'm not the thrill seeker type person, but me personally, I would like to tear the ride down or take it down. But that's not my decision. I don't make these laws and I don't regulate them. But if we could change some things and make it safer for this never happen again, I'm cool with that. But preferably, I'll let the ride come down. Because that's a reminder every time somebody go up down that dang old ride that I'm looking at my son, visualizing that, falling from that. So I don't know. You tell me what you want.
What was your last conversation with your son? Was he excited to come here for spring break?
Be honest with you, my son normally every spring break spend time with me. But he was excited to come up here because it's the capital of thrill rides. This is the what you call amusement capital of the world. So if I was a 14-year-old kid, I'd be excited to come here too. Look around. It's a beautiful place. I mean, unfortunately, I came here with Disney World when I was a kid, you know. But I don't want to be here talking to y'all about my son falling off a ride that's 480 feet in the air. This shouldn't be the conversation right now. We should be talking about how great can he be in the future. What can he do to help his neighborhood? What can he do to be a better citizen? Could have been an all-pro. I mean, it's a lot of good questions I want my answers. I ain't gonna get them. Because guess what? He's not coming home no time soon.
Mr. Sampson, what do you hope, to go back to the previous question, I guess what I'm trying to ask is what do you hope to accomplish by going through this process?
I'm already accomplishing that. She's changing the bill. This story, this narrative, this story right here has never been about money. Right. This story right here is about change. It's about no other child should have to die off a amusement park ride. No other parent should have to bury their child before they get a chance to bury themselves. That ain't supposed to happen in law or physics. It ain't supposed to happen. There's no word to describe that in the dictionary. You let me know. It's none. So in the end of the day Mr. G, I got this. End of the day, his legacy gonna live on. As long as I got breath in my body to speak up for him, that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm his father and I'm his protector. That was my son. They got a lot of excuses about this ride. They ain't telling the facts and the truth. What about the truth? A lot of speculations, a lot of stuff going. Let's get to the truth. That's why I'm here, for the truth.
Later were the dots connected
be honest
here?
with you, I think this happened about 6 or 7, 8 o'clock around the evening time. I didn't find out till like 4:30 in the morning after I got off work. Wendy Wooten had explained it to me. She the one, I guess she knew about it, and she the one told me about the video. That's the first time on my recollection of hearing about it.
It's like State Representative Thompson may be ill over there.
Okay.
Just to clarify, sorry, when you saw the video, the first time you saw the video, you had been told that it was Tyree?
Yes. Well, first she asked me, could I sit down? I walked, you get off work, you're happy, you get off work, you walk in the door like a typical day, you come on in and you see your significant other sitting there crying. And you don't know why she crying. She crying, it's a different cry of you bump your toe, ooh, that pain, raw emotion cry. Like you lost somebody who's very important to you. You know, and she felt the same way like I felt. So when she told me, she had me to sit down, and she said, have you seen this video? I said, no, what video are you talking about? And when she showed me, I looked at the video, I'm like, ooh, I turned my head instantly. Because I didn't just want to look at it. She was like, You really don't know. I'm like, I know. She's like, that's Tyree. I'm like, stop playing, stop kidding me. Instantly, I threw up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me. It just, imagine you hearing something like that, or you seeing something like that for the first time on a video, viral video, that everybody in the country know, everybody in the world know but you.
How does that make you feel about the fact that that video is still available online?
I mean, that's the world we live in social media. We'll see a neighbor fall down, and we'll walk right past them and record it. Say to pick your neighbor up. See if he's okay. Ask him if he's okay. We lost the compassion for life.
Are there any other questions? So it's one lawsuit. They're co-representatives of the estate, equally representing the estate of Tyree as a result of his damages and their damages for the loss of a son. And copies are available. You're welcome.
I started to ask earlier, what's a reasonable timeline for when answers are really going to be found on this case?
All of the Florida defendants will or have been served in the next few days, and they have 20 days to answer the lawsuit. We filed the lawsuit with discovery, which means they also have to give us documents and answer questions. Once that comes in, we are also in the process of serving the out-of-country defendants, the manufacturer from Austria and the seat manufacturer from Germany. We have to go through a process under rules under the Hague Convention, so it takes longer. We are hopeful that their lawyers will accept service on their behalf instead of making us do that. Discovery will be in our hands in 60 to 90 days. Then depositions will start. One fight that we expect we're going to have and that we're going to be very strong about on Yarnell's behalf and on the press's behalf is they want confidentiality agreements on all the documents. They want the mistakes to stay secret. They do not want you guys, the world, to see what they have to show us. And there's some pretty strict rules on confidentiality. We have to finish. State Representative Thompson has gotten some heat issues over there, and we want to support her. I'll be around over there. Sorry. Thank you.
I appreciate y'all for coming out. I thank y'all. Each and every one of y'all got kids. Tell your kids when you go home you love them. Hug them and tell them they're beautiful. Because you can't take this life for granted. You only got one chance at it. So that's my message to y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Now from Fox, we talked to our friend of the program, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who is an infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Good to see you, doctor. It's been a while, but wanted to get your opinions on some of these top headlines in the health realm, especially regarding COVID-19. Moderna seeking to be the first to provide their vaccine for the littlest among us, children under the age of 6. They did this before Pfizer, which I thought was interesting. Why has it taken so long to get a vaccine for children under the age of 6?
Well, I think that Pfizer was the front runner. They might have undershot on the dose at 1/10 or 10% of the adult dose. So they had to go back to the drawing board because they didn't even meet the antibody outcome, which is like, can you get enough antibodies just like the 18 or 16 to 25-year-olds, and they didn't. So they, instead of going back and saying, let's just do a 2-shot with higher dose, they said, well, we'll try with 3 shots. So when you introduce an additional shot, you need more time. Moderna was kind of like behind Pfizer. They gambled on a higher dose for kids, proportionally speaking, 25% of the dose instead of 10% of the dose. Seems that they met their immunologic outcomes, so enough antibodies like the 18 to 25-year-olds. But again, people were a little bit disappointed that the symptomatic disease, didn't seem as effective, but actually is very comparable to 2 shots in many of the other vaccines. And I think what's lost in all this is the impact on severe disease, hospitalization, and death, even though the studies weren't powered to do that, looked really good for both Pfizer and Moderna. So why it took so long? I think going back to drawing board, Moderna never expected to be front runner, and now they're in the running. Probably either they will approve them both together or may do it in sequence. And I think a lot of parents are hoping that Moderna will be, evaluated as in time instead of waiting for Pfizer to submit their data.
Doctor, this also dovetails with Pfizer's request for emergency use last week, I believe, for their booster shot for children aged 5 to 11. So that remains interesting as well. Would you suggest young children like that, do they need to get a booster? Do they need to get the vaccine at all? We know how miraculously the virus has really, I don't want to say untouched children, but has not impacted children as much as other segments of the population.
Yeah, so I think that to really provide the best umbrella of protection, everybody should get a vaccine. And the reason why is that even though kids are not going to the hospital in droves, they're still increased by more than 4 times since Omicron compared to before, but still proportionally speaking lower. But they are the vectors of infection to members of the household, particularly immunocompromised elderly folks. So there are multiple reasons. Kids get sick as well. Kids get long COVID as well. Kids get this post-immunologic syndrome that we call MISC, which is like later on you can get sort of like heart, lung, other organ involvement, and we can't predict it. And then most importantly, I think they're also the conveyors or purveyors of infection to the household. At the end of the day, I think if you think at the minimum you want to keep kids in school and reduce their chances of just getting infected, getting vaccinated is just one of the many pieces of armor that we can equip kids with.
Yeah, of course, that was kind of one of the main arguments from critics after the federal public transit mask mandate was lifted due to that judge's ruling last week that, children under the age of 6, if they're traveling on an airplane, they would be at risk of contracting COVID because they are part of that vulnerable population. So we could talk about the lifting of that mask mandate by the TSA. We know it's working its way through the courts right now, so we'll see what happens. But at the time last week, what did you make of it? What was your first reaction? Do you think it was right, or did you think it was long overdue?
So I was actually on a plane from New York to San Francisco while the mandate was lifted. And I would say in my plane, everyone kind of kept the mask on, just because I think people were kind of stunned. In terms of the timing, I think when it happened, I was a little bit nervous because we didn't really know where BA2 was going to go yet. But so far, in retrospect, it seems that, we're seeing this continued decoupling, lots of cases in the community, not a lot of hospitalizations. And I think that 2-week additional interval would have just given us a better picture. I think people are nervous if they have kids. And again, not only because kids may get sick, although at a lower probability, but because they may sort of bring it into the household. And there's good data from Toronto and other places showing that even though young adults can bring virus in, it's the kids that transmit it to other people because you're sort of doting on the kids and close contact with them. So do I think that it's a good idea to go from the population level to the individual level in terms of protection? I think, unquestionably, the mask mandate wasn't something that should have been on indefinitely. But I think because it's was dynamic last week, it probably was a little premature, but at some point it had to end. And, I think we have to settle into a new normal at some sort. I am worried about public transit and other settings because it does bring people from vulnerable populations together who may not be able to afford good masks, etc. So that's another dimension that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow night on a red-eye back east, Daytona. My colleague, she flew last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't flown in some time, so it'll be interesting to see just the number of people who have masks on or who don't. Doctor, one last COVID thing I want to get your opinion on, and Fox 11 touched on it a little bit, but we know Vice President Harris, she tested positive for COVID just a couple of days ago, but she was given Paxlovid. And so we know that she was, not really symptomatic, that she was experiencing mild symptoms, but giving someone an antiviral medication if they're experiencing very low symptoms led some people to believe that it could possibly be more serious. Is that true? Are we looking too much into this?
So in contrast to when President Trump got Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibodies, I think that really was a lifesaver for him. For Kamala Harris, she doesn't have the demographic that I would worry about in terms of being hospitalized or getting seriously ill. So, I think that getting Paxlovid was sort of, it was a risk benefit probably from the administration. Doesn't have much downside. It's really well tolerated. I think right now it's probably the biggest bang for the buck, like the commentator said, is people who are have comorbidities, immunocompromised, older, etc., where you can prevent hospitalization by as much as 89% if taken within the first 3 days. However, there's a lot of other benefits that haven't really been explored fully, which is it drops your viral load down very quickly, so potentially you can transmit less efficiently the sooner you take it. It probably will be eventually approved for people who have just even been exposed, like we do for oseltamivir or Tamiflu. Like, for example, if somebody's in a nursing home, they had influenza, the other nursing home members in close contact will get Tamiflu, even if they weren't positive for influenza. And that's because it prevents the onset of infection. So I think lots of interesting uses potentially in the future for Paxlovid. For right now, biggest priority, somebody who's probably older, sicker, and at risk for getting hospitalized, rather than Kamala Harris, although, has potentially other benefits as well.
Doctor, I want to get your opinion on something not COVID related, but still that is percolating right now in places around the globe. Health officials are expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak impacting kids in nearly a dozen countries and several U.S. states. According to the WHO, there have been 169 cases of severe acute hepatitis in 11 countries, including the U.S. So far, one child has died, and 17 others have required liver transplants as a result of the disease. The CDC is closely monitoring this. This is scary. What should we make of it, and what should parents need to know?
I think parents need to know warning signs for if their kid might be at risk for getting hepatitis, which is inflammation of the liver. We usually think about hepatitis as caused by hepatitis viruses like hepatitis B or hepatitis C. But in this case, this inflammation of the liver is not caused by those viruses, but rather it's suspected that it's caused by a virus that causes the common cold called adenovirus, and a specific type called type 41. They found that in, not everyone, but quite a few number of these cases around the world with this inflammation of the liver. What parents need to know: watch out for the warning signs: nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine.
Taking new.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, that was our mistake there. Yep.
No, that's all right. So, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine. But the kickoff is really sort of yellow eyes, so jaundice. That will be a kickoff or a tip-off. You can definitely need to go get medical attention in that case.
Okay, and then one last thing that we want to get to, because we learned today the FDA is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes and also flavored cigars, including cigarillos. This has been kind of working its way through the public health bureaucracy as well, but the FDA wants to make this official. The agency's director, Robert Califf, said to Capitol Hill today he determined these actions were appropriate for the protection of public health. Why this specific insistence on this type of menthol cigarette as opposed to, other types of tobacco products? Why is the FDA particularly concerned about this one?
So there's several reasons, Andrew. The first is that it's one of equity. So 85% of African Americans smoke menthols compared to the general population, which is about 30%. It's the 50% of people who start smoking use menthol products, and it's harder to quit once you're on menthol. Above all, the big point is that cigarettes still cause about 500,000 deaths every year, which is huge, and it is preventable. So it's actually the #1 preventable cause of deaths in the United States right now. So I think for all those reasons, and interestingly, Canada did this a while ago, so we can have estimates as to the impact on people quitting. And it's estimated that if you pass this law in the United States, more than 1 million people would quit off the bat within the first year to a year and a half. So, not small potatoes here, and probably an easy intervention to implement to do this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was reading about this. I guess I didn't realize the FDA has not always regulated tobacco products. They started, I think, back in 2009. But this ban wouldn't take effect for some time, about 2 years from now. Possibly the FDA still accepting public comments. It'll be interesting to see what we hear from menthol cigarette smokers who essentially, if this is not open and available to them in the marketplace, you would just have to imagine that it would kind of go underground.
Yes, but I think from the Canadian experience, at least so far, it doesn't seem there will always be underground stuff, but I think that it's always a risk benefit, and it's the juice with the squeeze kind of issue. And I think based on the data so far, the juice is expected to be worth the squeeze just because of the numbers of people. Cigarette usage has actually been declining for the last 10 years, but it got an uptick during the pandemic, interestingly, and we could even accelerate that decline further by this simple action.
All right, I know we covered a lot of topics, Doctor, but we always appreciate your insight into all of them, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Sunday. Today is officially the 1st of May. Yes, that's right. We've made it all the way to May. Thanks so much for choosing to begin your Sunday morning here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do, of course, want to keep you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Sunday morning. Here's a live look at the White House as we are monitoring quite a bit of news this morning, beginning first and foremost with Nancy Pelosi's trip to Kyiv, Ukraine. She has sat down and met with President Zelensky. We're going to play you the latest remarks from Nancy Pelosi and also give you all of the details on this historic visit. We also are keeping a very close eye on an event that will happen later today. President Joe Biden is set to speak at a memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. We will bring you those remarks and that service for you live, raw, and unfiltered a little bit later on in the day. And we are also monitoring a bit of very sad and somber news on this Sunday morning. We have confirmed that country music star Naomi Judd of Grammy-winning duo The Judds, of course, has passed away at age 76. We'll get you up to speed on her life and all of the news that we know surrounding her very untimely death. But we do want to begin first and foremost with Nancy Pelosi's visit to Ukraine. She has officially met with President Zelensky, and we do have footage of this meeting coming into our newsroom. Here is the imagery, and I do want to make sure that the volume is not too loud so that you can hear my recap here. But there you see the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi shaking hands with President Zelensky after an unannounced visit, that is, to Kyiv. The U.S. Speaker of the House made once again an unannounced trip on Sunday to Kyiv, Ukraine, where she met with the Ukrainian president. This video captured the moment that Zelensky met the Democratic delegation right outside of the palace. Also included Representative Jason Crow and some others, Adam Schiff there you saw there just a couple moments ago as well. Zelensky shook the hands of each congressional representative. They did sit down and meet. Here are some remarks in Ukrainian that President Zelensky made. Nancy Pelosi went on to say, quote, "We believe that we are visiting you to say thank you for your fight for freedom. We are on a frontier of freedom, and your fight is a fight for everyone." Those were the words of Nancy Pelosi. We are going to play for you her full remarks after this meeting. But she did continue to vow U.S. support for Ukraine at a time where they certainly do need it. We have it's pretty remarkable, but we have hit the third month of this war. And as promised, we do have those remarks for you from Nancy Pelosi here in full. So let's listen in to them. This once again happened earlier today. So this is the latest imagery and kind of news coming into our newsroom that we do want to make sure we begin your Sunday morning with here. So let's take a listen. And it does appear that we're having some audio issues with this clip. So as soon as we get that back up and running for you, we'll be sure to play that for you in full. But we'll take you back out to the imagery coming into our newsroom of this historic visit. And we do want to also touch base with all of our reporters who are covering the situation on the ground in Ukraine and have been since the very beginning. As Russia intensifies its attacks on Ukrainian cities and defensive lines, the United Kingdom is sending experts to collect forensic evidence to bring charges against the Kremlin. That is the latest. Our Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has more from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Let's take a listen to his latest report. And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look at the White House on this Sunday morning, the very 1st of May. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest happening on the ground in Ukraine. So for that, we'll touch base with our very own Andrew Kraft and his latest breakdown with specialist Hal Kempfer. Let's take a listen.
Speaking to national security expert Hal Kempfer, like we have each and every day of this war, going over what is going on down on the ground. Hal Kempfer, as always, good to see you on this Friday. We're rounding out the week here. I believe it's day 63, 64 since the invasion began. And we've been talking about this, and we can get into it, but very sad news. A former U.S. Marine who felt compelled to go fight with the Ukrainians was killed in action there. We have very few details about how exactly he died. His name, I have it here, 1 second, Willie Joseph Consell. He was only 22. And so hopefully we'll get more details into what exactly transpired and when his body will be repatriated, if and when, rather. Hal, talk to us about what's happening in Mariupol. We know that apparently the Ukrainians wanted to start this operation very soon to evacuate civilians. Do you think that'll be ultimately successful?
It's going to be interesting to see, Andrew, if they can actually pull that off. The Russians, every time they set up a humanitarian corridor to do some sort of evacuation, the Russians find some way to thwart whatever they're trying to do. The Secretary General of the UN, that was one of his main objectives, was to try and develop these humanitarian corridors, specifically in Mariupol. Obviously, you saw he had a very abrasive reception from Putin in Moscow. And then when he went to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky, Moscow decided to suddenly shoot long-range missiles into Kyiv, among other things, killing a U.S. reporter. And they had not fired on Kyiv in at least over 2 weeks. So the timing of it, it's not coincidental. Let's just put it that way, that they did that. Both of them sending signals to the UN Secretary General that his goals and objectives are not being met with any acceptance or cooperation from the Russian side. It's tough to do. The Russians control that area. One thing, the Ukrainians, it's kind of gone back and forth. They say we want to evacuate the civilians, and then every once in a while they'll sneak in there and the military personnel that are there. That's actually gets into the law of war. Personnel is unusual. Usually if the military personnel want to leave a position like that, they would surrender to the enemy. They're in a different status than the civilians are. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off or not. I hope they can. Right now, they're using overwhelming firepower. They're using airstrikes, missiles. They're trying to level that entire steel plant to the ground. Of course, that steel plant has this vast underground capability that was built to withstand a nuclear attack, and that's where everybody's holding up. So the ability to clear that the old-fashioned way, going in there with troops and clearing it, very, very difficult. You know, at some point they already are starting to run out of food, water, ammunition. But but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off or not. I hope so. There's just so many civilians trapped in Mariupol that need to get out of there. And the commander of the Marine Brigade down there said, this is beyond a humanitarian catastrophe today. So I think that gives you an idea of just how bad it is on the facility, particularly underground.
Yeah, Hal, we also learned today, and this is somewhat striking, that Ukrainian officials have specifically identified the soldiers who are responsible for the atrocities in Bucha, two very specific descriptions of them as these war crimes investigations go forward, as they collect evidence. I believe it's about 10 Russian soldiers that they have identified. Very precise here.
Welcome to the information age.
Yeah.
It's going to be thousands by the time we're done. I will tell you this. First off, they've been doing, the Ukrainians have been doing a number of things with the dead, the killed Russian soldiers. They've been using facial recognition technology and then working through social media and other means to identify who they are. And then, reportedly, making phone calls to their families in Russia to tell them that their sons had been killed in battle as part of their information operation to get the word out as to what's actually going on. This is just one other step where they're doing the same sort of approach, analytically speaking, but using it on war crimes. In some cases, there may be pictures they can actually work with, images of Russian soldiers who were there at any given time, probably because of what they need for facial recognition. Have to be people who actually took the photos there, but also doing things where they can take pictures of units, identifiers on unit vehicles, tie that with signals intelligence and any other intelligence they have, sort of an all source fusion thing, to figure out which units were there. And then once they figure out what units were there, they can figure out, okay, who was commanding those units, what forces are in those units, or what soldiers are assigned to those units. It's a very detailed, very methodical, analytical approach to figuring out who was there. And many times you may get the 90% solution, which is it was probably Sergeant so-and-so that was in charge of the squad that did this atrocity. And there's still a few more things put together. Intelligence, and I've only been dealing with this for about 30 years. Mm-hmm. Intelligence and criminal investigations are very similar, but they're not identical. And in criminal investigations, you have to have beyond a reasonable doubt under U.S. law. And intelligence is to drive operational decisions, policy decisions, stuff like that. A different level of certainty in many times of what's going on. So they're going to take the intelligence and then try and turn that into war crime stuff. There's still a lot of work to be done. Let's just put it that way.
Definitely. Let's talk, though, about this latest figure of 23,000 Russian losses. That's according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. And then, of course, we get this news that a senior EU source, I believe is telling Reuters, Putin has now taken day-to-day control of the conflict and delegated the running of Russia to the prime minister. Those kind of two factoids are incongruous and related at the same time. And so what does this say about the state of the war?
Well, let me just, if I could talk about the BDA piece, the battle damage assessment piece up front. 23,000, it's a stunning number. And by the way, the U.S. numbers, the UK numbers, the NATO numbers have all been getting closer and closer to the Ukrainian numbers, not the other way around. So whereas everybody originally thought the Ukrainians were inflating, and they might be slightly higher than ground truth, they're not grossly inflating these numbers. So I just want to say that. But also almost 1,000 tanks, have been destroyed, Russian tanks. Almost 2,500 armored personnel carriers. It is stunning the amount of loss that the Russians have taken. And a lot of that, the two-front war, there's a front that's in Ukraine, and then there's a front that's in Russia, particularly in Moscow, the political front. The problem is, for Putin, is he can't hide those losses. Over the long run, those losses, the information of people killed, wounded, everything else will get to the Russian people. So now he's taken direct control. Not surprising. This has happened before. If I go back to World War II, this is what Hitler did. Hitler got frustrated with how the war was going, and he took direct control of the military, and he started taking direct control of everything. Of course, one of the times when he really took direct control was after there was a attempted military coup where they tried to blow him up, and apparently he was a bit put out by that. But he took very direct control, and if you go back historically, the more control he took, the better it was for the Allied opposition against Germany, because he would make very amateurish mistakes. That's the same thing I think you're going to see with Putin. He's definitely shown he's not a military theorist or a military practitioner. He's an old-fashioned intelligence officer, but when it comes to some of these military operations, he may have things in his mind. And I'm not saying he's not stupid, but it's just you can't suddenly jump into an area where you haven't been doing this. and he's going to make bigger mistakes. And frankly, what I'd anticipate, the more control he does, he's going to double down on things that would seem intuitive to him from his perspective, which could be really bad. Now, one thing he did, and I think we talked about this off before we went on, he put the Army Chief of Staff in charge of the main effort in eastern Ukraine, which is interesting because General Dornikov, as you may recall, a few weeks back was made the overall commander. They had not had an overall commander to this point, which is stunning. That tells me that Putin was already messing with this thing and causing issues anyway. But they put a more senior general in there in charge of the main effort. Now, they have not officially announced that they have demoted the previous commander, but I don't know how you put a more senior general, someone of that stature in charge of that without making some sort of adjustment on the ground. But it also tells you he's shortening the line between Putin and ground operations, between the actual military operations on the ground. He's putting the guy who would come in every day to brief him and talk about the war. So that shows a significant change right there, which kind of underscores the report that he has taken direct control. That would all seem to be a very supporting sort of change across the board.
I see. You and I have talked so much about the speed of U.S. logistics getting military equipment and weapons to Ukraine. It happens very fast. You always say we're very good at it. And that, of course, goes to the fact that the U.S. House of Representatives approved the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act by a vote of 417 to 10 after the Senate passed it by unanimous consent earlier this month. The bill allows the president to lend or lease defense equipment to Ukraine for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. So it kind of slashes that bureaucratic red tape, kind of like what we saw back in World War II as well. But not only do we provide military equipment very fast, logistically speaking, the intelligence support is also near instantaneous. I thought this was interesting today. U.S. intelligence support has helped block Russia from gaining aerial superiority. The U.S. has supplied coordinates about Russian positions and also warned Ukrainian air defense systems to evacuate before Russia strikes. Now, you have to do that almost instantaneously. What say you?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
This is one thing, and I know I've said this several times. There is an intelligence sharing effort going on here, which is I hate to say it's unprecedented because, frankly, saying unprecedented has become quite precedented over time. But it's truly stunning the amount of intelligence support and its ability to leverage all sorts of different ways of getting intelligence to them so they can get actually tactical. I mean, it's to know where the Russians are planning to strike an airfield or an air defense facility and get that information in time to the Ukrainians to move those assets so they don't get hit. You're talking incredibly fast, real-time intelligence transfer, which gives you an idea of the relationship that we have. Of course, since 2014, we've been working very, very closely with them, so we can do these sorts of things. The ability to do that, and that intelligence, getting that type of detailed, accurate intelligence, is a quantum factor, if you will, on the battlefield. In fact, it's one of those things that it's a force multiplier across the entire Ukrainian theater of what's going on there. Now, one of the things that's interesting, there is a report out, nobody's verifying it, the sinking of the Moskva ship. They had a couple of drones, those TB2 Turkish drones, one or two, it's not quite clear, that were out there diverting attention away from where they were actually firing the Neptune missiles. But there is a report that there was a P-8 Poseidon aircraft, which is an intelligence surveillance reconnaissance aircraft that we fly, that may have been in that Black Sea area at the time, that could have provided some real-time intelligence that could have helped with the targeting of that ship. So there's a lot of things going on. That's why when I look at Donbass, I'm looking at the speed with which we can get that artillery out there. Reports coming out today that they have just trained a cadre, a fairly significant cadre of operators of the counter battery radars. They've been training a lot of the artillerymen, and as Dan, previous guests, had talked about, don't take somebody who's never used artillery. Take someone who's been using the Russian artillery they had in their inventory. You bring them over. They already know how the howitzer works. You just train them on that particular howitzer system. Same thing with this, is you're trying to take people who've already had a baseline of training and you're training them on the new system. They've already got a lot of those mental and in some cases physical muscle movements already figured out. And you get them out there as fast as possible. Once we can get out there and start doing counter battery stuff, then we have another all source fusion thing where the U.S. can help, because it can help locate those Russian rocket systems, help locate those artillery systems, and start doing what we call counter battery fire, where they take out the Russian artillery and the Russian rockets. If there can be serious attrition of Russian artillery and rockets on the same level we've seen with, say, their tanks and armored personnel carriers, this entire war could change very quickly. That is really out in Donbass. That is the long pole in the tent. That is their center of gravity. And if they can't overwhelm with artillery and rockets, their maneuver stuff will fall apart pretty quick. As it is, their maneuver stuff pretty bad on a good day. But without that overwhelming firepower, they can't move.
Yeah, and just going to last point I want to make here. This is an interesting use by Russia of marine life. We got some of these aerial still images in the Black Sea. And just bluntly, I guess, does Russia use dolphins to gather intelligence? What is the capability of using dolphins, and when did this start?
Well, they've been using mammals, and we've been using mammals too. I don't know when the Soviet program with mammals started, but I would imagine I'm looking at the 50s and 60s that they were doing that. We use mammals. A lot of it's very closely held as far as what's done, but I've had the opportunity to. I haven't trained with the mammals myself. I have trained in areas where we have the mammals out there. I think they may have been doing stuff with us as aggressors or something. I wasn't quite sure. I know one night operation, I kind of wondered where they came from, but that's another issue. But they are out there. They can be trained to gather intelligence. They're trained for a lot of different things. Big one they're trained for is counter swimmer and counter diver operations. They can sense things as where swimmers and divers are in the water, and they can go up, and there's certain protocols they use on that. They can use them for EOD, explosive ordnance disposal operations, to go in and find mines, attach devices to blow up those mines, to do a lot of things. These are very hazardous missions. One where, potentially humans could do it, but it's very, very, very dangerous, and the mammals can do it better because they're just better suited to operate in the water. And so the Russians, from what I can tell, are doing the same thing. Sevastopol, for example, which is a major Russian port in Crimea, there's reports that they have a fairly large mammal, dolphin or other mammals. They're not the only mammals that are used for these things, but that they use down there for counter swimmer, counter diver operations. And they can also be used for gathering intelligence. If you put some other things with them, they can capture that data. But yeah, they're very capable thing. We use them for years. What's happening today in our side is a lot of things where we use them, we now use robotic devices and things like that, drones, underwater drones and stuff, because we can pack more stuff into them and do other things with that. So yeah.
Interesting to leave it off there, talking about an interesting way as this war still goes on into the next week here. Hal Kemper, as always, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, you too.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, just past the 11 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up and out the door on this Sunday morning with a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring. Let's take you out to our triple box view of some of those stories that we are keeping a very close eye on. The first and foremost will be the top bullet on the left-hand corner of your screens, which alludes to a surprise visit from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi to meet with President Zelensky of Ukraine in the Ukrainian capital on day 67 of this war. We can confirm, and let's bring up the video because that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you the latest imagery coming into our newsroom as soon as we get it. And here is video of Nancy Pelosi meeting with President Zelensky earlier today. This was an unannounced and a surprise visit of sorts. And there you are seeing other members of the Democratic delegation, including Representative Jason Crow. Also, you're seeing Adam Schiff there. Zelensky shook the hands of each and every congressional representative, telling the group, quote, "You are all welcome. Welcome to the Ukrainian capital on day 67, once again, of this invasion." We did get remarks from Nancy Pelosi after this meeting. We're going to play those in full for you in just a bit. But we are here getting remarks from President Zelensky ahead of this sit-down meeting with Nancy Pelosi. These remarks are unfortunately in Ukrainian, so we cannot play them for you. Later on, Nancy Pelosi herself, the Speaker of the House, does give remarks as well, pleading that the United States is a leader in Ukraine's strong support in the fight against Russian aggression. Those were the words of President Zelensky, once again thanking the United States for all of the aid that they have provided since the very beginning of this invasion. We do have the full remarks from Nancy Pelosi from this meeting, so I do want to play those for you once again so that we know all of the details that came out of what was a historic visit by the Speaker of the House to the Ukrainian capital earlier today. Let's listen in.
Morning. I'm very honored to be with a very distinguished congressional delegation that has traveled here to send a clear message to the world. America stands with Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine until victory is won. And we stand with our NATO allies in supporting Ukraine. I'm honored to be joined by Chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, who is Mr. McGovern, who is a champion in the Congress on food security, a very important issue in our discussion. With Chair Darby Meeks, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chair Adam Schiff, Chair of the Intelligence Committee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Chair of the Foreign Operations Subcommittee, which deals with the appropriation as well as loan guarantees, etc. Congressman Bill Keating, he's Chair of Eurasia and Environmental on the Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as a member of the Armed Services Committee, and Congressman Jason Crow, member of Intelligence and Armed Services, and a veteran who has brought that experience to the discussion that is so valuable. Our delegation has the solemn opportunity and great honor to meet with the President of Ukraine yesterday. Our discussion centered around the subjects at hand, as you would suspect: security, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and eventually rebuilding and victory is won. We are proud to convey to him a message of unity from the Congress of the United States, a message of appreciation from the American people for his leadership, and admiration to the people of Ukraine for their courage. And to continue their engagements in Poland, we will be thanking the Polish government for their hospitality, more than that, to refugees, and to learn from them what more needs to be done. What more needs to be done was the topic of our conversation with President Zelensky, and our colleagues will address those. It is with great sorrow that we come here, with great pride. We leave with a firmer understanding and more current understanding of what needs to be done, with a deeper appreciation of inspiration from those who are in this fight. And again, a resolve to move quickly to pass into legislation. We are already writing into legislation these initiatives that President Biden put forth. We're very proud of our president, of his experience as a member, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, as senator of many years, and the vice president of the United States and now president. He knows the challenges in the fight against democracy versus oppression, democracy versus autocracy, and he has unified. He's been a force for unity in Europe as well as in the United States. And with that, I'm very pleased to be open to
Well, thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here in Poland. I'm half Polish on my mother's side and happy to be in Ukraine. Yesterday, my wife's family is half Ukrainian on her mother's side, so this is a special visit. And I just want to begin by saying that President Zelensky is an inspiration, and so are the people of Ukraine, and all of us stand with them. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for leading, I think, the first official CODEL into Kiev, and I'm grateful for her long-term commitment to human rights and to democracy and freedom. Look, Putin's brutal war is no longer only a war against the people of Ukraine. It is also a war against the world's most vulnerable. And Ukraine, as we all know, is basically the breadbasket of the world. Right? Wheat, maize, sunflower oil, so many other things to countries all around the world, especially in Africa and in the Middle East. It provides important food to relief organizations, the United Nations World Food Program. And all of these organizations are dedicated to trying to prevent an increase in hunger, and yet this war, Putin's war, is exacerbating hunger all around the world. His deliberate targeting of food supplies has resulted in great pain inside Ukraine and around the world. Food prices have risen, energy prices have risen, and that in turn means that hunger is on the rise. What kind of person does that? In Ukraine, we talked with President Zelensky about the importance of providing assistance directly to Ukraine so that he has the ability and the flexibility to provide what is necessary to people in need, whether they are internally displaced, whether they are in the most conflicted areas, whether some families are in Ukraine and some are in Poland, whatever the situation, making sure they have the flexibility is important. I think that's a message that we all agree with. We also will continue to fund our international relief organizations like the UN World Food Program and others. And we must find a way to help Ukrainians establish a humanitarian corridor that will allow them to ship food by sea to help the poorest people in the world so they don't go hungry. You know, our dear friend, Chef Jose Andres, who is one of the leaders of World Central Kitchen, remarks all the time that food is love. And it's not a weapon of war. It is a fundamental human right for every single person on this planet. And I don't think Putin cares if he starves Ukraine or the world. He obviously has no regard for human suffering, but the rest of us should. And let me just finish with this. There is good and evil in the world. And we've seen the goodness in the Ukrainian people. We saw the goodness in President Zelensky and in so many others. And here in Poland, helping the refugees and helping provide peace of mind to people who are fleeing violence. We've seen the goodness in our own country with young school children raising money to help, make sure people are fed, who are fleeing the violence. But we've also seen the evil. Putin's war is evil. The war crimes, targeting maternity hospitals, the massacre of people. That is evil. And at the end of the day, we all believe that goodness will triumph over evil. So I'm honored to be on this trip. But again, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her courage and leadership. I'll turn it over to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Gregory Meeks.
I also want to start by just thanking the Speaker for leading this delegation. This is my second trip to Poland within a month. And it's just an indication of the dedication, the focus that we in the United States Congress, the unity that we bring, that we're going to stand by President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. This is a time where history is recording what we do and what we don't. This is a time when we stand up for democracy, or we allow autocracy to reign the day. And meeting with President Zelensky, he gave us a message of thanks to the people of the United States of America, to President Joe Biden, to both parties, saying thank you for the unity. And that's the message that he talked and we talked about, the unity between the United States, our NATO allies, our EU allies, and our allies all across the world. So that was significant and important. And we also joined those, or asked those who have not yet come together to join us, to make sure that we understand that unity means strong sanctions. Unity means sanctions that will even show the world that we stand by right as opposed to evil. That is not going to be easy. But if we stand in that unified manner, as we have been, good will overcome. And we talked about how on the Foreign Affairs Committee, he was pleased that we passed a number of bills recently, particularly seizure and assistance, and of course, lend and lease. He followed out immediately upon our arrival. And we've also indicated that the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we dedicated several bills, passed several, moving forward to try to get them in front of the President to sign. And we will continue to focus on efforts to demonstrate and to illustrate our unity with the people of Ukraine, our unity within the United States Congress, and our unity with our allies. And I'd like to bring forward the chair of the Intelligence Committee, Chairman Adam Schiff.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for organizing this Codell Kyiv. Like Mr. McGovern, I'm very honored to be here, as I have Polish roots as well. My mother's maiden name was Blonsky, and her grandparents are from Bialystok, so it's an honor to be with you. Last night we had a 3-hour meeting with President Zelensky and his leadership team. We discussed sanctions and how we could strengthen them. We discussed weapons and how we could increase the supply so Ukraine could defend itself against Russian aggression. We discussed economic assistance and food assistance, humanitarian assistance, and what more we could do and the rest of the world could do to support Ukraine. This is a struggle of freedom against tyranny, and in that struggle, Ukraine is on the front lines. The whole freedom-loving world has an interest in the outcome of this war and ensuring that Ukraine is victorious. And we are determined to do everything in our power to make it so. On the Intelligence Committee, we are particularly proud of the role that good intelligence has played in supporting our Ukrainian allies. Good intelligence prior to the war in disclosing Putin's plans and ambitions, in stripping away the pretext and demonstrating the naked aggression of this war by Russia. That intelligence cooperation goes on. We are determined to make sure that we provide good, timely information to Ukraine to allow it to defend itself. We are in awe of what Ukraine has been able to achieve and the courage of the Ukrainian people. and we expressed our gratitude to President Zelensky for his personal courage and that of all of his countrymen. It is really extraordinary. We are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and we will until victory is won. Thank you. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Representative Jason Crow of Colorado, a member of the Armed Services Committee and a member of the Intelligence Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff. Thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for bringing this group together and leading this congressional delegation to Ukraine and to Poland. It's a pleasure to be back in Poland. I was here just a couple of weeks ago as well, checking on my beloved 82nd Airborne Division, where I started my public service career not too many years ago. But the people of Poland have been incredible friends and neighbors, not just to Ukraine, but to the United States. And it is an alliance and a friendship that is stronger than ever before. Also, thank you to President Zelensky and the Ukrainians for hosting us and inviting us and having a wonderful discussion and exchange of ideas yesterday as well. I came here as a member of the Intelligence Committee and the Armed Services Committee and as a combat veteran myself with 3 areas of focus: weapons, weapons, and weapons. We have to make sure the Ukrainians have what they need to win. What we have seen in the last 2 months is their ferocity, their intense pride, their ability to fight, and their ability to win, if they have the support to do so. So we had an exchange of ideas with President Zelensky and his senior leadership team about how we can best do that. How do we continue to get the ammunition to them to fuel the weapons they already have? How do we change the nature of our support and give them new and more advanced weaponry to meet the next phase of this battle? And how do we train the Ukrainian military and soldiers to use those new systems while they are also simultaneously fighting? We came up with a great exchange of ideas, and I look forward to returning to Washington to work with my colleagues to put those into action. But one thing is really clear that this delegation wanted to send, but also President Biden has made very clear with his most recent aid package request. It is a historic request that we're going to push hard in the United States Congress to help pass. And it sends a very simple message. We are not interested in stalemates. We are not interested in going back to the status quo. The United States of America is in this to win. And we will stand with Ukraine until victory is won. Thank you. And now my pleasure to introduce my friend Barbara Lee from California.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Let me first thank our speaker for her tremendous leadership and for her courage and for bringing this delegation together on behalf of the American people. As you all have heard, we stand with the Ukrainian people until freedom is won, until this war is won. And in fact, as chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations, we want to make sure that we send a signal to the Ukrainian people that our U.S. tax dollars are going to ensure that democracy prevails and that Ukraine prevails, the people of Ukraine. And in that context, we now, as you heard, are looking at moving forward with regard to the $33 billion request, which the President has put forward to support our military and security assistance for the Ukrainian people, for humanitarian assistance, for the United Nations agencies, for our Treasury Department, all of those agencies within our federal government that are moving forward to support the Ukrainian people in this very devastating bloodbath of Putin. This is a moment in history. It's a defining moment, quite frankly, whether or not the world goes forward with our democratic principles or moves backwards, which is what Putin is attempting to do, but that's not going to happen.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are 2 minutes away from the 11:30 mark here on the East Coast. It is 8:28 if you are joining us from the West Coast. We do want to welcome you in and update you on what is on your screens. We are listening in to a congressional delegation press conference after Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and quite a few other representatives made their way to a surprise visit in Kyiv, Ukraine, to meet with President Zelensky. They went from Kyiv, then hopped over to the other side of the Polish border and are giving this press conference from Poland. Again, this did happen earlier today, but we are listening in full to this press conference here. But on your screen also is a live feed coming into our newsroom of May Day demonstrations in Paris. It does appear that these demonstrations have turned a bit violent. A bit of context for you: citizens and trade unions in cities around Europe are taking to the streets today in a demonstration for May Day, which is also known as International Workers' Day. May Day is a time of high emotion for participants and their causes. Police are on the ready, as we do see them here in Paris. I do want to bring this feed up for you actually in full because this is pretty graphic imagery that we're getting into our newsroom of these demonstrations currently happening live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. May Day marches are put in conjunction to protest messages to their governments, notably in France, where the holiday is, of course, to honor workers. It's being used as a rallying cry against newly reelected President Emmanuel Macron. We did bring you those elections for you in full just last week. He has been reelected French president, and it does appear that these individuals who have taken to the streets today to stand with the workers of Europe on this May Day, the 1st of May, again, also known as International Workers' Day, do have a violent message to send here. There you are seeing a SWAT and riot police on the street. And once again, this is all happening live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This is a feed coming into our newsroom, once again from Paris, France. So we're going to keep an eye on this situation happening. We here on Live Now from Fox, we keep an eye on not only what's happening on the ground in the United States, but all around the world. As soon as we do get more details for you, we'll be sure to bring you back out here live to this feed. But for now, we'll listen back in to the press conference that is happening, or that happened earlier today, rather, with the congressional members speaking about their visit to Kyiv.
House Foreign Affairs Committee.
I just want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her leadership and once again making sure the world knows, as well as Ukraine knows and Poland knows, where the United States stand and importantly where they'll continue to stand. Yesterday on this side of the border, Congressman Lee and myself met with leaders with incredible courage. These were leaders who did not have military uniforms on. They were humanitarian leaders, international leaders, and leaders from Ukraine, who every single day are risking their lives to help other people. They detailed to us the horrors of the hidden and silent casualties that are actually numbering in the several millions right now, the greatest migration since World War II. Their stories were appalling about the brutality that they were facing, Ukrainian people were facing. They told us about the war crimes and how important it is that they have the ability and we have the ability in the U.S. to document these war crimes. They told us about 15 years, girls, 15 to 24 years old, systematically being raped by Russian soldiers. They told us about how a critical area that doesn't get much attention is now becoming a crisis, and that's human trafficking, particularly of women, and how they're working to try and prevent, warn women of this, and how that is being exploited by other people as well. And as we're here in Poland, I want to tell you, it's not only the U.S. that's here standing strong, but the example and the work of the Polish government and the Polish people in this regard. 3 million people have come over just in several weeks. The doors, the households are open to them. Over 180,000 students are now in school already. These are students that are traumatized. And as we sat with these people, that groups like Ukraine, 5 a.m., other groups that are, again, risking their own lives every day, they impressed upon us with enormous acumen their knowledge of the military side, and saying their work will be meaningless unless we give them the support they need militarily. And they told us how important it was that we passed the $33 billion plan that was forwarded by President Biden. And we know that everyone standing here and Congress that on both sides of the aisle are ready to do just that. So I want to salute Polish contribution, very human contribution. I want to salute those brave people that we never see, that never don uniform, that risk their lives every day for their work. This is an unprecedented moment. It's a moment where we're showing great strength and humanity and values. And the values of the West will win this. I just want to thank our delegation speaker for, once again, as we have since it started February 24th, making sure the world doesn't question for a second the solidarity of the transatlantic bond that's there, that extends even beyond NATO, and that will continue into the future. So thank you all. Thank you all, colleagues.
Thank you, my colleagues. We're pleased to take a few questions. We're going to begin. You want me to make this pronunciation correct? Is that that? Reverse that?
Yes, right here.
So, Mrs. Pelosi, what comes to your attention the most during this visit? What comes to your attention the most?
What's come to our attention the most, well, one thing we did know is that the courage of the Ukrainian people was something so remarkable. I would say that our conversation with President Zelensky was no surprise, but not only his courage and his leadership, but his detailed knowledge of every subject we brought up into how the best way was to get food as a security measure, as an economic measure for the country, as a strategic measure as well. Was really his knowledge and his knowledge of detail was dazzling. And when it came to weapons, I think we would agree. He was conversing back and forth, and Mr. Jason Crow, a veteran himself and a member of Intelligence and Armed Services, had very specific questions, and we made great progress because of that. When it came to sanctions, which is Mr. Leach's committee largely, he had very positive suggestions to make and understood the refinement here and there. Now, I don't want to say that we were surprised that he understood that. It was dazzling, go from one subject to the next, and including intelligence, which is a very important part of our discussion and how we go forward. So it was a remarkable master class of leadership on the part of President Zelensky, and that's the most recent. We'll look forward to continuing our conversations in Poland in gratitude to the Polish people and the Polish government for their more than hospitality to the Ukrainian people. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take this thing off. Okay. Myra?
Yes, ma'am. So I have a lot of questions, but we'll ask just a few. Okay, quick. Do you have any timeline on $300 billion and how fast it's going to be passed in under a second? Second, how do you feel? How do you feel about European cooperation with the European Union, specifically on sanctions? Do you think that the European Union is supposed to actually put the ban on oil and gas, and what the United States is prepared to do and help Europeans to act? And third, there's a lot of threats, specifically of Russia using chemical and nuclear weapons. What do you think, if that will happen, what the United States and what NATO is supposed to do in
With all this, which is your preferred question?
It's a little short. They're all short.
Well, let me just start with the first one. It isn't $300 billion, it's $33 billion, which is an enormous amount of money. We are very proud of the $13.6 billion that we have sent, and we're just down to the last drop of that. So the leadership of the Appropriations Committee, which Congresswoman Lee is a leader, we are already writing the bill for the $33 billion for weapons, for security, for humanitarian assistance, and for economic assistance. We are very proud that that is on top of what we have already done in terms of sanctions with stopping the purchase of Russian oil, stopping the normal trade relations with Russia. Mr. Leaks mentioned LiveNOW, which we passed this week, which the President will sign shortly, and the I call season freeze of assets, so that when they fall, they'll be used to rebuild Ukraine after victories. Again, let's see, someone else asked about nuclear.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were listening into congressional delegation speaking in Poland after they made a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, the Ukrainian capital, just earlier today to meet with President Zelensky. We'll touch base with this press conference a little bit later on, but we are getting in a live feed, an update from Chuck Schumer, who is speaking live. We hear it live now from Fox. We prioritize any event that is happening, obviously live, raw, and unfiltered. So let's listen in here.
Which I will push in the Senate that the administration has asked for. The $33 billion is an extremely generous package. It deals with all the weaponry that Ukraine has asked for, as well as humanitarian aid and aid to keep their government functioning. But the second prong, which I'm talking about, is we should be seizing the assets of the oligarchs who made their money from Putin's illicit behavior in Russia and send it right to Ukraine. And in the legislation of the $33 billion, I will be adding provisions that allow us to go after the oligarchs, take their money, and send it right to Ukraine. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Yachts, mansions. These oligarchs, with the aid of Putin, have become extremely wealthy and bought these types of assets which are here in the United States. There's no reason that Putin's viciousness and these ill-gotten gains should just stay the way they are when Ukraine desperately needs the money and it comes directly from Putin helping the oligarchs. So the second piece of the second part of what we're proposing is not only money to Ukraine, but the ability of our government to seize the assets of oligarchs, send that money to Ukraine. As you know, Ukraine needs the help, but it's time for sanctioned Russian oligarchs to be held accountable for the ill-gotten wealth that they have received, and to give the money to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government who desperately need it. Right now, the administration does not have all the power it needs to go after these ill-gotten gains, but the administration has asked us to write provisions in the legislation that would give them that would do three things. First, it would create a new, streamlined administrative process involving the Departments of Treasury and Justice for the forfeiture of property in the United States that is owned by sanctioned Russian oligarchs, and that has a connection to specified unlawful conduct. A forfeiture decision would be reviewable on an expedited basis in federal court, so we're not avoiding any due process concerns. Second, we would create a new criminal offense, making it unlawful for any person to knowingly or intentionally possess proceeds directly obtained from corrupt dealings with the Russian government. And third, we would allow this money to be directly transferred to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government to remediate harms for Russian aggressions. Now, you may ask, are any of these assets in New York? Obviously, a whole bunch are, because New York was one of the prime places these sanctioned oligarchs invested their money in real estate and in other things. Let me give you a little more background on this. So far, dozens of yachts have been seized by the Repo Task Force member countries, and the U.S. Treasury has sanctioned and blocked vehicles and aircraft worth over $1 billion. But there's a lot more, and in many instances, our government doesn't have the power to seize these assets. That's what we intend to give them. Okay, am I leaving anything out, Angela? Okay, questions? Pretty simple, isn't it? Okay.
Can you hold those up again
Yes,
so we
I
can
sure
just get
can.
separate close-ups?
It's also artwork and other things. But
Yeah,
these are just tools.
yeah, the same position. I think you had that there. Yeah. No, the other way around. Senator, I'm sorry. Thank you. Only so it matches the kind. Don't mean to be here. Keep it like that a second. Thank you. Let me get a close-up of that.
These are the types of assets these sanctioned oligarchs have gotten through the help and aid of Putin, and the money should go to the Ukrainian people, not stay in the hands of these oligarchs.
Thank you.
Okay? Great.
Can I ask a question? If
Yes.
possible?
Go ahead. Who's that?
This is Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my question, Senator. I mean, I understand, based on a Politico report from a few months ago, that a big challenge to identifying and seizing the oligarchs' assets is they're often hidden behind shell companies. Can you speak to how
Yes.
the proposal you're making today would
The
would address that?
legislation gives the Justice Department, the legislation we'll be putting in would give the Justice Department both the authority and the resources to pierce those shells.
And as for getting the funding from these assets to Ukraine, I'm trying to imagine what the scenario is. So let's say the
Well,
federal
what the
government
legislation
seizes
would
it,
do is
does it
when
have to sell it?
No, they would have to sell it, but if they seized it, they could obviously, long before the sale, get a loan based on the value of the asset and send it over to Ukraine.
Got it. Thank you, Senator.
Okay? Great. Thanks, everybody. Have a nice
And that was the latest update from Senator Chuck Schumer. He was speaking to obviously all of the aid that is being sent to Ukraine, the way that the Senate is set to help President Joe Biden, his administration, and the United States provide even more support to Ukraine, saying that Russian oligarchs, their yachts must be targeted, that money must be seized and then sent to Ukraine. So just a quick update there that we got from Senator Chuck Schumer. Now we are back out live in Paris, where we are keeping a very close eye on these May Day demonstrations that are happening live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show. These rallies were scheduled for today. They actually are happening in major cities around the world. We have seen them happening in Cuba earlier today. We got some feeds in from other European cities as well. But this is a live look at what is happening right now on the ground, of course, in Paris. And these do appear to have turned violent. We did have a look at some riot police with some kind of smoke or tear gas. They were using that. We did see that in the imagery just a moments ago. But it does appear that the situation has calmed down a bit. For a bit of context for those of you perhaps asking yourselves, tuning in at home, what exactly is May Day? It is obviously the 1st of May, known around the world as International Workers' Day. And these types of rallies are put together by citizens, trade unions in major cities around the world, around Europe, who take to the streets and try and get a message out to their respective government. Now, it is worth noting that these currently happening in Paris are happening just about a week or so after President Emmanuel Macron was nominated and re-elected elected president. He's going to serve a second term, the first president to serve a second term in over 2 decades. And so this is a very clear message that the people of France, these people who have taken to the streets on May Day, are trying to send to their president. They are reportedly demanding social justice, salary increases, all of this, once again, as a message to newly reelected President Emmanuel Macron. Now, again, we had seen some tear gas being used. We saw riot police very active on these streets of Paris. It does appear that that has calmed down. But about 250 rallies were organized in cities across France, from Paris to Lille, Nantes, Toulouse, Marseille, all of these cities also taking to the streets today to get out their message on this May Day, this International Workers' Day. We do also want to bring you a feed that came into our newsroom just moments ago, and it does, I do want to play this for you now in full here. It is President Joe Biden who is going to make his way here today to Minnesota. He is, of course, as we've been reporting all morning long, he is set to speak at the memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. The former vice president actually passed away back on April 21st, 2021, but his service was postponed because of COVID-19. The former vice president of the United States, Walter Mondale, died at the age of 93. He was vice president to Jimmy Carter with a really impressive resume. Walter Mondale was Attorney General at age 32, elected to the U.S. Senate at 36. Was, of course, the running mate with Jimmy Carter. He ran for president himself, unfortunately lost to Ronald Reagan, who was running for his second term, and Ronald Reagan did win that second term. Walter Mondale did serve as the ambassador to Japan under President Clinton, so a really extensive resume. And here we did get into our newsroom images of Joe Biden boarding Air Force One there to make his way to Minnesota for that service. So as soon as we get in this feed, we'll be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're actually going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories we are monitoring on this Sunday, May 1st, 2022. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios just before the noon hour here on the East Coast. And we do want to wish you a happy Sunday on this March 1st, 2022. We are live wide and worldwide today as we are monitoring quite a few live feeds coming into our newsroom, not only right now, but some that we are expecting a little bit later on in the morning as well. Here's a live look at everything that we are keeping an eye on and live right now on the ground in Paris, France, are some May Day rallies scheduled in major cities, not only across France, but really across Europe. We are getting reports that these are taking place primarily in France. They're taking place in major cities like Toulouse, Lille, Marseille, Nantes, but this live feed is coming into our newsroom from Paris. Now, we do want to let you know that just moments ago, this situation did seem quite violent. There were riot police on the ground. There seemed to be some kind of tear gas being used, but it does appear that the situation has calmed down a bit. May 1st is known around the world as International Workers' Day, which is why many people take to the streets to protest and kind of demand better rights, better conditions for workers on this May 1st, on this May Day. And so that is precisely what these people in France are doing. It is worth noting that all of this is happening just a week or so after President Emmanuel Macron actually won re-election. And so this is a very strong message to the newly re-elected president of France. We also, of course, are keeping everyone up to date on day 67 of the war in Ukraine, as we can report that Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, has visited Ukraine. She actually met with President Zelensky along with a congressional delegation that traveled with her. Just moments ago, we did hear the full press conference that congressional delegation led by the Speaker of the House gave in Poland after their visit to Kyiv. So perhaps maybe a bit later on in this show, we'll replay that for you. But Pelosi avowing U.S. support for Ukraine, saying that the United States will support Ukraine until it is done, until the fight is done. So really strong words there from the Speaker of the House. And speaking of our U.S. government, President Joe Biden, he is set to speak today at a memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. Now, that is set to begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring you those remarks in full. But we did just get a video into our newsroom of President Joe Biden actually departing and heading to that service just moments ago. And so when we do have an update on his arrival, we'll be sure to bring you there live, raw and unfiltered here on the show. I do want to bring you a bit of breaking news that we did report to you earlier this morning. It's a story that we're going to continue to follow here. Country music star Naomi Judd of the Grammy-winning duo The Judds has unfortunately passed away at the age of 76. Now, this is breaking news that we can confirm here. The singer was born in Kentucky and was the mother of Winona and Ashley Judd. Her daughters announced their mother's death just yesterday on Saturday. In a statement, the two wrote, quote, "We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness." We actually do have our reporter covering this story to give us a recap of the latest. Our Fox News correspondent, Ashley Dvorkin, has more from Los Angeles. We'll work on getting you that report from Ashley Dvorkin in just a moment. But here is that statement from her daughter, Ashley Judd. Now, we can confirm that her husband has said, representatives for her husband have said that they will not be making any further statements at this time. So once again, just really tragic news on this May 1st 2022. We do want to bring you back out to our triple box view as we continue to monitor the situation on the ground in Ukraine as well. Our WTVT Fox Tampa team are going to break down the latest out of Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
We begin with Russia's war on Ukraine. The latest assessments show the war is taking some troubling and unpredictable turns, and the Pentagon is now turning to the Florida National Guard to help Ukraine train and adjust. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to show us what's changing and what it means. Craig.
Well, we have around 160 members of the Florida National Guard who have been based in Pinellas County but have been in Europe for some length of time, who are now training Ukrainian troops, getting them used to and make sure they know how to and where to use the new equipment that we're sending. And at the same time, if you look at these latest Pentagon assessments, this may take some length of time because Russia is in fact making slow and uneven small gains in the battle for Donbass. But keep in mind, this has been going on for nearly 3 weeks now, and Russia still appears to be plagued by the same logistical problems that vexed it in its offensives to the north. And it all suggests that this war may drag on for a much longer period of time than the military analysts initially thought, and it may also escalate, certainly in ways that we're trying to avoid.
The war rages in Ukraine. Every minute matters. It's about time.
Well, she means they need to act now to make sure this flow of support to Ukraine is not interrupted by bureaucratic delays. But the projected duration of this war keeps expanding from days to weeks now, months and possibly years. The assessments show Russia has not made any significant progress in the Battle of Donbass, but that Russia will just dig in and grind on until something gives. And that could set up the kind of situation that we had in Vietnam in the 1960s, or as a more direct comparison, what Russia had through the 1980s when it invaded Afghanistan. And Ukraine and Russia both now know they're likely in this for the long haul. For example, take a look at this satellite picture of a Russian-controlled naval port in Crimea. These are dolphin pens. Surveillance indicates Russia is training dolphins, likely to alert Russians to intruders, or search for mines, or plant bombs on enemy targets at sea. Just the process and training that goes into that show how Russia is expecting a protracted war. And the United States and our NATO allies are now thinking and moving in the same direction. This figures into the president's call for another $33 billion to support Ukraine. The goal is to help Ukraine push back the invasion and contain it to Ukraine as much as possible, because a protracted war raises the risk that at some point it could spill into NATO countries, which we're obligated to defend. NATO just revealed it's already scrambled warplanes several times this week to follow Russian fighter jets that are flying closer and closer to NATO territory. This, combined with the Russian movements and explosions in Moldova and the growing nuclear threats from Vladimir Putin, illustrate the growing risk with each passing day in a war that now could grind on for years. And of course, the threat to the civilian population, millions of people in Ukraine, because while the battle is raging by ground in southeastern Ukraine, Russia is still using missiles to strike population centers to the north, including Kyiv as well. But that said, the assessments also showed that Russia at this point has spent upwards of 70% of its entire stockpile of precision missiles, which leaves it with unguided missiles, which again is changing the trajectory and the direction of this war.
So, Craig, Britain announced it's sending another 8,000 troops to join NATO exercises in Eastern Europe. What's the purpose of those exercises?
Yeah, once again, it's planning for the long haul. So there will be tens of thousands of NATO troops, of which Britain is adding another 8,000 to the mix, where they will be training for months in preparation for possibly, in the event of an escalation, defending our NATO allies in the region, and also sending a not so subtle message to Russia that they are in fact preparing and are ready to defend. That's going to take place over a period of weeks.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And we do want to take you through the latest imagery coming into our newsroom. Here is imagery of Mariupol, the Ukrainian steel plant workers being evacuated, that is, here. Some Ukrainians in the steel plant that were very much under siege are freed, while key leaders obviously meet in Kyiv, as we have been reporting for you all morning long. Buses brought a group of people believed to be at least 20 out of Mariupol's Azovstal steel plant. We've been talking about this steel plant for quite some time because it was not only housing some Ukrainian troops, but also quite a few Ukrainian innocent civilians who are simply trying to keep themselves safe from the Russian offensive. Hundreds of others are trying to outlast Russian attacks still within the walls of that steel plant. The plant is considered a last defensive stronghold in Mariupol. Thousands of others are still trapped in that besieged city with little food or water, and they have been for 67 days now. U.S. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, as we have been bringing you those images all morning long, thanking him and Ukraine for fighting a fight for everyone. We do have our reporters on the ground who are keeping everyone up to date on the situation. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has more from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Let's take a listen.
Every night there is a bombardment with huge and heavy bombs, and every day there are new deaths.
Buildings reduced to a rubble after Russian troops launched a missile attack near Kyiv this week. The massive explosions destroying buildings and burning vehicles in a parking lot near a railway in the city of Fastiv, a large railway hub southwest of the Ukrainian capital. The Russian missiles flew in the city just hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin vowed that his country's war goals will be, quote, unconditionally fulfilled. Putin's remarks come as hundreds of people arrived in Kharkiv, Ukraine this weekend after being evacuated from the nearby village of Ruska-Lozova after being under Russian occupation for more than a month. The evacuation effort in Mariupol is at a standstill. About 2,000 fighters are believed to be holed up in the Azovstal steel plant with about 1,000 civilians. In Kyiv, demonstrators holding signs and flags gathered to plead for those stuck in the facility.
Our guys are rescuing our people, but who will rescue them?
Meanwhile, the United Kingdom is planning to send war crime experts to Ukraine next month to collect evidence they would need to bring charges against Russia.
We've been talking today about the urgency of making sure justice is done, and that also we call out rape as a use of weapon in war. It's done to subjugate women, to destroy communities, and we want to see it stopped.
As the UK holds Russian troops on the ground accountable, President Biden is asking Congress for $20 billion for more military aid, including the heavy artillery needed to stop the Russian advance. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
And thank you, Griff, for that report. Here on your screens, you are seeing satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies just yesterday, depicting the vast devastation across the southern city of Mariupol, Ukraine, and crowds of people outside two supermarkets where they were collecting supplies. Maxar said the images were taken on Friday. Now, we have not been able to independently confirm the date of this capture, but we can confirm that they are indeed of the city of Mariupol, along with the images of supermarkets. Maxar released shots of the Azovstal steel plant. That is the steel plant that we were just showing you images of people being evacuated from that. This really just does show the utter devastation in that besieged city of Mariupol that continues to come under heavy attacks on day 67 of this invasion. We are getting more drone imagery as well, and this is pretty compelling insight into the Ukraine's military releasing footage just days ago showing what they said were strikes on a Russian munition stockpile in eastern Ukraine. Now, Storyful confirmed that this footage published on the Facebook account of Ukraine's 53 Mechanized Brigade was taken near the village in the Donetsk Oblast region, which is that eastern portion of the country. Ukraine are confirming that this is imagery of a Russian munition stockpile essentially being blown up. And we are seeing the utter devastation left behind. And we can report that children were among those injured after homes were struck in the Donetsk region. Once again, that is the eastern portion of Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say 7 people were wounded, including 3 children, when Russian shelling struck residential buildings in this eastern region of Ukraine. Footage released by the Donetsk region police show major damage to an apartment building and a large blast crater outside of it. Police say the building, at least 6 homes and 1 non-residential building were damaged by what they said was an air-to-surface missile. The 3 children injured by the strike were aged 5, 6, and 7 years old. And we have been showing you imagery all morning long of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Kyiv. Just this morning, she did meet with President Zelensky along with other congressional members. Accompanying Pelosi were Representative of Massachusetts, California's Adam Schiff there you're seeing, and everyone shaking President Zelensky's hand. They did sit down for a full sit-down meeting to discuss the latest happening on the ground. Nancy Pelosi thanked President Zelensky and his people for fighting for freedom. She also vowed to continue to support Ukraine until the fight is done. And she wasn't the only major woman who visited Kyiv, Ukraine today. We can report that Angelina Jolie also paid a visit to Lviv, Ukraine. So she actually visited a western portion of the country. But Angelina Jolie, actor and special envoy for the UN Refugee Agency, was in the Ukrainian city of Lviv just yesterday to speak with refugees at the city's main train station, as well as workers who were supporting evacuees. This footage was released by Ukrainian Railways, which said Jolie met doctors, psychologists, and railway staff at the Lviv station, which has become a major evacuation hub for hundreds of thousands of people fleeing the conflict and trying to make their way to other portions of the world. Earlier on Saturday, Jolie was actually filmed entering a cafe in the city, and there you are seeing her speaking with some children. And so Angelina Jolie also making sure that she is fully aware of the situation on the ground in Ukraine. We do also want to touch base with our other reporters. And speaking of Lviv, Ukraine, our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more from Lviv, Ukraine. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
Another day of relentless Russian shelling and missile strikes hitting targets across Ukraine, including the capital Kyiv, where a major attack damaged a weapons facility and apartment buildings, just hours after President Zelensky met with UN Secretary General Guterres. Zelensky says the timing was not a coincidence.
This says a lot about Russia's true attitude towards global institutions, about attempts of Russian authorities to humiliate the UN and everything they represent.
Russian forces also pounding Ukrainian defensive lines in the east, part of an offensive to occupy the Donbass region and split the country in half. The Russians have taken some territory, but they're still looking for their first major breakthrough, with Ukrainian defenses holding on for now. On Friday, a former Marine was reportedly killed while fighting alongside the Ukrainians, marking the first combat death of an American citizen here.
It's brutality of the coldest and most depraved sort.
As the West rushes to get weapons to the front lines, President Biden is asking Congress for $20 billion for more military aid, including much-needed heavy artillery to stop the Russian advance.
They've made modest gains, but no serious penetration yet. And that is why these packages of artillery kills artillery.
The mayor of Mariupol says those weapons aren't enough. He's calling on NATO to start fighting alongside the Ukrainians. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that report. We also have some very sad news to bring to all of you. a former U.S. Marine, Willie Joseph Cancel, 22 years old, was killed while fighting alongside the Ukrainian military, according to his family. He is leaving behind a wife and a 7-month-old baby. Our very own Andrew Kraft spoke a little bit more about this U.S. Marine who dedicated his life to this fight in Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
And Lamoth to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Cancel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. It's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years. His career actually ended with a court-martial, so sort of washed out of the Marine Corps. And then with a baby decided to go to Ukraine early this year after seeing the images in Ukraine. And sadly, it has ended with his loss.
Yeah, and he was only 22 years old. It remains to be seen, when or if his body will be repatriated back to the United States. He was from Tennessee, I believe. But so right now, what is the White House saying? What is the Pentagon saying, especially when it comes to Americans who feel compelled to go help the Ukrainian war effort?
Yeah, I think we really heard two main messages out of them today. One is that both the president himself and the Pentagon more broadly expressed condolences to the family. They noted that he was a new father. They noted that he was a recent husband, and kind of just on a more humanitarian level, on a more human-to-human level, acknowledged the loss. More broadly, their message has been very much the same, and they repeated it today, which is that they don't want to see Americans going to Ukraine to take on these kinds of assignments. That the danger is great, that the U.S. government cannot support anyone who takes on the assignment, and the subtext on that is when it comes to things like repatriation, this is a challenge. Recovering remains when you don't have the American military there to do it. Has a great complexity to it. That is also something that we saw back in the campaign against the Islamic State. There were a number of Americans there that went to northern Syria in particular. And I remember talking to several of those families after they lost their loved ones. There was a great challenge in just reclaiming the remains so that they could be buried on American soil.
Dan, and I'm sure you've spoken to maybe some of these Americans who have gone up to take up the fight in Ukraine. What is their, I guess, MO? What is their impetus? What compels them to do this?
Yeah, I've written quite a bit on it, and I guess it's important to acknowledge that there are many different motivations here. Broadly, I have talked to veterans who, for one reason or another, weren't able to enlist in the U.S. military in medical conditions or some sort of prior criminal conviction, something that would rule them out. So they seek this either to, look for a way to contribute sort of to society, or to, kind of scratch the itch and test themselves in that manner. You see others who did serve honorably, did have a lengthy military career, and are looking for ways to continue that even after they're in uniform. In the case of this young man, his Marine Corps career was brief. He had some service in South Korea. He had a sea service medal, so the expectation is he would have been on ship for a time. No combat experience that I'm aware of, and then his career ended relatively briefly. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years, and then was court-martialed, sentenced to a 5-month confinement, and a bad conduct discharge. Shortly after leaving the Marine Corps, he resurfaces in Ukraine.
Wow. Dan, let's move and talk about the U.S. role in the war overall. We've heard so many kind of comments, especially from the Russian side, that the U.S. is essentially fighting what they say is a proxy war. You've heard many defense officials say that is not the case. but we got the announcement from President Biden. He wants to commit $33 billion more pending Congress's approval long term to the Ukrainian effort. What do you make of the U.S. role so far? At the outset, did you think the commitment would be this involved?
I anticipated at the outset that the commitment would be this involved for as long as it lasted. And I think the major change is that, you know, the early expectation is that the Ukrainian government would only last a handful of days. Kyiv would fall rapidly, and that then you'd transition into some sort of an insurgency, really, where you'd have Ukrainians that were still, you know, attacking Russian forces in Ukraine, but you wouldn't have a standing Ukrainian government. At this point, you still have President Zelensky. You still have a Ukrainian military. It's still intact. It's still inflicting losses on the Russians every day. But to continue to do that, for the Ukrainians to continue to do that, they need vast quantities of weapons and even basic things like small arms ammunition, artillery rounds. You know, a lot of headlines go into sort of the higher end systems, the artillery, the drones, other things like that. But I mean, really, it's just a vast quantity of ammo to fire at the Russians. It's you know, fundamentally underlying a lot of this.
Yeah, and Dan, I thought the U.S. training aspect for Ukrainians is something also that's quite interesting. And you know, early on, they were very mum, U.S. defense officials, about what this training looks like, where it's taking place. We know some of it is taking place in Germany. We know the UK is involved in this as well. Their training taking place in Poland. Can you offer an insight into who's being trained, where they're being trained, how many fighters are being trained?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more as we go, especially this week in that regard. And I think part of it is you're dealing with numerous countries that are involved. And until those other countries are willing to acknowledge that they have a place in this fight for their own security purposes, you know, the United States has withheld that information. At this point, they are acknowledging that Germany is a hub for this training. There's several different things going on all at once. One is several dozen at a time are going from Ukraine into third country locations, Germany being one of them, and learning these systems. For the most part, they're selecting Ukrainians that, you know, have some familiarity with broadly artillery, for the sake of argument. So the idea is take an artilleryman in the Ukrainian military and then teach him the difference rather than starting him from scratch. So the training is typically a week or so, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, depending on the system. And the same thing applies to these armored personnel carriers. You're going to see similar things with drone training. And the idea is that you got to do this rapidly. And then the Ukrainians that receive this training, the military would call it a train the trainer effort. They need to go back and then teach other Ukrainians what they learned.
I see. You know, I was struck by some comments that Defense Secretary Austin made yesterday, meeting with his Canadian counterpart, just about the latest round of military shipments to Ukraine. He said President Biden signed that $800 million tranche on a Thursday, and the howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on that Saturday. The rapidity of these shipments to the battlefield is quite stunning.
Yeah, and to me that it shows that the American logistics system, you know, the U.S. Army and others, you know, this is something they specialize in. So when they know, you know, the announcement comes on a Thursday, but the Army probably knew this was coming a couple of days prior, so they can prepare this equipment, stage this equipment, and get this equipment and moving as soon as the order is signed. So, and then the second piece of it is it goes into a place like Poland or somewhere else on the border. The Ukrainians have to come and pick it up. And to date, we have not heard of any reports that seem credible of the Russians able to successfully target those weapons shipments once the Ukrainians take receipt of it and move it into the country.
Yeah.
So long as the Russians are not able to do that, these weapons are going to continue to flow in day by day by day.
Wow. You know, Dan, from the 30,000-foot view, and you cover this so closely, but to some of us who don't, I've kind of caught on that the conventional wisdom or kind of the preconceived notions about the viability of Ukraine's effort, it seemed to suggest at the beginning that Kyiv would fall in a matter of hours and days, that Zelensky would have to go into exile somewhere, that the Russian force was just no match. 2 months into this, that has been completely turned on its head. And you're hearing so much optimism from U.S. officials that Ukraine can win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things there. Most significantly, perhaps, is that what Russia has for a military, what the United States thought they had, what allies thought they had, even what the Ukrainians to some degree thought they had, simply isn't true. It's simply not real. You know, the Russians have struggled every single day of this conflict with very basic things: getting food, getting fuel, getting water to their people. So that kind of, you know, that's a foundational aspect of any conflict. And without it, you know, forces crack and fall apart as soon as they're under duress. Yeah. On top of that, as this has extended, you know, the Ukrainians continue to pile up casualties on the Russian side. So that becomes a significant factor. And now, once you add in additional high-end systems and new things that the Ukrainians didn't have and now they do, the Ukrainian military becomes, one, more experienced day by day, and two, they have more things in their arsenal that they can throw at the Russians. Yeah. So, I mean, really, the Russians, the anticipation was Russia would have a ton of momentum once they launched this. They got some foundational things wrong from the jump. And then after that, Ukraine was able to be more nimble, adjust more quickly. They're very creative military, clearly. And as a result, you've seen Russia really struggle on really almost every front.
Yeah, and the latest figure from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, 23,000 Russian casualties. That is a stunning figure. Dan, last question, though, going into the weekend, into next week, what questions do you still have that you want answered, and what will you be monitoring?
I think we're into a spot now where, one, there's a handful of systems the Ukrainians have requested that we haven't seen surface yet in these packages that the president has signed. One thing in particular they're looking for is some sort of multiple rocket launch system. The Marine Corps and the Army use what they call HIMARS. It basically launches rockets rapidly off the back of a pickup truck, for lack of a better way to put it. That comes in really handy when you're trying to target an adversary's artillery. It's also extremely precise. So that's one question. Do you see something like that surface later on? Long term, I think we're into a period where the rhetoric has shifted. You're starting to see the Americans talk about the Ukrainians being able to win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the expectation, the predictions are largely that this is going to be a long, protracted, bloody mess in the eastern part of the country. So can you keep momentum up? Can you keep enthusiasm up? Can you keep funding up? And can you continue to have the support of numerous allies to send in weapons, to manufacture weapons, and move them at a clip fast enough to keep Ukraine in the fight?
All right, we'll leave it at that. Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
A great recap there from our very own Andrew Kraft. We actually are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get you up to speed on all of the top stories happening around the country, including the latest situation on the border, the latest COVID-19 news, and we're also going to listen back into the White House Correspondents' Dinner and listen in to President Biden's speech. The White House Correspondents' Dinner was, of course, on a 2-year hiatus, but it was back last night and back with a bang. You won't want to miss this. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Happy Sunday and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. 12:28 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you out the door on this Sunday afternoon now here on the East Coast. If you are joining us from the West Coast, it is, of course, still morning. Well, we do want to get you out the door with a look at your top stories. Here's a Live Now look at the White House in the nation's capital on this May 1st, 2022. We are monitoring quite a few stories, not only stateside, but worldwide. And we'll begin with the big one. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has vowed more U.S. support for Ukraine in a visit to Kyiv, to the Ukrainian capital. An unannounced visit, might I add, but she did pledge even more support after meeting face-to-face with President Zelensky along with a congressional delegation. We are also taking a live look at the White House because we did just see President Joe Biden make his way onto U.S. Air Force One. He is heading to Minnesota because he is going to speak at a memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. We also are monitoring a very sad story that we broke this morning on Live Now from Fox. Naomi Judd, who unfortunately we can confirm has lost her life at the age of just 76. This was a bit of news that did break overnight and has been confirmed by Judd's family. We do want to bring you our latest report from the Fox News correspondent Ashley Dvorkin, who actually has more on this story from Los Angeles. Let's take a listen.
The country music world losing an icon. Grammy-winning legend and matriarch of the Judd family, Naomi Judd, has passed away. In a statement posted to Twitter on Saturday, actress Ashley Judd, one of Naomi's daughters, said, "Today we sisters experienced a tragedy. We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness. We are shattered. We are navigating profound grief and know that as we loved her, she was loved by her public. We are in unknown territory." Naomi Judd was half of the country music powerhouse duo, the Judds, along with her daughter, Winona. The news comes just one day before the Judds were going to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Her publicist released a statement saying that the entertainment icon passed away today outside of Nashville. The statement also reads her husband, Larry Strickland, of 32 years, will not be making any further statements. Naomi Judd's family requests privacy during this heartbreaking time. No additional information will be released at this time.
I would whisper love so loudly, every heart can understand.
The Judds sang Love Can Build a Bridge at this year's CMT Music Awards in Nashville earlier this month. Naomi had previously retired from the music scene in 1990 after doctors diagnosed her with the blood disease hepatitis C. The Judds reunited since then, including for the 1994 Super Bowl halftime show and tours in 2000 and 2010. The Judds were set to go on tour once again this fall, starting September 30th, their first joint tour in over a decade. There's no word on Judd's exact cause of death at this time. Naomi Judd was 76 years old. In Los Angeles, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. We're back in the nation's capital as members of the president's administration are trying to put together and put a positive spin on the situation. They are acknowledging inflation without describing it in any long-term effects. They also continue to insist that the border crisis is indeed being handled, but not everyone agrees. And this has now become, obviously, a bipartisan concern. Our Fox News White House correspondent, Jackie Einrich, has the details. Let's take a listen.
President Biden needs a reality check on the economy, according to former President Obama's top economic advisor.
It felt a little like the president was underplaying the risk. This war in Ukraine is likely going to be quite extended. The U.S. is getting further involved. Russia cut off gas to Europe. I do think there are some substantial geopolitical risks that could usher us toward recessions.
Members of the Biden cabinet are starting to hint inflation may be around for a while.
Some economists are suggesting that inflation is going to level off a bit, but it's just so hard to know because we don't know what's going to happen on the war side.
The White House still pointing to the positives.
American consumer spending, business investment, residential investment, all up.
They're also keeping the same playbook on another top voter concern, immigration, despite acknowledging it's making Democrats vulnerable in the midterms.
And the president shares the concern about the lack of a workable immigration system, and that impacts many of the border state leaders quite a bit.
A little more than 3 weeks from an expected surge when Title 42 is lifted, Biden spoke with his Mexican counterpart, but did not pressure for more enforcement.
The tone of the call was very constructive. This was not a call where President Biden was threatening the Mexican president in any way.
But Republican states suing to keep Title 42 in place may find favor in court. A May 13th hearing over a temporary injunction not looking good for the White House.
The judge has indicated he will rule unfavorably towards the administration at this time.
The president still has no plans to see the border crisis firsthand.
Is it something he would consider doing before the Summit of the Americas, where he's set to meet with the leaders of Central and South America, to see the situation firsthand before having that robust conversation?
Well, he's meeting with leaders of countries that he's traveled to many times, and certainly is very familiar with the issues that will be discussed, which is addressing root causes.
If the courts rule that the administration can't lift Title 42, the Justice Department would handle an appeal. But today the White House would not say whether President Biden would want that to go all the way to the Supreme Court. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And we're going to stay in the nation's capital for our next story. Lawmakers traveled around the globe in earnest this month for the very first time since the pandemic started. Such travel may yield an important benefit in politics. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram reports from Capitol Hill. Let's take a listen.
If this is Tuesday, it must be Belgium, or Poland, or the southern border. Lawmakers flock to far-flung locations on official congressional travel.
That's correct. I'm standing here in Kyiv.
I got to meet with a French battalion commander who is working with our Stryker brigade there in Romania.
The recess fueled an intensive itinerary for lawmakers for the first time since the pandemic.
It wasn't safe to travel, and so now there's a lot of pent-up interest in getting together.
These junkets drew heat decades ago. Members traveled to exotic locations, heavy on sunshine, light on substance. These days, they're jam-packed.
Your schedule from 8 in the morning until, 10 o'clock at night.
Lawmakers don't worry about criticism that they're not working. The fear is the perception that they're not working when they travel. However, some trips are designed for photo ops.
Members of Congress are using it to showcase an issue.
But what do these trips accomplish?
I make these trips and say goodbye to my wife and go make these trips so that the military men and women in my community don't have to kiss their spouses and go to war.
But people don't step off the plane from a trip to Europe with a plan to end the war in Ukraine. However, the trips sometimes yield an unquantifiable benefit lost during the pandemic amid deep-seated mistrust between the sides. Lawmakers sometimes build bipartisan bonds during a long flight or a trip to the hotel bar.
You're finding out about their children. You're finding out about their college experience. That creates relationships inside the Congress that go way beyond just the issue at hand.
And I have seen legislative deals that were cut because of long congressional trips.
In other words, the most valuable commodity from a trip may be forging congressional comity, which breaks down partisan divides. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. We are gearing up to head into week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. And Amber Heard is set to take the stand at some point this week in this $50 million defamation trial. Of course, Amber Heard is countersuing Johnny Depp for $100 million, and she could take the stand as early as Monday. That is right, as early as tomorrow. This has been a trial full of twists and turns, and our very own Live Now from Fox Phoenix team broke down what we saw this week and what we can expect next week. Let's take a listen.
If either one of them thought that this trial would put them back on top, would restore their credibility, would give them their reputation back, they were horribly wrong. Because I don't care who the jury finds for, and whether it's $1 or $100 million. What has come out in this trial, the evidence that has been splashed across the media for the world to see, as far as I'm concerned, has humiliated both of them, has destroyed what little credibility they hope to have. Again, whether the jury comes back with $1 or $1 billion, their reputations, other than doing C, D, or W-rated movies that go right to wherever, no, their reputations are done.
Well, we are taking a look at Johnny Depp inside of the courtroom today. Some saying they saw him eating gummy bears, and many of them seeing him burst out into laughter over some of the testimony, not only today, but from yesterday as well. What are your thoughts in watching this? We knew that this was going to be theatrical with two actors, and we haven't even heard from Amber Heard yet, but Johnny Depp taking the stand himself. What have been your thoughts of the theater inside of the courtroom in Virginia?
From a human standpoint, having lived through a pandemic, living through a war, the uncertainty of the health of our country, both physically, emotionally, and financially, this trial is a welcome respite. And it allows us to look inside the lives of the rich and famous and say, wow, my life may not be so bad. From a lawyering standpoint, from being an officer of the court and depending upon the credibility and the vitality and the respect and the decorum for our system of justice, this is horrifying. I am mortified to see how, again, the rich and the famous and the entitled can use our system and use taxpayers' dollars to walk into a courtroom in an effort to beat the crap out of one another. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The money would have been much better spent on therapy, because a courtroom is not a substitute for therapy. And to watch witnesses vaping and testifying from a car and the laughing and watching Ms. Heard suddenly change her demeanor from one of, this isn't so bad, to ready to burst out in tears, apparently at the direction of her lawyers. To me, it is everything that is wrong with just allowing anyone to walk into a courtroom and use the courtroom for his or her own devices when there are people who really, really need and are denied access to our system of justice. The two of them ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they have allowed to happen in that courtroom.
Well, we're going to get into kind of courtroom strategy, and because you have fought cases like this before, what you would coach your clients to do in this scenario. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on how Johnny Depp's legal team is doing, because they're probably nearing the end of their side here. They've called forth several different experts and witnesses. And as we outlined in the beginning, social media is blowing up, and a lot of people saying that they're in favor of Johnny Depp. If you stand outside of the courthouse, it's mostly supporters of Johnny Depp on this front. So from a legal standpoint, how do you think they're doing?
Well, if I had to say who's winning, and I use that term relatively because I think they're both losing, and I think they're both losers, and I don't mean that like you're a loser. I just mean that if their hope was to come out of this cleansed, as I said earlier, or their credibility at least somewhat restored. See, I was defamed. I think they both lost. But if I had to pick a winner right now, I think certainly Ms. Heard is appearing to have been a manipulative, somewhat conniving person. I think to the extent that her accusations are holding up to the light of day, I don't think so. Whether it is admissible evidence of her being controlling and manipulative and perhaps the instigator, or perhaps overblowing what's going on here, or something which may not be admissible, which is the fact that she's claiming that she used a makeup cover-up for her injuries, and the company has gone public to say that's really interesting, since we didn't have that line of cosmetics out for a year after all of this allegedly happened. That certainly isn't helpful as far as her credibility goes, to the extent that the jury sees the way she's being coached by her lawyers, where she changes her demeanor. I think in that respect, I think Johnny Depp is probably coming out to be perhaps more sympathetic than Miss Heard is being portrayed. How she does understand, we don't know yet. But right now, I would say, yeah, to the extent that you want to call someone doing better than the other, it's probably Mr. Depp.
Well, this is very interesting, because that is part of the preparation process in going into a trial, is how you're going to react, facial expressions, what you're going to wear. You know, if you were the legal team, if you were representing Amber Heard, how would you kind of adjust that midway through this trial?
Well, the problem is, in a case like this, and let's take a step back. In a case like this, where both of them are saying, you have destroyed me, you have ruined my life, you have ruined my career. I was a successful actor before you came along, before you wrote this op-ed piece, before you sent your lawyers out to make sure I could never work in this town again. I don't think you need very much coaching beforehand to look upset, to look distraught. My God, that's your ex on the stand. Somebody you once pledged your eternal loyalty and love to. I don't really think anyone needs to whisper in your ear to say, hey, listen, you gotta look upset. So from that standpoint, the whole thing is a travesty. The theater lawyers, we are trained. We are the actors. We are the ones who are the directors and the producers. But that all gets done beforehand, not midway in the trial. If you're doing it midway, it's too late.
All right, well, with that being said, I want to get into just a couple of the specifics from the day. We were just listening into an ACLU representative. They say that they reached out to Amber Heard in 2019 about pledged annual installments that she said she was going to hand over, and they say that she was unable to do that due to financial hardships, which brings a different element, I feel like, into Amber Heard's case here, that maybe she was having some financial troubles. And then they ended up going on to say that Elon Musk went forward and made a $1 million donation here, bringing Elon Musk, who was allegedly dating Amber Heard at the time, into the storyline, which we just learned yesterday he will no longer be testifying in defense of Amber Heard here. But what does this do for Amber Heard's case?
The whole ACLU piece adds another layer, in my humble opinion, of the theater of the absurd. Because certainly the ACLU stood to benefit from someone as public as Amber Heard speaking out as a victim of domestic violence. Having said that, if in fact Mr. Depp may have made a contribution towards that, then it's almost as if Mr. Depp has paid for his own demise. Then you have the ACLU. Was the ACLU an unknowing dupe towards this fiasco, this lie perpetrated by Amber Heard? Or was the ACLU a willing participant, since they stood to reap the benefits both financially from Ms. Heard and certainly as far as public relations is concerned? So what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, there's a lot to consume and a lot to watch every day, in which everyone is watching. We are waiting for Amber Heard, because she will be testifying, and there's two sides to every story. What are your expectations going into her testimony, her side, her strategy?
I would guess that she will put on a theatrical performance, much like Johnny Depp did. I could have sworn that when Mr. Depp was testifying, he was auditioning, and I was waiting for someone to go, cut, that's a wrap, thank you, good job, we'll be in touch. I expect the same from Ms. Heard. This is the two of them. As I said, if they thought they were trying to come out of this alive and for the better, they are killing each other. They are killing their careers, their reputations. They are killing their families. I for the life of me, how someone did not sit down with them and say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Do you really want to do this? If we've ever seen an example of an operation being a success, but the patient died, because maybe one of them will get something out of this jury, but it's not going to restore them. It's not going to put them back to the place that they were before the two of them met each other.
All right, legal analyst Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be waiting for the next testimony, and especially Amber Heard to take the stand.
Topic. And on that topic, Amber Heard is set to take the stand this week as soon as tomorrow. We have been live, raw, and unfiltered inside of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial since the very beginning. And guess what? We will be back there live all week long here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, Amber Heard is set to take the stand, and it could be as early as tomorrow. You certainly won't want to miss a minute of that. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to show you President Biden's speech in full from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back into the Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And just last night, the White House Correspondents' Dinner has returned to the big stage after a 2-year hiatus due to COVID-19. Of course, former President Trump, he did not attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So President Joe Biden was the first president in 6 years to address it. It was quite the event, and we do have video from this very highly anticipated event once again that just occurred last night. Here is imagery coming into our newsroom. President Joe Biden in a tux, and as I said, he did give a full address with quite a few jokes. He actually poked fun at his own approval rating. He also mentioned former President Trump. We do want to play this address for you in full here on Live Now from Fox.
Now that would really have been a real coup if that occurred. A little tough, huh? But I'm honored to be here at such an event with so much history. It was already referenced. The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate. I remember telling him, Cal, just be yourself. Get up there, speak from the heart. You're going to be great, kid. You're going to do it well. Of course, Jill is with me tonight. Jilly, how are you, kid? I think she's doing an incredible job as First Lady. The First Lady to continue working full-time as she does as a professor. She doesn't pay much attention to the polls. Though she did say the other day, instead of introducing myself as Jill Biden's husband, maybe I should introduce myself as her roommate. I've attended this dinner many times, but this is my first time as president. The organizers had it hard, made it pretty hard for me tonight. Although the good news is, if all goes well, I have a real shot at replacing James Corden. It was great having him over to the White House the other day, just as he announced he's leaving the show. Great performers, going out on top after 8 years in the job. Sounds just about right to me. And it's tough to follow pros like James and Billy Eichner. Billy, where are you again? Where is he? Well, Billy, you're famous for your interviewing skills. Billy, you should know what you're doing, pal. You know it well. And I think you should hope Meets the Press. Maybe they start to watch it again. I've never had to open. I'll never be invited to Meet the Press again. Anyway, never have to open before Trevor Noah. Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did a show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything. You're my guy. And folks, it's been a tough few years for the country. There's one reason why it's great to be here again. Everyone at the White House is so excited. I told my grandkids and Pete Buttigieg they could stay up late and watch this show tonight. Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in hell are we still doing this? I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, we're here to show the country that we're getting through this pandemic. Plus, everyone had to prove they were fully vaccinated and boosted. So if you're at home watching this and you're wondering how to do that, just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. They're all here, vaccinated and boosted, all of them. And look, Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so he can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day. In fact, Ron Klain is here at the CBS table, which hired Mick Mulvaney. Mick on CBS, I was stunned. I figured he'd end up on Masked Singer with Rudy. Amazing hire, guys, really quite amazing. Look, I know this is a tough town. I came to office with an ambitious agenda, and I expected it to face stiff opposition in the Senate. I just hoped it would be from Republicans. But I'm not worried about the midterms. I'm not worried about them. We may end up with more partisan gridlock, but I'm confident we can work it out during my remaining 6 years in the presidency. And folks, I'm not really here to roast the GOP. That's not my style. Besides, there's nothing I can say about the GOP that Kevin McCarthy hasn't already put on tape. You know, at the same time, a lot of people say the Republican Party is too extreme, too divisive, too controlled by one person. They say that's not your father's Republican Party. Ronald Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Today's Republicans say, tear down Mickey Mouse's house. And pretty soon they'll be storming Cinderella's castle, you can be sure of it. But Republicans seem to support one fella, some guy named Brandon. He's having a really good year, and I'm kind of happy for him. Let me conclude with a serious word. We live in serious times. We're coming through a devastating pandemic, and we have to stay vigilant. I know Kamala wanted to be here, for example. Thankfully, she's doing well. You should all know she sends her best. We're in a time when what we so long taken for granted is facing the gravest of threats, and I'm being deadly earnest. Overseas, the liberal world order that laid the foundation for global peace, stability, and prosperity since World War II is genuinely, seriously under assault. And at home, a poison is running through our democracy. Of all this taking place with disinformation massively on the rise, where the truth is buried by lies and the lies live on as truth. What's clear, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, that you, the free press, matter more than you ever did in the last century. No, I really mean it. I've always believed that good journalism holds up a mirror to ourselves to reflect on the good, the bad, and the true. Tonight, I want to congratulate the awardees and the scholarship winners who carry on that sacred tradition. We've all seen the courage of the Ukrainian people because of the courage of American reporters in this room and your colleagues across the world who are on the ground taking their lives in their own hands. And although it's not Ukraine, it's Russia, Mom, I'd like to meet you and Dad to talk about your son. We just saw a heartbreaking video. 9 have been killed, reporting from Kyiv, struck by a kamikaze drone strike after a shopping mall attack, shot in the neck while documenting Ukrainian fleeing, killed when Russian missiles hit the television tower in a residential neighborhood. One journalist from Radio Liberty just killed days ago. So many of you telling the stories and taking the photos and recording the videos of what's happening there. The unvarnished truth showing the destruction and the devastation and, yes, the war crimes. Tonight, we also honor the legacy of 2 historic reporters, and that is Alice Dunnigan and Ethel Payne. I'm glad you saw that tonight. I didn't know you were doing that. These are the first black women to be White House reporters who shattered convention to cover a segregated nation. We honor journalists killed, missing, imprisoned, detained, and tortured, covering war, exposing corruption, and holding leaders accountable. We honor members of the press, both national and local, covering a once-in-a-century pandemic where we lost 1 million Americans. A generation reckoning on race, an existential threat of climate change. The free press is not the enemy of the people. Far from it. At your best, you're guardians of the truth. President Kennedy once said, and I quote, "Without debate, without criticism, no administration, no country can succeed, and no republic can survive." The First Amendment grants a free press extraordinary protection, but with it comes, as many of you know, a very heavy obligation to seek the truth as best you can, not to inflame or entertain, but to illuminate and educate. I know it's tough, and I'm not being solicitous. The industry is changing significantly. There's incredible pressure on you all to deliver heat instead of shed light because the technology is changing so much. The system is changing. But it matters. No kidding, it matters. The truth matters. American democracy is not a reality show. It's not a reality show. It's reality itself. And the reality is that we are a great country. Our future is bright. It's not guaranteed, because democracy is never guaranteed. It has to be earned. It has to be defended. It has to be protected. As you've heard me say many times, there's not a damn thing this country can do when we stand united and do it together. And I know we can do anything we want to do. That's right. I've been around a long time, as has been pointed out many times tonight. But I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America than I am today. I really mean it. At times of enormous change, it presents enormous opportunities. For despite all the crises, all the partisanship, all the shouting and showmanship, I really know this, and you know it too. We are a great nation because we're basically a good people. And here in America, good journalism, good satire about our leaders, about our society, is quintessentially an American thing. It demonstrates the power of our example. And I honest to God believe it reveals our soul, the soul of our nation. And that's what I'd like to toast tonight. If I may. To the journalists and their families, to the people and the elected representatives, to the United States of America. By the way, Madeleine Albright was right. We are the indispensable nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn this over to Trevor now. Strap myself into my seat. And Trevor, the really good news is, now you get to roast the President of the United States. And unlike in Moscow, you won't go to jail. Podium is yours.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which made its return from a 2-year hiatus due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was hosted, of course, by Trevor Noah. We just heard President Joe Biden's remarks. Let's listen into the host, Trevor Noah.
I got a promise I will not be going to jail. I'll switch things up now. Let's see how we do this. How's everybody doing tonight? You guys good? Everyone good? First of all, thank you so much, Steve. Good evening, Mr. President, First Lady, members of the media, and all the men relieved that Ronan Farrow isn't here tonight. It is my great honor to be speaking tonight at the nation's most distinguished super spreader event. No, for real, people, what are we doing here? Let's be honest, what are we doing? Like, did none of you learn anything from the gridiron dinner? Nothing, huh? Like, do you read any of your own newspapers? I mean, I expect this from Sean Hannity, but the rest of you, what are you doing here? You guys spent the last 2 years telling everyone the importance of wearing masks and avoiding large indoor gatherings. Then the second someone offers you a free dinner, you all turn into Joe Rogan, huh? I mean, Dr. Fauci dropped out. That should have been a pretty big sign. Fauci thought it was too dangerous to come tonight. Pete Davidson thinks it's okay. And we all went with Pete. Okay. All right, then. Now, for those who don't know me, my name is Trevor Noah, and I'm really honored to be here, honestly. You know, because you could have picked any comedian. You could have invited anyone, but you went with the South African variant. Very on theme. I appreciate that. And COVID risk aside, can I just say how happy I am that this event is happening again for the first time in 3 years. Yeah. And the truth is, I want us all to have a good time tonight. So please, everyone relax. You know, I know everyone in this room is worried about who catches you laughing at what, but just chill, just chill. We're celebrating, we're out. You know, get comfortable. Not too comfortable, Jeffrey Toobin, not too comfortable. No, you know what? No, don't ooh him, bunch of haters. You know what? So what, Jeffrey? You made a mistake. You whipped it out in front of your coworkers. That's the first step to winning a Grammy for Comedy Album of the Year. You're halfway there, my friend. You don't let the haters stop you. We all come back from mistakes. Now, you might have noticed I'm going to be telling some jokes tonight. But I want you to understand, I am not here to tear anybody down, okay? Yeah, I might roast you gently, you know, like a pair of testicles on a Tucker Carlson special, but I'm not doing this just for the attention, all right? I'm a comedian, not Kirsten Sinema, all right? And by the way, give it up for Kirsten Sinema. Whoever thought we'd see the day in American politics when a senator could be openly bisexual but closeted Republican, huh? That's progress. That's progress. And yes, I know a lot of you are worried, and yes, it is risky making jokes these days, you know? I mean, we all saw what happened at the Oscars. I've actually been a little bit worried about tonight. I won't lie, you know? I was like, what if I make like a really mean joke, you know, about like Kellyanne Conway, and then her husband rushes up on the stage and thanks me? I just hope we all stay calm. Because it is exciting to be here, even though some people don't think this dinner should even exist, as you said, Mr. President, you know? Because some people think this shows that the media is too cozy with politicians. But what those people don't understand is that you guys have integrity. You would never allow personal connections to affect your ability to be good journalists. Isn't that right, Chris Cuomo? Where is Chris, by the way? Is he here? Couldn't make it? Oh, by the way, before we really get going, a few quick announcements. Anyone here who is a Democrat in a swing district, I've been asked to remind you not to hand your resume to the cable news execs at your table until after the event, please. Thank you very much. Also, a quick note before people order their Ubers home tonight. Governor Greg Abbott is generously providing free buses for the Telemundo table. Very classy. Very classy. But man, what a room this is, huh? Look at this room. Everyone is here tonight. We've got politicians, huh? We've got the media, we've got celebrities, basically anyone who's been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. This is an exclusive event. In fact, coming in, I heard Meghan McCain telling the bouncer, "Do you know who my father was?" And they were like, "You have a ticket, you can just come in." But she insisted on telling them who her father was anyway. And I'll tell you, as somebody coming from Africa, I mean, I've just got to say, this is so exciting, you know, to be at this swanky party full of Washington's most powerful people. You know, it's not as exciting as Madison Cawthorn made it sound, but still very sexy. Very, very sexy. There's many big names here tonight. Yeah, one of my favorites, Ron DeSantis, is here. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm actually surprised that he found the time. You know, he's been so busy trying to outmaneuver Trump for 2024. I see you, Ron. I see you, Flair. Yeah, I've seen what you've been doing, blaming Trump for the lockdowns, distancing yourself from the vaccines that Trump created with his own two hands. Nobody knew how to make vaccines until I made them. Beautiful, beautiful vaccines. Nobody knew how. Not even Fauci. But Ron is playing it coy, man. He won't even tell people if he got the booster, yeah. Or as they say in Florida, don't ask, don't tell. Am I right? I see you, Ron. You see, what I like about Ron DeSantis is like, if Trump was the original Terminator, DeSantis is like the T-1000. You know, you're smarter than him. You're slicker than him. You can walk down ramps. Yeah. Because you see, no, Trump said he won the election, but everyone was just able to look at the numbers and see that he was wrong. That's why Ron DeSantis is one step ahead. First, you ban the math textbooks. Then, nobody knows how to count the votes. Boom! My man! Ha, ha, ha! What a room! Are you kidding me? The great chef, Jose Andres, is joining us here tonight. Give it up for him, people. My good friend in the room. Whenever there's a disaster anywhere in the world, Chef Jose is there. Which I guess is why he's sitting at the CNN table tonight. Now, of course, the real reason that it's such an honor to be here tonight is that we all get to be in the same room as the most powerful man in the United States. So let's give it up for Joe Manchin, everybody. Where is he? Is he there? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. No, for real, Mr. President. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me here. You know, I was a little confused about why me. But then I was told that you get your highest approval ratings when a biracial African guy is standing next to you, so... so let me just say, Joe, I'm glad that I could do my part. And hopefully this will work. I'm not actually him, I just did the voice. More importantly, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is here, everybody. Give it up for her. You know, interesting fact, even as First Lady, Dr. Biden continued her teaching career. Yeah, the first time a presidential spouse has ever done so. Ever. Congratulations. Now, you might think it's because she loves teaching so much, but it's actually because she's still paying off her student debt. I'm sorry about that, Jill. Yeah, I guess you should have voted for Bernie. You know, so can I just say, I think everyone will agree that it's actually nice to once again have a president who's not afraid to come to the White House Correspondents' Dinner and hear jokes about himself. I'll be honest. If you didn't come, I totally would have understood. Yeah, because these people have been so hard on you, which I don't get. I really don't. You know, I think ever since you've come into office, things are really looking up. You know, gas is up, rent is up, food is up, everything. No, it really has been a tough first year for you, Mr. President. And surely you must be a little worried about 2024. You know, there's a lot of passion on the Republican side. There really is. You know, it's going to be an interesting time. And as you all know, President Biden's lack of a filter does get him into hot water sometimes. You know, last month he caused a huge international incident saying that Vladimir Putin should be removed from power. It was very, very upsetting to Russia. Yeah, until someone explained to them that none of the stuff Biden wants actually gets done. But despite some hiccups, President Biden has led the country through some really dark times since he took office. The COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the launch of CNN+. And don't forget, he's also had some major legislative successes. You know, in his first year in office, I might add. You know, he got a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed that would do everything from fixing America's roads and bridges to modernizing school buses, which Matt Gaetz' girlfriend is very excited about. Don't boo love! Not to mention, no president in my memory has given more marginalized groups opportunities. You know, I'm talking about women, the LGBTQ community, the Taliban, the list goes on and on. And I know, Mr. President, that the left is super upset at you, you know? But I think that they should be happy to know that you just recently announced that you're proposing a new 20% minimum tax on the super wealthy. And I will say, President Biden, that you were a big man here, a really big man. You could have targeted Donald Trump, but instead you chose to only raise taxes on billionaires. That was big of you. Really nice. Prove me wrong, show me the taxes. So, personally, I think that President Biden could do a better job at taking credit for the things that are going right. You know, I mean, unemployment is currently at 3.6%. Think about that, people. 3.6%, 2% if you don't count the Cuomo family. And I will say, President Biden came into office and he's done well and he's done badly. And in this room, I know there's a lot of mixed reviews. You know, there was a lot of talk about how the president really respects the press. But what has he really done for you guys, huh? Think of all the journalists whose careers have been hurt by the Biden presidency. People like Daniel Dale. He used to be CNN's star fact checker on TV every day, but now there's barely anything to check. Same for Glenn Kessler of the Washington Post. On the way here, I saw him on the street offering 4 Pinocchios for $1. Mr. President, that's on you. And what about Maggie Haberman? For 4 years, it was exclusives, huh? On the Russia investigation, corruption, the president doesn't read his daily briefings, on and on. Now look at her. She spends all day fighting with random people on Twitter like a common political reporter. You've ruined her, Mr. President. Now, of course, President Biden doesn't often have to deal with the media directly. Yes, that task falls to Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Yes. Glad you could make it tonight. Really glad you could make it tonight, Jen. It's nice that you're willing to come over here and risk getting COVID for, like, what, the 10th time now? Let me ask, how do you keep getting COVID, Jen? Like, your boss hooked us all up with free tests. Does he not have your address? What's going on there? The word on the streets is actually that Jen Psaki is going to MSNBC next month. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, apparently just being on C-SPAN, the ratings were too high, and she wanted more of a challenge, you know? Wanted to switch things up. She can't laugh at that. Don't put the camera on her. If it's true, congratulations to Jen on your big career change. But you know, moving to MSNBC is going to be a big switch up for you, because right now your current job is to make the Biden administration look as good as possible, you know, at all costs. Now you're going to be at MSNBC, and you're going to have to, you'll be fine, actually. No, sorry. I don't even know why I apologize. By the way, MSNBC, can I just say you guys are doing great work? You know, yeah, I love watching your shows. You know, when Trump was in office, your shows were all about how bad he was. And now that Biden's in office, your shows are all about how bad Trump was. Consistency is important. We appreciate that. We really do. Also, shout out to Joe and Mika. Yeah, I love you guys. Most adorable HR violation in town. I love it. So adorable. What? And that's why we're really here, people. We're here to honor the media. Yeah. So, first and foremost, let's give it up for the White House press pool. Let's give it up for them, please. You guys are relentless. Every day you show up, and every day you demand answers on the pressing issues of the day. And then Fox News asks about Hunter Biden. And I'll be honest though, I actually think that's a good thing. I really do. I think people need to be held accountable if they're using their dad's name to get ahead in life. And I can't think of anyone better to ask about that than Peter Doocy. Yeah. Wherever he is, Chris Wallace laughed at that joke. But you see, the real purpose of tonight is to honor some of the country's best political journalists. People like Abby Phillip, Yamiche Alcindor, right? And Mick Mulvaney. I actually get why CBS hired Mick Mulvaney. I get it. You know, he's more than just the guy who assured everyone that Donald Trump would concede gracefully. No, he can also get you access to other people who assured you that Donald Trump would concede very gracefully. It's very important. So shout out to CBS, my corporate cousin. You can actually find us on Paramount Plus. Yes, right between SpongeBob SquarePants and a bunch of movies that even Delta's in-flight entertainment system turned down. But I don't want to dwell on that. I want to dwell on Mick Mulvaney when we have so many other great journalists here tonight. We got Anderson Cooper in the house, man. We got Rachel Maddow. We got Don Lemon. We got Shepard Smith, and so many other huge talents who can no longer be mentioned in Florida public schools. I see you, Ron DeSantis. What's going on, baby? Oh, man. A lot of big media names in the room tonight. Chuck Todd is here. Chuck, you here? Yeah? How you doing? I'd ask a follow-up, but I know you don't know what those are. Don't boo him. He's trying. Man, these people are mean, Chuck. The Axios team is also in the house. I didn't know this, but Axios is actually Greek for political playbook without the birthdays. Yeah. And you know, Axios got a lot of flack a few years ago for releasing a staff photo that had fewer black people in it than CPAC, but kudos to Axios. They fixed that problem by not releasing any more staff photos. And Jonathan Swan, my man, I'm a fan, personal fan. You've been crushing it with those interviews. Congrats on the award. People are always asking, how does Jonathan Swan get these politicians to open up to him? I'll tell you how. It's the Australian accent. Yeah, American journalists sound too aggressive. What did you do with the money? An interview with Jonathan Swan is like being interrogated by a koala bear. But Senator McConnell, don't you think it's strange that you and the devil have never been seen in the same place at the same time? Don't you think that's strange?
Well, I guess when you go to hell, you'll find out for yourself.
NPR is here tonight, one of my favorites. Congratulations on all the work you do. I love Tiny Desk concerts. I just wish you guys didn't always have to beg for money. You know, maybe you're spending too much on those tote bags. Who designs those? House of Gucci? Why not just ask Ivanka which kids make her stuff? Come on. And how about the New York Times, also here? Man, can I just say, New York Times, I did not realize how much you guys like to party. Yeah, I've seen some of you sneaking off to the bathroom to do things you're not supposed to do tonight. Like post on Twitter. Yeah, I've seen that. I love the New York Times, I really do. You guys are the best. You do some of the most accurate, precise reporting and news. You never fail to write down exactly whatever the police have given you to say. Really powerful. Like, is it just me, or does the New York Times keep blaming bail reform on crimes that had nothing to do with bail reform? Like, I'm half expecting to open your newspaper and see a headline, Mets blow 4-run lead due to changes in state bail laws. And you know, it's actually crazy how you guys have been attacked for everything, from your investigations into Trump's taxes to your reporting on the pandemic, and yet the biggest death threats that you received is because there were 2 L's in the Wordle that day. That was wild. By the way, give it up to those New York Times reporters who managed to get those Kevin McCarthy tapes. That was amazing. Yeah, give it up for them. Incredible. You knew how crucial those tapes were, which is why you immediately waited until your book was for sale to tell the people about them. Bravo. Bravo. And you know what I liked about those tapes is that the one piece of good news is that now we know whether Nancy Pelosi or Kevin McCarthy are Speaker of the House, that position will still be held by someone who believes that Trump should have resigned and was responsible for what happened on January 6th. Yeah, that's bipartisanship. I like that. I'm really excited because the kings of cable are here. Fox News in the house. Yeah, the top-rated news network for the past, what, 300 years? Killing it. And I know Fox has a bad reputation. I even feel you tense up now when I talk about them. They really do crush it. You know, I think they get a bad rap because it's a mixed bag. You know, they actually have really good journalists. It just depends on when you watch. All right? Fox News is sort of like a Waffle House. Yeah, it's relatively normal in the afternoon, but as soon as the sun goes down, there's a drunk lady named Janine threatening to fight every Mexican who comes in. You can't throw me out. I know the real president.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to speeches made by President Joe Biden and, of course, the host Trevor Noah at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Speeches that obviously include quite a few jokes. It is an event that has been on a 2-year hiatus, but did return yesterday. A star-studded crowd with a slew of White House reporters and, of course, correspondents, which is the name itself. President Joe Biden did just give his remarks, and we are hearing Trevor Noah, a comedian and host of the event. We're 5 minutes before the 1:30 mark here. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories, including the latest coming out of the White House in terms of the economy. We have heard the economy touched upon quite a bit here in these remarks, not only by Trevor, but also some jokes made by President Joe Biden himself. So we are going to get you up to speed on what is the latest in terms of the business world. We're also going to get you up to speed on day 67 of the war in Ukraine. Nancy Pelosi has visited President Zelensky in Kyiv, so we'll show you all of the images coming into our newsroom of that event. And of course, also on your screens, you are seeing tornado footage that has come into our newsroom of major tornadoes that have hit Kansas. Well, today the cleanup effort is underway. And I did want to show you these because it was a storm that left quite a bit of severe destruction behind in its path. So we'll get you up to speed on all of these top stories when we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break. welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. We are just a couple of minutes away from the 1:30 mark here on the East Coast, and I do want to get you up to speed on this Sunday, May 1st, 2022, and all of the top stories that we are monitoring this morning. We'll begin with the big one. Nancy Pelosi has traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, and has met with President Zelensky earlier today. Now, her, along with a congressional delegation, did make their way from Kyiv to Poland, where they did give remarks touching on everything that was discussed in that meeting. And we do have video of this trip that Nancy Pelosi, along with members of the House, made with obviously the main goal of meeting with President Zelensky. And here is that video. I have pulled it up for you here on Live Now from Fox. And this was a historic, really, meeting between the Speaker of the House and President Zelensky of Ukraine. It does come just a week after Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Antony Blinken also made their way to the Ukrainian capital to visit President Zelensky and meet with him. There you are seeing President Zelensky shaking the hands of the representative from Massachusetts, representative from California, Adam Schiff, and quite a few other members of this congressional delegation that did go on this trip with the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We can confirm that President Zelensky said on Facebook, quote, "The United States is a leader in Ukraine's strong support in the fight against Russian aggression." And he did say, "Thank you for helping to protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our state." Now, Nancy Pelosi did go on to say that the United States would continue to support Ukraine until this fight is, quote, done. We can also show you images coming into our newsroom of Angelina Jolie, who has also paid a visit to Ukraine during this wartime. Now, Angelina Jolie actually made her way to Lviv, Ukraine, which is a city in the western portion of that country. Here you are seeing imagery of her speaking with some adults, or some young adults, we should say. She did also meet with younger children, and there you are seeing that video. She actually made her way to a train station that has, and we've reported on this train station since the very beginning of this invasion. It has become a major evacuation hub. It is worth noting that Angelina Jolie is not only a world-renowned actress, but she is also a member of the UN Refugee Agency and a large advocate for the United Nations. We also are getting in imagery live from the ground in Mariupol. And this is the situation on day 67 of this invasion. Fighting intensifying in eastern and southern Ukraine, as we can confirm that some Ukrainians in the steel plant that we have been keeping a very close eye on have been freed. Here you are seeing buses overnight bringing a group of people, believed to be at least 20 in total, out of Mariupol's Azovstal steel plant. Now, this plant is considered to be a last defensive stronghold in Mariupol. Thousands of others are still trapped in that besieged city with little food or water, and organizations are currently negotiating for more releases. The U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi met with Ukrainian President Zelensky, and this was without question a topic discussed: the humanitarian crisis that continues to worsen as each day passes. We do want to touch base with our correspondents who are on the ground. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has more on the situation in the Kyiv region, in the Ukrainian capital. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
Every night there is a bombardment with huge and heavy bombs, and every day there are new deaths.
Buildings reduced to a rubble after Russian troops launched a missile attack near Kyiv this week. The massive explosions destroying buildings and burning vehicles in a parking lot near a railway in the city of Fastiv, a large railway hub southwest of the Ukrainian capital. The Russian missiles flew in the city just hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin vowed that his country's war goals will be, quote, unconditionally fulfilled. Putin's remarks come as hundreds of people arrived in Kharkiv, Ukraine this weekend after being evacuated from the nearby village of Ruska-Lozova after being under Russian occupation for more than a month. The evacuation effort in Mariupol is at a standstill. About 2,000 fighters are believed to be holed up in the Azovstal steel plant with about 1,000 civilians. In Kyiv, demonstrators holding signs and flags gathered to plead for those stuck in the facility.
Our guys are rescuing our people, but who will rescue them?
Meanwhile, the United Kingdom is planning to send war crime experts to Ukraine next month to collect evidence they would need to bring charges against Russia.
We've been talking today about the urgency of making sure justice is done, and that also we call out rape as a use of weapon in war. It's done to subjugate women, to destroy communities, and we want to see it stopped.
As the UK holds Russian troops on the ground accountable, President Biden is asking Congress for $20 billion for more military aid, including the heavy artillery needed to stop the Russian advance. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
And thank you to Griff for that report. We are getting in more imagery from Maxar Technologies. And this is actually satellite imagery coming into our newsroom from Mariupol, that city that we have been keeping such a close eye on since the beginning of this invasion. It actually shows the level of devastation. It also shows lines of people there on the streets, if you look closely, looking to get food and supplies at the very limited areas that they can get a hold of this on day 67 of this war. We do want to continue to touch base with our reporters. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more from Lviv, Ukraine.
Another day of relentless Russian shelling and missile strikes hitting targets across Ukraine, including the capital Kyiv, where a major attack damaged a weapons facility and apartment buildings, just hours after President Zelensky met with UN Secretary General Guterres. Zelensky says the timing was not a coincidence.
This says a lot about Russia's true attitude towards global institutions, about attempts of Russian authorities to humiliate the UN and everything they represent.
Russian forces also pounding Ukrainian defensive lines in the east, part of an offensive to occupy the Donbass region and split the country in half. The Russians have taken some territory, but they're still looking for their first major breakthrough, with Ukrainian defenses holding on for now. On Friday, a former Marine was reportedly killed while fighting alongside the Ukrainians, marking the first combat death of an American citizen here.
It's brutality of the coldest and most depraved sort.
As the West rushes to get weapons to the front lines, President Biden is asking Congress for $20 billion for more military aid, including much-needed heavy artillery to stop the Russian advance.
They've made modest gains, but no serious penetration yet. And that is why these packages of artillery kills artillery.
The mayor of Mariupol says those weapons aren't enough. He's calling on NATO to start fighting alongside the Ukrainians. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And we continue to monitor how the United States is responding to these latest developments on the ground in Ukraine. We did get an update from President Joe Biden himself earlier on in the week. But first, let's listen in to a breakdown from our very own Andrew Kraft, and specialist and really an expert who has been breaking down this situation since the very beginning of this invasion with us, Hal Kempfer.
We're going to be speaking to national security expert Hal Kempfer, like we have each and every day of this war, going over what is going on down on the ground. Hal Kempfer, as always, good to see you on this Friday. We're rounding out the week here. I believe it's day 63, 64 since the invasion began. And we've been talking about this, and we can get into it, but very sad news. A former U.S. Marine who felt compelled to go fight with the Ukrainians was killed in action there. We have very few details about how exactly he died. His name, I have it here, 1 second, Willie Joseph Consell. He was only 22. And so hopefully we'll get more details into what exactly transpired and when his body will be repatriated, if and when, rather. Hal, talk to us about what's happening in Mariupol. We know that apparently the Ukrainians wanted to start this operation very soon to evacuate civilians. Do you think that'll be ultimately successful?
It's going to be interesting to see, Andrew, if they can actually pull that off. The Russians, every time they set up a humanitarian corridor to do some sort of evacuation, the Russians find some way to thwart whatever they're trying to do. The Secretary General of the UN, that was one of his main objectives, was to try and develop these humanitarian corridors, specifically in Mariupol. Obviously, you saw he had a very abrasive reception from Putin in Moscow, and then when he went to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky, Moscow decided to suddenly shoot long-range missiles into Kyiv, among other things, killing a U.S. reporter, and they'd not fired on Kyiv in at least over 2 weeks. So the timing of it, it's not coincidental, let's just put it that way, that they did that. Both of them sending signals to the UN Secretary General that his goals and objectives are not being met with any acceptance or cooperation from the Russian side. It's tough to do. The Russians control that area. One thing, the Ukrainians, it's kind of gone back and forth. They say we want to evacuate the civilians, and then every once in a while they'll sneak in there and the military personnel that are there. That's actually gets into the law of war. Evacuating military personnel is unusual. Usually if the military personnel want to leave a position like that, they would surrender to the enemy. They're in a different status than the civilians are. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off or not. I hope they can. Right now, they're using overwhelming firepower. They're using airstrikes, missiles. They're trying to level that entire steel plant to the ground. Of course, that steel plant has this vast underground capability that was built to withstand a nuclear attack, and that's where everybody's holding up. So the ability to clear that the old-fashioned way, going in there with troops and clearing it, very, very difficult. You know, at some point they already are starting to run out of food, water, ammunition. But but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off or not. I hope so. There's just so many civilians trapped in Mariupol that need to get out of there. And the commander of the Marine Brigade down there said, this is beyond a humanitarian catastrophe today. So I think that gives you an idea of just how bad it is on the facility, particularly underground.
Yeah, Hal, we also learned today, and this is somewhat striking, that Ukrainian officials have specifically identified the soldiers who are responsible for the atrocities in Bucha. Two very specific descriptions of them as these war crimes investigations go forward, as they collect evidence. I believe it's about 10 Russian soldiers that they have identified. Very precise here.
Welcome to the information age.
Yeah.
It's going to be thousands by the time we're done. I will tell you this. First off, they've been doing, the Ukrainians have been doing a number of things with the dead, the killed Russian soldiers. They've been using facial recognition technology and then working through social media and other means to identify who they are, and then reportedly making phone calls to their families in Russia to tell them that their sons had been killed in battle as part of their information operation to get the word out as to what's actually going on. This is just one other step where they're doing the same sort of approach, analytically speaking, but using it on war crimes. In some cases, there may be pictures they can actually work with, images of Russian soldiers who were there at any given time, probably because of what they need for facial recognition, have to be people who actually took the photos there, but also doing things where they can take pictures of units, identifiers on unit vehicles, tie that with signals intelligence and any other intelligence they have, sort of an all-source fusion thing, to figure out which units were there. And then once they figure out what units were there, they can figure out, okay, who was commanding those units, what forces are in those units, or what soldiers are assigned to those units. It's a very detailed, very methodical, analytical approach to figuring out who was there. And many times you may get the 90% solution, which is it was probably Sergeant so-and-so that was in charge of the squad that did this atrocity. And there's still a few more things put together. Intelligence, and I've only been dealing with this for about 30 years. Intelligence and criminal investigations are very similar, but they're not identical. And in criminal investigations, you have to have beyond a reasonable doubt under U.S. law. And intelligence is to drive operational decisions, policy decisions, stuff like that. A different level of certainty in many times of what's going on. So they're going to take the intelligence and then try and turn that into war crime stuff. There's still a lot of work to be done. Let's just put it that way.
Definitely. Let's talk, though, about this latest figure of 23,000 Russian losses. That's according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. And then, of course, we get this news that a senior EU source, I believe, is telling Reuters, Putin has now taken day-to-day control of the conflict and delegated the running of Russia to the prime minister. Those kind of two factoids are incongruous and related at the same time. And so what does this say about the state of the war?
Well, let me just, if I could talk about the BDA piece, the battle damage assessment piece up front. 23,000, it's a stunning number. And by the way, the U.S. numbers, the UK numbers, the NATO numbers have all been getting closer and closer to the Ukrainian numbers, not the other way around. So whereas everybody originally thought the Ukrainians were inflating, and they might be slightly higher than ground truth, they're not grossly inflating these numbers. So I just want to say that. But also almost 1,000 tanks, have been destroyed, Russian tanks. Almost 2,500 armored personnel carriers. It is stunning the amount of loss that the Russians have taken. And a lot of that, the two-front war, there's a front that's in Ukraine, and then there's a front that's in Russia, particularly in Moscow, the political front. The problem is, for Putin, is he can't hide those losses over the long run. Those losses, the information of people killed, wounded, everything else will get to the Russian people. So now he's taken direct control. Not surprising. This has happened before. If I go back to World War II, this is what Hitler did. Hitler got frustrated with how the war was going, and he took direct control of the military, and he started taking direct control of everything. Of course, one of the times when he really took the direct control was after there was a attempted military coup where they tried to blow him up, and apparently he was a bit put out by that. But he took very direct control, and if you go back historically, the more control he took, the better it was for the Allied opposition against Germany, because he would make very amateurish mistakes. That's the same thing I think you're going to see with Putin. He's definitely shown he's not a military theorist or a military practitioner. He's an old-fashioned intelligence officer, but when it comes to some of these military operations, he may have things in his mind. And I'm not saying he's not stupid, but it's just you can't suddenly jump into an area where you haven't been doing this, and he's going to make bigger mistakes. And frankly, what I'd anticipate, the more control he does, he's going to double down on things that would seem intuitive to him from his perspective, which could be really bad. Now, one thing he did, and I think we talked about this off before we went on, he put the Army Chief of Staff in charge of the main effort in eastern Ukraine, which is interesting because General Dvornikov, as you may recall, a few weeks back was made the overall commander. They had not had an overall commander to this point, which is stunning. That tells me that Putin was already messing with this thing and causing issues anyway. But they put a more senior general in there in charge of the main effort. Now, they have not officially announced that they have demoted the previous commander, but I don't know how you put a more senior general, someone of that stature, in charge of that without making some sort of adjustment on the ground. But it also tells you he's shortening the line between Putin and ground operations, between the actual military operations on the ground. He's putting the guy who would come in every day to brief him and talk about the war. So that shows a significant change right there, which kind of underscores the report that he has taken direct control. That would all seem to be a very supporting sort of change across the board.
I see. You know, you and I have talked so much about the speed of U.S. logistics getting military equipment and weapons to Ukraine. It happens very fast. You always say we're very good at it. And that, of course, goes to the fact that the U.S. House of Representatives approved the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act by a vote of 417 to 10 after the Senate passed it by unanimous consent earlier this month. The bill allows the president to lend or lease defense equipment to Ukraine for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. So it kind of slashes that bureaucratic red tape, kind of like what we saw back in World War II as well. But not only do we provide military equipment very fast, logistically speaking, the intelligence support is also near instantaneous. I thought this was interesting today. U.S. intelligence support has helped block Russia from gaining aerial superiority. The U.S. has supplied coordinates about Russian positions and also warned Ukrainian air defense systems to evacuate before Russia strikes. Now, you have to do that almost instantaneously. What say you?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
This is one thing, and I know I've said this several times. There is an intelligence sharing effort going on here, which is I hate to say it's unprecedented, because frankly, saying unprecedented has become quite precedented over time. But it's truly stunning, the amount of intelligence support and its ability to leverage all sorts of different ways of getting intelligence to them, so they can get actually tactical. I mean, it's you know, to know where the Russians are planning to strike an airfield or an air defense facility, and get that information in time to the Ukrainians to move those assets so they don't get hit. You're talking incredibly fast, real-time intelligence transfer, which gives you an idea of the relationship that we have. Of course, since 2014, we've been working very, very closely with them, so we can do these sorts of things. The ability to do that, and that intelligence, getting that type of detailed, accurate intelligence, is a quantum factor, if you will, on the battlefield. In fact, it's one of those things that it's a force multiplier across the entire Ukrainian theater of what's going on there. Now, one of the things that's interesting, there is a report out, nobody's verifying it, the sinking of the Moskva ship. You know, they had a couple of drones, those TB2 Turkish drones, one or two, it's not quite clear, that were out there diverting attention away from where they were actually firing the Neptune missiles. But there is a report that there was a P-8 Poseidon aircraft, which is an intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance aircraft that we fly, that may have been in that Black Sea area at the time, that could have provided some real-time intelligence that could have helped with the targeting of that ship. So there's a lot of things going on. That's why when I look at Donbass, I'm looking at the speed with which we can get that artillery out there. Reports coming out today that they have just trained a cadre, a fairly significant cadre of operators of the counter-battery radars. They've been training a lot of the artillerymen, and as Dan, previous guests, had talked about, you know, don't take somebody who's never used artillery. Take someone who's been using the Russian artillery they had in their inventory. You bring them over. They already know how the howitzer works. You just train them on that particular howitzer system. Same thing with this, is you're trying to take people who've already had a baseline of training and you're training them on the new system. They've already got a lot of those mental and in some cases physical muscle movements already figured out. And you get them out there as fast as possible. Once we can get out there and start doing counter battery stuff, then we have another all-source fusion thing where the U.S. can help, because it can help locate those Russian rocket systems, help locate those artillery systems, and start doing what we call counter battery fire, where they take out the Russian artillery and the Russian rockets. If there can be serious attrition of Russian artillery and rockets on the same level we've seen with, say, their tanks and armored personnel carriers, this entire war could change very quickly. That is really out in Donbass. That is the long pole in the tent. That is their center of gravity. And if they can't overwhelm with artillery and rockets, their maneuver stuff will fall apart pretty quick. As it is, their maneuver stuff pretty bad on a good day. But without that overwhelming firepower, they can't move.
Yeah, and just going to last point I want to make here. This is an interesting use by Russia of marine life. We got some of these aerial still images in the Black Sea. And just bluntly, I guess, does Russia use dolphins to gather intelligence? What is the capability of using dolphins, and when did this start?
Well, they've been using mammals, and we've been using mammals too. I don't know when the Soviet program with mammals started, but I would imagine I'm looking at the 50s and 60s that they were doing that. We use mammals. A lot of it's very closely held as far as what's done, but I've had the opportunity to. I haven't trained with the mammals myself. I have trained in areas where we have the mammals out there. I think they may have been doing stuff with us as aggressors or something. I wasn't quite sure. I know one night operation. I kind of wondered where they came from, but that's another issue. But they are out there. They can be trained to gather intelligence. They're trained for a lot of different things. Big one they're trained for is counter swimmer and counter diver operations. They can sense things as where swimmers and divers are in the water, and they can go up, and there's certain protocols they use on that. They can use them for EOD, explosive ordnance disposal operations, to go in and find mines, attach devices to blow up those mines, to do a lot of things. These are very hazardous missions. One where potentially humans could do it, but it's very, very, very dangerous, and the mammals can do it better because they're just better suited to operate in the water. And so the Russians, from what I can tell, are doing the same thing. Sevastopol, for example, which is a major Russian port, it's in Crimea. There's reports that they have a fairly large mammal, dolphin or other mammals. They're not the only mammals that are used for these things, but that they use down there for counter swimmer, counter diver operations. And they can also be they can also be used for gathering intelligence. If you put some other things with them, they can capture that data. But yeah, they're very capable thing. We use them for years. What's happening today in our side is a lot of things where we use them, we now use robotic devices and things like that, drones, underwater drones and stuff, because we can pack more stuff into them and do other things with that. So yeah.
Interesting to leave it off there, talking about an interesting way as this war still goes on into the next week here. Hal Kemper, as always, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, you too.
Always great insight from our very own Andrew Kraft and an intelligence specialist, Hal Kemper, who, as Andrew said at the beginning of his piece, and as I said, teeing you guys up for that piece, has been breaking down this situation in Ukraine since the very beginning. On your screen now is latest drone imagery of Ukrainian forces blowing up a Russian base that was carrying artillery. This is according to the Ukrainian forces. This is also the latest imagery coming into our newsroom of just utter devastation. And I do want to lower this volume in this video for you, but just once again, the utter devastation left in the path of the Russians as they do retreat from certain areas of Ukraine. We can confirm that this video is actually coming in from the Donetsk region, which is that eastern region of the country, and we can confirm that children were amongst those injured in this incident. Ukrainian officials saying 7 people were wounded, including 3 children, when Russian shelling struck residential buildings in this portion of the Donetsk region. So once again, a situation on the ground in Ukraine that is escalating on day 67. We just heard the intelligence specialist Hal Kemper break down what we've seen, what he anticipates seeing moving forward, on a day that we can report that Nancy Pelosi, the United States, continues to show support to President Zelensky and his people. Nancy Pelosi visiting Kyiv herself, meeting with President Zelensky face to face before making an address in Poland earlier this morning. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now. It is going on 11 o'clock Pacific time here on the West Coast. So thank you for joining us here on Live Now. President Biden is scheduled to speak very soon at a memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale at 2:30 Eastern time, 11:30 Pacific time. So once we have that coverage, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we are going to continue our Ukraine coverage and on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, starting with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft speaking with Hal Kempfer, a Ukraine expert, talking about the latest on Ukraine, including NATO preparing military exercises. So let's play that interview out here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, once we have that memorial service up and that memorial remarks from President Biden, we will bring that to you here on Live Now. Thanks for being with us.
And we bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer each and every night with the latest. Hal, good to see you on this Wednesday. I wanted to get your opinion first on yet another kind of tangential story related to Russia that we have been following all day. That, of course, is the release of Trevor Reed, this prisoner swap that was done with U.S. and Russian officials. And I had been talking to members of Congress today and others with, surprise, because I had thought that U.S.-Russia relations were, in fact, dead, yet there were back channels, of course, to get this U.S. Marine, Trevor Reed, back on American soil soon. He's not back yet, but this was a victory for diplomacy, and those back channels are still alive. What does that tell you?
Well, Andrew, it actually says a lot. As you may recall, it wasn't too many weeks ago that there was a revelation that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others in the Pentagon and throughout the government could no longer pick up the phone and call their counterparts. Those phones would ring, but nobody would pick them up on the other end. And there were some grave concerns that a lot of these ways that we communicate with the Russians on a lot of different matters had just fallen dead. We couldn't do anything. In order to construct I was going to say orchestrate, if you will, a prisoner exchange like this. There's just a lot that has to happen. There's a series of legalities that have to take place on both ends, both the U.S. end and the Russian end, within their own countries. For example, here with Yaroshenko, the Russian that was exchanged, I believe he had to technically be pardoned or by the president or have a sentence commuted in order to be moved out. And there's similar things that have to happen in Russia. Now, he's not an active duty Marine. He's a former Marine. Of course, we would say once a Marine, always a Marine. But what he was in prison for was kind of the essence of trumped up charges. I mean, he was trying to get a patch from a police uniform. It really wasn't anything, and that's what he was charged with. Frankly, whether it's true or not, the truth tends to get a little bit diverse there. So fascinating what they were able to do. Fascinating they were able to put this together. And it says there's communications that are happening that frankly, we just thought weren't in place, but obviously they had to be in place for this to occur.
Yeah, and this is such good news, especially for Trevor Reed's family and friends and his community back in Texas. But I think you probably were just as surprised as I was today to see that communication lines still open and diplomacy still at hand. Hal, let's get to the war itself, some of these other developments. The House of Representatives today passed overwhelmingly a mostly symbolic bill urging the president to sell the frozen luxury assets of Russian oligarchs hit with sanctions and use those funds to provide additional military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We've also talked, you and I, about, would those funds be used to help rebuild Ukraine's infrastructure? Multiple reports are saying how that this was mostly symbolic. The legislation is non-binding. But what does the message say to Russia, to these oligarchs and their frozen assets? Do you think they're concerned by this tonight?
Well, Andrew, what I think it is it's sending a message, but it's also putting them in a bit of a bind. What we're trying to do is surround all those around Putin and indirectly through Putin, because his estimated $200 billion in personal wealth is hidden. It's not something he officially says that he earns. He claims a very modest salary from the government, but it's hidden. It's hidden amongst those around him. It's hidden with his children. It's hidden with his ex-wife, probably his girlfriend, a variety of friends and associates. They hide all that wealth. So when something like this happens, particularly with easy assets to liquidate like yachts and cars and homes that are overseas, it makes their life more difficult. They would all have to go back after this is all done. If we were able to do it, they would have to go back and go to court and show that we did not have probable cause and we did not, follow all the legalities that go with asset forfeiture. With that said, that comes to another issue, which is asset forfeiture. I don't think Congress can just say, go do that. There still is due process that has to take place under law. So even with this largely symbolic vote, there would still have to be a lot of due diligence to prove that these assets were owned by individuals, and then it would have to go into what the legal status is of those individuals and whether we have the right to not just seize those assets, but then to turn around and sell them and recoup the monies and then use the monies for another purpose. There's a series of legal wickets. I'm not an attorney on this, but I have worked with asset forfeiture investigations, and I don't recall it being something where they can just vote and make something like that happen. I just see that if they tried to do it, I see a kind of Pandora's box, legally speaking, that would be open.
Okay, Hal, we do have a live look at the White House at the moment, and we get a little more kind of guidance and clearance on what President Biden will be doing in the next couple of weeks. We know tomorrow he'll be speaking in the morning on the Russia-Ukraine war and about the United States assistance to Ukraine. Also, we learned today from the White House next Tuesday, he will travel to Alabama to visit a Lockheed Martin facility, which manufactures weapons systems like the Javelin anti-tank missiles, of course, which we have provided so many of to Ukraine. And also we got, and I don't have the tweet to show our viewers, but the Defense Department essentially tweeted out 4 photos today of some of these howitzers that they're sending over to Ukraine, and some kind of military reporters who cover the Defense Department were somewhat shocked that they would be so open and transparent to post photos of the weapons systems that we're sending to Ukraine. What do you make of all this? I know I threw a lot at you, but that's kind of what Biden is going to be doing in the next couple of days.
Well, I think what he's doing is he's paying a little homage to the defense industrial base there. What we don't see is that these industries, these factories, these manufacturing facilities that are pushing things out like Javelin, anti-tank missiles, Switchblade kamikaze drones, and a variety of other things, are working really, really hard because they suddenly got this huge surge. They've got a surge well above anything they were manned for, set up for. So they're working really hard, literally around the clock, putting these things out. And lives depend on how fast they can get that overseas. So I think that's the right thing to do, because that has been kind of something I've been watching, but I haven't heard a lot of public attention being put to it. And frankly, they're doing an amazing job. It's kind of the modern day Rosie the Riveter, although, it's not necessarily all women doing this. I mean, it's men, women across the board, but it's a lot of work. On the other side of this, there's just, showing the 155 M1908 howitzers. They've been around for a very long time. But I think what we're doing in the information operations stage is we're being a little more overt about what we're doing. And I think this follows on Defense Secretary Austin's words, where he openly said our strategy is, our NATO strategy or our overall strategy is to see a weakening of the Russian military so they can't pose a threat to the neighbors and be able to manifest something like what they just did in Ukraine. That is a big step. And if you're going to go that step, you got to kind of have to back it up. And one of the things that's been talked about is backing up this stuff, doing the things visually to show what's coming over. And of course, the other side is we can't get enough artillery systems over there fast enough. What's happening in the east, in the Donbass region, that's wide open territory. It's tank country, but it's also artillery country. And that's one thing that the Ukrainians desperately need. We're sending artillery over there. I believe the Netherlands are sending not a lot, but they are sending what they have, some of the best mobile artillery systems around that actually can outrange the Russian systems. Together, these are very impressive. Unfortunately, they're not systems that the Ukrainians are used to using. So there's a certain amount of training that has to take place to get those out in the field. And frankly, getting them fielded is the big challenge right now. Getting that stuff out there, getting it underway, getting it shooting on Russian units. It just can't happen fast enough. But everyone's doing what they can. And I think what the president's doing is trying to lend the strength or the power of his office, his presence, if you will, towards the importance of moving this weapons logistics train as fast as it can to get over there.
Yeah, the White House also announced just separately that Biden's headed to both South Korea and Japan next month as well. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Hal, let's get into some of these economic headlines from the front as well. And you can comment for us on what seemingly is looking like Russian economic blackmail on the oil and natural gas front. We know they have stopped shipments to 2 NATO countries, Bulgaria and Poland, but now European Union countries are pretty worried, and they're scrambling. Of course, they're trying to meet the Kremlin's demand that this all be paid up in rubles. Does Russia have the upper hand here, and was the EU caught flat-footed in this?
Well, I wouldn't say the EU was caught flat-footed. I would say they knew this was probably coming. They hoped he wouldn't do that, but they probably knew he would get to a point where he's like, okay, I'm going to shut it off, all right? And he can do that. Well, if he does that, he also shuts off any revenues he's hoping to get from it as well. And that may not be as sustainable as he thinks it is. And of course, I'm speaking about Putin in that regard. What's interesting is the Poles immediately reacted by saying, you know, we actually have a pretty good reserve of natural gas, so we're going to be okay for a while. I just thought the way they came out and said that was rather interesting. Haven't heard a lot about the Bulgarian reaction, but what I have heard is a reaction around Europe that this could really accelerate Europe pulling away from Russian oil and natural gas. Of course, of the two, natural gas is the toughest one to pull themselves away from, because about 40% of Europe's natural gas needs were being met by Russia. So that's not an easy one to fix, but they're doing a lot of different things. It was fascinating to see that there's Norwegian natural gas, which is going to be coming into Germany. A lot of this, you know, the Russians had seized the market because of price, and they could sell their gas at a lower price than maybe other sources. Now that there's this, you know, move away that is rather price indifferent, I think you're going to see other sources get opened up a lot faster. And there was some discussion today that the Germans may wean themselves off of Russian oil faster than by the end of the year. So, you know, in the short run, it's going to be very painful. It could put some economies in a recession. In the long run, this is not sustainable for Russia. I don't think they can keep avoiding selling natural gas to Europe, and for that matter, selling oil to Europe for a long period of time. And I think they're going to have some more challenges come up with moving oil to Asia. That's a tough one. They just don't have the pipelines that go that direction.
Hal, let's move away from oil and natural gas. I want to talk about food and food security. The United States today announced $670 million in food assistance to combat food insecurity caused by the war. Not only, though, Hal, food insecurity for Ukrainians, but also for Europe and for the West as well, for other parts of the developing world who rely on what is known as the breadbasket of Europe. That, of course, is Ukraine. You know, from people that you've spoken to, are they concerned about, you know, global food security, food shortages, now 2 months more into this war?
In a word, yes, very much so. Because if you look at, I'll give an example. Egypt, 80% of its wheat comes from Russia, Ukraine. It's a huge number. 40% of the imported wheat, grain, and barley that goes to Africa comes from Russia, Ukraine. All of that's being cut off, and it's having a huge dent. I think it's about 30% of wheat, and I believe 20% of corn. Exported wheat and corn worldwide are what Russia and Ukraine represent. So it's a huge amount that they take off the market, and that's causing obviously big spikes in prices, and it's going to keep prices very high. It's also going to reduce the amount of total wheat and corn available. So we're talking about the ability of just having enough food in certain parts of the world where they can do that. And of course, we're also dealing with other things like climate change, and that has reduced world food output by, I think, about 20% over the last several years. So there's a lot of things combining with this, and it's going to put a lot of incentive to end this war and to get things moving again faster and quicker. So I think with that, as painful as this is going to be, One thing is it's really going to incentivize a lot of different countries. And interestingly, when you mentioned Japan and Korea, they too have stepped in and started sending aid to Ukraine. And so you're going to see a lot of countries incentivized to do those things to wrap this conflict up as fast as possible, really to assist in deflating the amount of price shocks to the global marketplace. So yeah, it's in a word, yes.
Okay, yeah, we hadn't touched on it really at all, and it's kind of been in the background of all of these talks and discussions about, you know, inflation and so much more. Let's talk, though, about the war itself. Earlier today, Britain said that Ukraine controls still a majority of its airspace, and we're also learning more about this breakaway region, this pro-Russian region in Moldova known as Transnistria. But, you know, from the people I've spoken to who say that Russia, you know, that's what they want. They want to control the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, the whole Ukraine southern coast to Moldova. Many people who I've listened to and spoke to says they just can't, that it's not even feasible because of the posture right now. What say you?
I'd say that whoever you're talking to is absolutely correct on that. I will say this, all right, when this thing started and they were moving towards the west along the Black Sea coast, there was real concern that they would get all the way up. In fact, if you'd asked me back then, I thought they would have got to the outskirts of Odessa. They did not get that far. They're having a heck of a time moving down the coast, and there's some outstanding Ukrainian units out there that have been very fast and nimble, moving around the battle space or battlefield, as it were, pushing them back. The other side is the Moskva cruiser being hit with 2 Neptune missiles. And of course, before that, there was never confirmed that a Russian frigate may have been hit with a Neptune missile as well. That has changed the naval posture in the Black Sea. And in order to support an attack on Odessa, it was widely assessed that they would have to do some sort of large amphibious operation, which the Russians really aren't good at doing. They haven't done stuff like that in a very, very long time. So it was kind of questionable how that would work, even if everything was going their way. And now with the threat to shipping from Neptune missiles, and soon, if not already, the threat from Harpoon missiles that may have been sent over from the United Kingdom to the Ukrainians, that they won't be able to pull that off. So getting to Odessa, getting in and around Odessa is going to be pretty much a bridge too far. It looks right now militarily. And if they can't get there, they can't get to Moldova. However, you have that section of Moldova on the, along the border. They have a regiment minus there made up of 2 motorized rifle battalions that have been acting in a peacekeeping role. And of course, it's because you have a lot of ethnic Russian speakers, if you will, that live in that area, which really gets into Putin's entire concept here. What he's doing is he's going back and he's trying to recover these areas where there's large numbers of ethnic Russians and Russian speakers. And this goes back to what Stalin did in the 1930s and 40s, where he moved a lot of ethnic Russians into the various republics, if you will, into these various areas to try and create this new Soviet man and woman, and also to diversify that strong ethnic concentration in places like Moldova, in places like Ukraine. What this looks almost exactly like is what happened in World War II with Germany. That's exactly what Germany was doing, was they would start their incursions moving out by saying we're trying to liberate or recover those areas where there's ethnic Germans. And of course, they moved into Czechoslovakia, they just kept moving. And what's interesting is at the end of World War II, which many forget, across Europe is those countries that had large concentrations of ethnic Germans basically put them on buses and trains and sent them back to Germany. It was one of the largest forced migrations in history. And when this is wrapped up, when the Ukraine conflict is done, I'm kind of wondering what is going to happen with some of these former Soviet republics. I mean, I mean, it sounds pretty draconian, but I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the reaction of these countries, particularly in Ukraine with what they just went through. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that. I think they're higher minded, but I wouldn't be surprised if you do see a movement of ethnic Russians back to Russia after this is done.
Yeah, and kind of on the flip side of that, we've also seen these forced relocations of Ukrainians into Russia as well. And many, we've getting horrible reports from family members who do not know where their loved ones are or if they're alive still, because they have been coerced and forced and relocated to Russia. Very Stalinist, like you mentioned. So it will be interesting to see the reaction post-war, whatever that looks like, to neighboring post-Soviet countries like Belarus, for example. That'll be something that I'll be looking at. Hal, I also wanted to bring up, because, you know, you and I have been speaking every day this week. We've been hearing John Kirby. We've been hearing Lloyd Austin. We've been hearing Antony Blinken and Russian officials, Sergei Lavrov, also Putin himself, throw around the term nuclear war so kind of nonchalantly and casually. And I'm not saying that U.S. officials don't take it very, very seriously. They do. But I guess the tone and kind of nonchalance by which they're referring to it when reporters ask them questions about it is somewhat striking to me, that it is being talked about in such a casual way. Of course, everyone knows the threat of nuclear war, but why do you think it's being brought up so much in the last couple of days? Have you noticed this? Have you observed this?
I have observed it, and two things. Number one is Russia's doesn't have much to throw out there. You know, they've got gas,
they always do
oil.
this, right?
Yeah, they always do. They got gas, oil, and nukes. That's pretty much it. All right, and they're doing what they can with the gas and oil, and they throw out the nuke thing. And part of the reason they throw out nuclear weapons or strategic weapons is because their conventional forces, frankly, have not been performing. They're going into a country that's what, 1/5 by population the size of Russia, and the Ukrainians have fought them to a standstill. The biggest battle in the country, the Battle of Kiev, the Ukrainians won. They're not making great progress in the east. They're not making great progress in the south. They can't even take this one big city, Mariupol. They keep going down there and saying, we won, except for all that fighting and shooting and bombing you here, we won. And so you find as they're frustrated on the conventional side, as they're frustrated in trying to exert any economic pressure, you can almost sit there and go, okay, they're not making progress there. Start counting it off, and they're going to say nuclear within the next day. And sure enough, they almost always do. Now, one of the things we're doing is we're not overreacting. You know, we're not going to sit there and go, you know, he wants to do that because he's trying to put the seeds of panic into the Western alliance. Like, oh, he said nuclear. Oh, we have to back off. You know, and it maybe in Putin's mind, he thinks if he says this enough, we will pull back our support. I will tell you, I heard what Secretary Austin was saying, and that was pretty clear as to what our plan is. I heard a strategy there. He's not going to lay the whole thing out, but he laid a strategy there, which is not just defeating the Russians, but literally destroying those Russian forces so that they can no longer pose a threat. That's a significant jump. That's a big jump from where we were, say, the beginning of March. That's a big jump. So we're not going to overreact to that. But I can tell you, behind the scenes, you betcha we're watching it like crazy. I have no doubt that everybody's laser focused on what's going on. However, interesting thing was said today. I don't remember if it was John Kirby may have said it. I may be wrong on that, but what I heard was they said, when you remember at the beginning, he says we're putting our nuclear forces on the highest level of alert.
Yes.
Apparently they didn't. I heard that today, and it's not like I have some secret comms that tell me where Russian strategic nuclear force levels are at any given time. But apparently that was all part of a facade. They didn't do that behind the scenes, which I thought was absolutely fascinating. And so there is another reason, which is, it's like, was this just hyperbole? Well, in that case, it was just hyperbole. I mean, I don't want to say that too much because you never know. I mean, things could change very quickly when you talk about nuclear weapons. But apparently, a lot of this stuff is they just say it and then everybody watches to see if there's any actual physical reaction on the ground and any of the different forces, whether it's submarines or aircraft or missiles or whatever. And there really isn't. You know, they've done a few missile tests, you know, to try and impress everybody, but nothing big.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be playing out the full Pentagon press briefing in just a moment here after we're done speaking with you. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into this. We'll be talking tomorrow. Hal, thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I'll see you tomorrow.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. It is 11:30 Pacific time here on the West Coast, and President Biden is scheduled to speak at a memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. And it looks like we do have that live shot up, and we do have some speakers talking. So let's get a listen in. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:30 Pacific time here in Los Angeles, and we are giving you a live shot from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where Biden is expected to speak at a memorial service for former Vice President Mondale. He plans to gather with other dignitaries in Minneapolis today to remember former Vice President Walter Mondale at a memorial service. His family delayed for a year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Mondale died in April of 2021 at the age of 93 years old. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had, quote, an important personal relationship, end quote, with Mondale. Biden has described Mondale as one of our nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. Admission was invitation only, but the service is being live streamed for the public. It is scheduled to run from 1:30 to 3 p.m. local Central Time. Now, other speakers for the event at the University of Minnesota include Governor Tim Walz, Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, and Larry Jacobs, a political science professor at the university's Humphrey School of Public Affairs. Another presidential historian will deliver, John Meacham will deliver the keynote eulogy as well. Now, Mondale was a graduate of the university and its law school, hence why they are doing the memorial at this place. And the law school building is named after him. The service plans a performance of Tomorrow from Annie and is closing by the university's marching band, which will send people away with the Minnesota Rouser Fighting Song. Now, Mondale followed a trail blazed by his political mentor, Hubert Humphrey, serving as Minnesota Attorney General before replacing Humphrey in the U.S. Senate. He served as vice president under Jimmy Carter from 1977 to 1981. But once again, for those of you just joining us now here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you live coverage because President Biden is expected to speak at a memorial service for former Vice President Mondale. Of course, that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. When those sources and that breaking news becomes available, that becomes our priority, bringing you that raw, unfiltered news. Again, President Biden is planning to gather with other dignitaries in Minneapolis, Minnesota today to remember the former vice president at a memorial service his family delayed for a year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mondale died in April 2021 at the age of 93 years old. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had an important personal relationship with Mondale. Biden has described him as one of the nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. Admission is invitation only, but the service will be live streamed for the public. It's scheduled to run local time 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. in Minneapolis. Other speakers for the event at the University of Minnesota include Governor Tim Walz, Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, and Larry Jacobs, a political science professor at the university's Humphrey School of Public Affairs. Now, Mondale was a graduate of the university and its law school, and a law school building is named after him. The service plans a performance of Tomorrow from Annie and a closing by the university's marching band, which will send people away with their fight song. And this is scheduled to start at 11:30 Pacific time, so he is expected to speak just momentarily. And so we are just awaiting that. So as soon as we have that coverage, we will certainly bring that live shot and live report to you here on Live Now from Fox, giving you another angle here to see what we're looking at. Once again, just awaiting President Biden to speak at this memorial service for the former vice president. We will show you more coverage from Ukraine in the meantime, but once we have his remarks and as soon as he enters the stage, we will bring this live, raw, and unfiltered to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Sunday. This is Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Senators, Governor, members of Congress, sovereign tribal leaders, mayors, guests, and the Mondale family. Welcome to Minnesota, Gopher Nation, North Star State, land of 10,000 lakes, and probably most famously known, home of Walter Mondale. Walter Mondale changed every person he came in contact with. He changed this state, he changed this nation, and he changed this world, all for the better. Fritz was a national figure, but at heart, and everyone in this room knows, he was always just a boy from southern Minnesota. He embodied a sense of joy. He lived his life every single day with that joy at the forefront. At 91, he was still fishing for walleye. Unlike me, he was catching them. Everyone who met Fritz Mondale considered him a friend. Few people I've ever met did you feel were more present when you were with them. There was no place he needed to be. There was no one more important than that moment. And every person I've ever talked to felt that. After you spent time with Walter Mondale, I left feeling hopeful, optimistic for the future, a little nervous that I was going to disappoint him, but always happy. You're going to hear a lot today of stories, a keen intellect, a political giant, an innovator, a change maker. He was all that, but he was also one of the funniest people I've ever met. He would leave you with a story or weave something in, and it was never humor at someone's expense. It was humor about just the funny things in life, of observing and taking it in and recognizing we're all in this together. Fritz carried those southern Minnesota values with him throughout his career. Also, it was such a privilege to get to hear him talk about his father and his family. His father, as we all know, small-town farmer and minister from Elmore in southern Minnesota, told him, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly. We all know Fritz Mondale did those things, but he also was really clear. These aren't partisan type of ideas or goals. These are values, and the grace to serve them should be at the center of our lives. They were certainly at the center of Fritz Mondale's life, and each and every one of us, I know I was, never wanted to disappoint him and always tried to live up to what he expected. He embodied what we know are Minnesota values. His family instilled them in them, and he went out and used them to change the world. Thank you to the Mondale family for sharing this incredible man with each of us, with the state of Minnesota, with our country, and with the world. Thank you.
University of Minnesota President Joan Gable.
President Biden, Governor Walz, senators, sovereign tribal leaders, distinguished speakers and guests, and the Mondale family, welcome to the University of Minnesota, which is located on the traditional homelands of the Dakota and Anishinaabe people. Friends, I had the personal honor to spend some wonderful one-on-one time with Vice President Walter Mondale, our law school and College of Liberal Arts alumnus, while I was transitioning from my post at the University of South Carolina to assume the presidency here at the University of Minnesota. You all might not be surprised to hear that he checked me out first with a few of his trusted colleagues, like our mutual friend, the late South Carolinian Don Fowler. I must have cleared because he could not have been more welcoming or supportive as I came on board, including to invite me to participate in the first of the university's Mondale Dialogues, which was launched to not only highlight pressing issues of the times, like how much power is too much for an American president. I will say I did not pick that topic, Mr. President. But most importantly, to promote the principles and values that inspired his career, pillars of conscience, conviction, and service. That evening, Vice President Mondale expressed his great optimism about America's future, a sentiment that defined his life and his long-standing affinity for the University of Minnesota's mission a mission very much aligned with his own, which is etched into the front of this very building. It says, "Founded in the faith that everyone is ennobled by understanding, dedicated to the advancement of learning and the search for truth, devoted to the instruction of youth and the welfare of the state." Friends, in today's society, leaders of Vice President Mondale's stripe are a rarity, effective and kind, an observation best summed up by another one of our alums, Hubert H. Humphrey, Jr., that Walter Mondale is not a polarizer, and by President Jimmy Carter, who called him a model for public service. On behalf of a grateful university, we recognize with appreciation the countless and inspiring ways Vice President Mondale gave back to his alma mater and made us all better, as a teacher and leader, as a namesake and benefactor to our law school and Humphrey School Fellowship Program, and as a friend and mentor to students and colleagues alike. The University of Minnesota is fortunate to have held such a special place in his universe and across his exemplary life of dedication and service to Minnesota and the world as Vice President, U.S. Senator, presidential candidate, U.S. Ambassador to Japan, and Minnesota's Attorney General. It is therefore left to us to step into his indelible footprints here at his alma mater, in the hearts of our university family and throughout the world. So let the path he forged guide us in his ever-optimistic way, and let it heal us so we can ensure in his honor that our best days still lie ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lawrence Jacobs.
In 2004, the then dean of the Humphrey School, Brian Atwood, took me out to lunch. He was trying to recruit me to move from the political science department over to the Humphrey School, and his massive effort was around the newly established Mondale Endowed Chair. He was very proud of this, and he was assured that I would accept it immediately. But, like most faculty, I had some nitty-gritty questions. Teaching load, research support, and so forth. And Brian sighed with near resignation. He said, "You don't get it. The best part of this is you'll work with Walter Mondale." Brian Atwood was right. For 16 years, Walter Mondale and I worked together on a number of projects. But Walter Mondale brought his greatest passion to teaching. We taught thousands of students here at the University of Minnesota, undergraduates, graduates, folks who were auditing, wanted to take the class. He was a breath of fresh air, he was rigorous, and he was demanding. I want to talk a little bit about some of those features. Preparation and seriousness are Mondale traits, particularly Professor Mondale. During one group presentation, Mr. Mondale pointed to a student who was leaning against the chalkboard, put up his hands to stop the group presentation, and said, "Stand up, convince us that you actually believe what you're saying." The student stood up, and all of us thought, "Oh my God, always stand up straight." I was not immune from the scrutiny. During one class, when I was carefully, I thought, relating the readings for the class to the topic at hand, Mr. Mondale raised his hand. And he asked a question that probably more of my colleagues should be asked now and again, though we'd prefer it not be asked by a former Vice President of the United States. Mr. Mondale asked, "What are you talking about?" The substantive core of this course was the United States Constitution's principles of public accountability. This was a cornerstone of Mr. Mondale's career in politics and calling as a teacher. He wanted us to inspect the ageless tendency of presidents to abuse power or to be tempted to abuse power, and the imperative of the checks and balances to rein them in. And we then went and interrogated most administrations, skipping a few in the 19th century, Democrat and Republican, including his own, beginning with George Washington. This was a serious person who read and thought and challenged all of us to do that. Mr. Mondale modeled for students values that we have here at the University of Minnesota: the imperative of research, the imperative of books and ideas, and how serious they were. But he added something else. He wanted the students to appreciate the hard edges of politics and policy and not leave this world and go into the caverns of ideas alone. He searched for that incredible synthesis. He also implored students to exercise what he described as America's fundamental, profound, and sacred principles of democracies. And sometimes there would be a student or two who would raise their hand and say, "Nothing gets done in America anymore." And Walter Mondale would pause, he'd tilt his head, and then he would give witness to the power of American democracy, to fight back against the South's apartheid system of racial segregation and violence during and up through the 1950s, to lift millions of seniors from the anguish of hunger and illness, and to empower school-age girls to enjoy the thrill of athletic competition in our gyms by helping to pass Title IX. Professor Mondale is a living legacy to all the students who took those classes and to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Dr. Tim Hart Anderson.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we gather in this Easter season to give you thanks and praise for the life and witness of Walter F. Mondale. In remembering him and his legacy of public service, help us recall the source of the values that guided him. You summon us to seek justice, to uphold the full humanity of all, to ensure equal access, and to do so with kindness and humility. Your servant Fritz embraced those gospel ideals. As we face the mystery of death, help us, we pray, to see the light of eternity, the light that now shines on Fritz, Joan, and Eleanor. With the power of a love that knows no bounds, hold them close and comfort and encourage all who continue to struggle for the world you desire for the human community. In your name we pray. Amen. Fritz Mondale was born into a home steeped in biblical wisdom. Theodore, his Methodist pastor father, would have been trained for the ministry in the time when the social gospel was ascendant. The values of doing good and making the world a better place for all were taught in the Mondale household and in Sunday school by Fritz's mother, Clarabelle, who also played the piano at church. I believe I attended more church services, Fritz once said, sang in more weddings and funerals, attended more Sunday schools than any public official in the history of southern Minnesota. His family drew from the well of Methodist teaching that linked passion, discipline, intellect, and concern for the least of these. It was a potent combination of a heart aflame with rigorous commitment to serve the most vulnerable in society. That theological context formed young Fritz, and it would define his character all his life. My faith and my family have been my greatest blessings in my life, he said in a speech not long ago. I was taught that ours was a faith of decency and social justice, based on the great commandment to love your God and to love your neighbor as yourself. Like many of us, Fritz did not wear his religion on his sleeve. In fact, he was suspicious of anyone who did. His was a Beatitudes-based faith, drawing on the simple teaching of Jesus. Blessed are those who are meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who are poor, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are those who make peace, for they will be called children of God. Fritz found the holy in what Wendell Berry calls the peace of wild things. whether at their cabin on the St. Croix Valley or fishing up north. His work in protecting rivers was driven by homegrown Minnesota commitment to stewardship of the earth. Wilderness is a spiritual necessity, Sigurd Olson said in words that Fritz lived, a means of regaining serenity and equilibrium. An usher at church this morning came up to me and said how grateful he and his fishing buddies are for what Fritz did to protect the rivers of this land. And he said he never got a chance to thank him in person on his behalf and on that of many others. Thank you, Fritz. Every time Fritz referred to his upbringing, which he did regularly, it was his way of remembering what had shaped his life and formed the person he became. The Mondales were faithful members of the church I serve, Westminster Presbyterian in downtown Minneapolis. Joan's father was a Presbyterian chaplain at Macalester College, which Fritz attended before the U. He met Joan on a blind date at Macalester. It was the start of their beautiful life together. The nation saw and admired Fritz's public service. I did too. And as his pastor, I also saw the husband and father who deeply loved his family. The loss of Eleanor tore open his heart, and Joan's death took part of his life as well. Millions of Americans suffer from Alzheimer's, 2/3 of whom are women. As Joan declined, Fritz tenderly cared for her right to the end, rarely leaving her side. Toward the end of his life, he said he looked forward to being with them both again. Fritz trusted in the power of God's love in this life and the next. He was not concerned about the state of his soul. Shortly after his 90th birthday party held here at the university, I had lunch with him, and as I often do with older parishioners, I asked if he ever thought about the end of his life. He glanced around the noisy place, leaned forward and said, "In the strict confidentiality of this room, I will tell you that I will be the first person to live forever. I've made the arrangements," he said. I thanked him for letting me in on the secret. Actually, he said, I understand it happens to everyone at some point. Do you think Carter will come? President Carter has sent words we will hear later. But he was able to be here for Joan's memorial service at Westminster in our sanctuary, and he gave a moving tribute to her and to the life partnership she had with Fritz, and we also heard from Vice President Biden at that time. Walter Mondale may not have been concerned about the state of his soul, but he was concerned about the state of his nation, especially in recent years. The rise of the religious right as a powerful force in American politics was a source of considerable consternation to him. Tell me what's going on with these fundamentalist preachers, he would say to me, as if I know. Fritz understood neither the Christianity they espoused nor the politics they practiced. Both were utterly foreign to his way of living out a quiet faith through public policy aimed squarely at justice for those on the receiving end of the cruelties of history. His Christianity was kind and humble, and it confounded him when fellow believers were neither. Once when we were at a meal in a restaurant, word got out in the kitchen that the vice president was eating there, and the kitchen door swung open, and one by one, the dishwashers and the bussers, all of them immigrants, came out to shake his hand and to thank him for his service to the nation. Fritz treated each one with respect and dignity. On his office desk, Fritz had taped some lines from Psalm 15. The Hebrew poet provided the scriptural framing of the politics he practiced. And as I read these words to you from Fritz's desk to this place here, contrast them with much of what passes for political leadership today, present company accepted. Lord, who can be trusted with power and who may act in your place? Those with a passion for justice, who speak the truth from their hearts, who have let go of selfish interests and grown beyond their own lives, who see the wretched as their family and the poor as their flesh and blood. They alone are impartial and worthy of the people's trust. Their compassion lights up the whole earth, and their kindness endures forever. Theodore and Clarabelle's son, born 94 years ago, grew up and entered political life and served his beloved Minnesota and our nation for decades, never wandering far from his roots. Thanks be to God for the life of Walter F. Mondale. Thanks be to God for love that cannot be taken from us. Thanks be to God. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the center screen for video remarks from Josie Johnson.
When I think about my friend, Fritz Mondale, and what created an environment that welcomed all kinds of people and encouraged all kinds of conversation, and was a person that you felt listened, was honest, and committed to the issues that we were outlining as those of democracy and equal opportunity. Fritz Mondale listened to people. He not only listened to all of us, he understood and could add to the conversation that encouraged all of us in his environment to speak clearly and directly the issues of justice. I never will forget how excited I was at the thought of Fritz Mondale running for president. I never will forget how honored I felt this humble man who always welcomed other points of view and encouraged everyone in his sphere to be open, to be inclusive, to be just, and to the thought of him running for president of the United States of America was just such a wonderful, unbelievable thought that many of us had, because he was such a humble person. And for him to understand that who he was and what he represented was what we needed in our society, made us all want to be engaged in everything we could be engaged in and get that message out to the public and to the community. That he modeled humility, he modeled honesty, he modeled respect for others, he modeled inclusiveness that really engaged the people around him in decision-making, in thoughtful process of what we as a community should be directing our attention to, and what we need to be teaching our children and the next generation of people in honesty and justice and the art of hearing and listening. So I will always feel that I was blessed to be engaged with Fritz Mondale from the early 1960s until his untimely death. My joy, my sense of gratitude, and my deep sense of loss of a great friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, United States Senator Tina Smith.
Ted and William and the Mondale family, all of the Mondale family, President Biden, Governor Walz and Governor Dayton, Senator Klobuchar, President Gable, and all of Mr. Mondale's many friends at the University of Minnesota, members of Congress and other national and Minnesota leaders, tribal leaders, presidential historian John Meacham, and all of Fritz's friends and colleagues who are gathered here today. I first met Fritz Mondale in a garage in St. Louis Park, Minnesota. It was around 1989. Our sons, Sam and Mason, were 2 and about 6 months old, and I had zero experience in politics. But Archie and I were looking for a way to connect more deeply to our community, so I decided to volunteer for a local state Senate candidate full of energy and ideas, a young family just like us, and his name happened to be Ted Mondale. So one sunny September day, I packed up the kids in a stroller and headed for a house a few blocks away for an afternoon door knock. And there, in the back of the garage, over by the sign-in table, was the former Vice President of the United States, the first major party presidential nominee to put a woman on the ticket, a bona fide political celebrity just standing there in khakis. "How you doing?" he said. "Thanks for showing up." And I kept showing up. How could I not? Joan Mondale was the volunteer coordinator, and I have yet to meet a person who could say no to Joan Mondale. I always remember that first meeting, even as politics and public service became a bigger part of my life, and as I got to know Mr. Mondale better. After the 2002 Senate race, which was so painful in so many ways, Mr. Mondale and I started going to lunch every once in a while. We would often talk politics, but it didn't feel like a work meeting. It just felt like two friends chatting and sharing onion rings at Murray's. I think that a lot of us who knew Mr. Mondale, we started out thinking of him as a hero, and we wound up daring to think of him as a friend. Ask them about his life, and people will undoubtedly talk about his incredible record of service and accomplishment. But inevitably, you'll see them lean in and look around, and they'll say, "But here's the thing, I really felt like I mattered to him." And that was the thing about Walter Mondale. You did matter to him. Andy Myers was one of Mr. Mondale's staffers when he was ambassador to Japan, and he tells this story. Mondale loved walking the streets, and one day he came across a little shop that sold these pastries called taiyaki. And it was run by a very enthusiastic guy who would stand outside the shop screaming, "Get your taiyaki! Get your taiyaki!" Well, Andy writes, Mondale fell in love with this guy at first sight. His energy, the vitality, the focus. Mondale had finally found his true essence of Japan. And when it came time to leave Japan, and there was an official reception at the stately ambassador's residence, along with Prime Minister Hashimoto and the full diplomatic corps, Mondale insisted the guy from the taiyaki shop was invited too. And as Andy tells it, he was the first one in the door and the last one to leave, and the one that I think Mondale was happiest to see. You know, this week I have been reading a lot of tributes to Mr. Mondale's life and his legacy. President Carter wrote, "His ideas and energy changed the office he held forever, and his intelligence, his experience and humor and determination made me better at mine." President Clinton observed that throughout his long life, Fritz never stopped believing in the power of public service to make a difference in people's lives. And President Obama described Mondale's lifetime of service as, and I quote, "an incredible gift to his nation," adding, "in championing causes like fair housing and women's rights, he helped put the promise of America within the reach of more people." As I've been reading all of these notes, I've been reading some sent by people who worked for Walter Mondale when he ran for president and never really left his orbit. One is from a former staffer, Gina Glanz, who told the story of how when her mom got sick and the Mayo Clinic seemed like really the only option for treatment, she worked up the nerve to ask Mr. Mondale for help. Well, Vice President Mondale called a retired nurse friend, and within weeks, Gina's mother was at the Mayo with the person behind the check-in desk at Mayo saying, "And how do you know our Fritz?" So many Americans were called to action by that 1984 campaign, a campaign rooted in truth and decency and hope. And 4 decades later, many of you, are still involved in politics, still working to uphold the values that defined Walter Mondale's remarkable life. And even though many of us have yet to find a boss who really we had such a personal connection to. As for me, nearly 30 years after I first met Walter Mondale in that garage, I found myself going to Washington to be sworn into the United States Senate. It is Senate tradition that senators are escorted down the center aisle of the Senate chamber to take our oath of office, accompanied by a mentor or respected figure of our choice. And when I thought about who I wanted to escort me, I, of course, immediately thought of Vice President Mondale. I asked him, and at first he turned me down. "You want someone new," he insisted. And then a day or two later, I got one of those calls from the inimitable Linda Pedersen that many of us have gotten over the years. "Well," she said, "he's coming." So the big day arrives, and I've got Amy Klobuchar and Walter Mondale escorting me into the Senate. And Doug Jones is also being sworn in that day, and he's got Joe Biden escorting him into the Senate. And you know, that swearing in is a very quick thing. It only takes half a minute or so. And to tell you the truth, Doug and I are a little overstimulated. We're a little nervous. We have lists of things we're supposed to be doing, people to see, places to go, and we need to get going. But for the life of us, we cannot get President Biden and Vice President Mondale off of the Senate floor. President Biden, I have a sense that this is something that your advance team can relate to. The two of you were there, chatting and telling stories and having a grand time. You looked both like you had just come home. A few days later, someone asked Vice President Mondale if it had been an emotional experience for him being back on the Senate floor. Well, Mondale looks at his questioner and shrugs. "Norwegian emotional," he says. Well, those of us who knew Vice President Mondale knew exactly what that means. But for those of you who don't, here's one last quick story. The last time the Vice President and I had lunch together, it was about 10 days before we lost him. He was pretty quiet, but he was very engaged and interested in what was going on, curious till the end. And I think that we both knew that we probably wouldn't see each other again. And when it came time for me to leave, I went over to his side of the table. And I leaned over and I put my hand on his shoulder and I kissed him on the cheek and I said, "I love you." Well, Walter Mondale, he looks up at me and he says, "I've always been high on you." That is Norwegian emotional. That was our Fritz. And as I imagine him reunited with his beloved Joan and Eleanor, and as I look at all of you in this auditorium full of people devoted to carrying on his life's work, and as I envision a generation of Americans inspired by his commitment to fight good fights and to tell hard truths, well, let's just say that I'm feeling some emotions that a real Norwegian would not want to talk about. Americans will never forget how much Walter Mondale gave to our country. Minnesotans will never forget the example he set for our state. And those of us in this room will never forget our friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Meacham.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam President, Senator Smith, Governor, Senator Klobuchar, Reverend Professor Ted, William, and the broader Mondale official family. The story begins the year before he was even old enough to vote. It was a late July afternoon in 1948, and Fritz Mondale, then all of 20, had been put in charge of the 2nd Congressional District for Hubert Humphrey's U.S. Senate campaign. No one knew what second prize was. The annual Martin County Farm Bureau Federation picnic at Fox Lake Park needed a speaker, and Mr. Mondale arranged for Humphrey to headline the event. The political climate was charged and complicated in that American summer. There was anxiety at home, communist aggression abroad, as a Democratic president sought to govern a fractious party and a divided country. As Mark Twain once said, history may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Seen as too liberal by the right and too conservative by the left, Harry Truman would say he didn't give Republicans hell. He just told them the truth, and they thought it was hell. In his own party, President Truman faced opposition over his desegregation of the military and his push for civil rights. Only weeks before the Martin County picnic, Mayor Humphrey's civil rights speech at the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia had helped send Dixiecrats, segregationist Dixiecrats, out of the hall and back into the old Confederacy. But far from the Olympian drama of Philadelphia, in Martin County, after the 4-H club band had played, Humphrey took the stage. He was passionate and funny. He said, "Kick the rascals out and vote the new rascals in." Afterward, Humphrey thanked his young ally, telling Mr. Mondale, "Your work is needed. We have so much to do." Mr. Mondale was over the moon. After that day, he recalled, "I think I never stopped. I think I never stopped." And we live in a better, nobler, more perfect union because Walter Frederick Mondale never stopped. Now, for the politicians in the room, and there might be one or two of you who snuck through customs, an election result, in 1948, Humphrey carried Mondale's territory, the very Republican 2nd District, by 8,500 votes. It was Mr. Mondale's first victory, and it was a sweet one, second only perhaps to his 7 dates and 6 months courtship of Joan Adams. The son of a Methodist minister and farmer, as a child, Walter Mondale absorbed a gospel that he never stopped seeking to put into practice, that we are summoned to love our neighbors as ourselves, to lift up the most vulnerable among us, to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to strengthen the weak. There's nothing more important, nothing more American than that. To enlist in the perennial battle to make real the founding ideal of this nation, that we are in fact created equal. We can and we will and we do disagree about the means of governance. But at our best, Americans have agreed on the end of our common project, to give everyone, in Lincoln's phrase, an open field and a fair chance. Walter Mondale devoted his life to that cause. He never stopped seeking a fuller, freer, fairer America. And his years in the arena are testament to a truth of human experience, that the polls and the passions of the moment are just that, of the moment. Headlines come and go, history endures. The tumult of politics rage. True service stands long after the furies of the moment have passed. Walter Mondale understood something fundamental, that we are at our best not when we build walls, but when we build bridges. Not when we point fingers, but when we lend a hand. Not when we fear, but when we hope. And from age to age, history honors those who put we the people above the will to power, the rule of law above the reign of party, and difficult truths above self-serving fiction. Now, as we heard from Senator Smith, the Mondales were a stoic people. His father, Theodore, fought a stutter, struggled to farm, went to seminary, and raised a son, Fritz, who knew hardship but lived in hope. It was a hope that drove him all his life. He was born, think about it, he was born a year before the stock market crash. His childhood was shaped by the Great Depression. He believed in hard work. He liked to say he was the only P-lice inspector to ever become Vice President of the United States. I didn't check it, but I think he's on safe ground. Some might have preferred it. He served in the U.S. Army, went to law school on the GI Bill, and always gave back to the country that had made his life possible. Now, he was often caricatured, as you all know, as a big government liberal. But he's better understood as a Cold War liberal, a man devoted at home and abroad to freedom and to fairness. Freedom and fairness. Bear those words in mind, for they are the words that shaped Walter Mondale's consequential life. And Lord knows they are the words that must guide us still. In the struggle between democracy and dictatorship in the 20th century, Fritz Mondale cast his lot with neither the utopians of the left nor the reactionaries of the right. He stood instead for the centrality of the individual, for the sanctity of liberty, and for the pursuit of possibility against the totalitarian impulse. As Attorney General of Minnesota, he was instrumental in the Gideon case that gave indigent defendants the right to counsel. He, in the 1960s, in the seat that Hubert Humphrey had won the year of that Farm Bureau picnic, Senator Mondale sensed a vital intersection of forces. To him, as he put it, it was as if we took the intellectual heritage of Franklin Roosevelt, the moral inspiration of John Kennedy, and a decade of pent-up demand for social change and converted them into social reality. As a senator, he was a crucial voice for the Voting Rights Act of 1965. He led the battle for fair housing in 1968, mastering the Senate in that essential hour. And he never stopped. His causes included Title IX to open opportunities for women, Head Start in elementary and secondary education, filibuster reform, nutrition and anti-poverty programs, workers' rights, environmental protections, consumer protections, early attention to the crisis of climate change, the domestic side of the Church Committee, which revealed the FBI's wiretapping and harassment of Martin Luther King Jr., the transformation of the vice presidency in the Carter years, a challenge to apartheid that ignited the chain of events that led to the release of Nelson Mandela, and the nomination of a woman, Geraldine Ferraro, to run with him on a national ticket. Walter Mondale was a giant of the Senate, a formidable vice president, and a truth-telling presidential nominee of his party, who never stopped standing by principle. Now, to be sure, it was not always the smoothest of rides. Fritz Mondale knew the vicissitudes of politics as well as any American ever has. When he explored a run for president in 1976, he recalled that after a year I was running 6 points behind I don't know, and I wanted to challenge him to a debate. Mr. Mondale would tell the story of Sam Donaldson's asking Ronald Reagan in 1984, "What do you want for Christmas?" And Reagan said, "Minnesota." When Mr. Mondale went to ask George McGovern when did it stop hurting to lose the presidency, Senator McGovern said, "I don't know. I'll tell you when it happens." Walter Mondale loved his family. He loved fishing, Shakespeare, Dairy Queen, the United States Senate, Hubert Humphrey, cigars, and the state of Minnesota. And most of all, he loved America, its complexities and its hopes, its promise and its possibilities. He thought of himself as a public servant, as a citizen with an obligation to the common good. To him, government was not the enemy or the problem, but rather a manifestation of love of neighbor and of country. On the night of his defeat in 1984, he spoke not only to the moment, as painful as it was, but to history, saying, "Let us continue to seek an America that is just and fair. That has been my fight. I'm confident that history will judge us honorably." And so it has. One of Mr. Mondale's favorite verses of Scripture tells us much. "I have fought the good fight," St. Paul said. "I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." The first part of that chapter of 2 Timothy is quoted less often, but is worth remembering. "Preach the word," the apostle wrote. "Be prepared in season and out of season." In season and out of season. Justice knows no season. Truth knows no season. Freedom knows no season. Fairness knows no season. Walter Mondale knew that, he lived by that, and today we salute him for that. There are children in America today who will not go hungry because of Fritz Mondale. There are black people in America today who can vote and work and live more freely and fairly because of Fritz Mondale. There are women in America today who see no limit to their dreams because of Fritz Mondale. There are safer cars in America. There are rivers of clean water in America. There are enclaves of untouched wildlife in America today because of Fritz Mondale. He never stopped believing in this country. He never stopped fighting for its people. And thankfully, he never stopped defending democracy. He never stopped, and nor, in his memory, must we.
Ladies and gentlemen, United States Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for those beautiful words, John. Mr. President, distinguished guests, it is so wonderful to see everyone again, and what better person to bring us together than our Walter Mondale. Ted, William, thank you for putting together this beautiful event, and it is an honor for John and I to be here with you and your family to celebrate the life of your dad, our friend, our leader, our mentor, our Fritz. A few years back, I visited the Carter Museum in Atlanta. Of course, I wanted to learn about President Carter's early days in planes, but like the Mondale geek that I am, I just kept asking the guides to show me everything Mondale. The buttons, Congressman Phillips is sporting one today, the videos of the speeches, Governor Dayton, the grits and Fritz signs, some of you remember those, and yes, I even asked if they had Joan's dress from the inauguration. But at the very end of the visit, I saw some words inscribed large on the wall. They were Walter Mondale's words. You see, right after they lost in 1980, he was able to look back at their 4 years in the White House with clear-eyed reflection. He said this: "We told the truth, we obeyed the law, we kept the peace." I wrote those words down on a piece of paper and tucked them in my purse, and I kept them there as a touchstone to get through the last years. We told the truth, we obeyed the law, we kept the peace. That's our Mondale. That's the standard and more that he held himself to each and every day of his life. It was what guided him, Keith Ellison, as a young state attorney general, when he led attorneys general across the country to embrace the right to counsel in a landmark Supreme Court case. Tell the truth, obey the law, keep the peace. It's what mattered to him as a U.S. Senator when he fought for civil rights and fair housing. It's what motivated him as our country's Vice President when he insisted on being a true partner to President Carter, deserving of a place in the room where it happens. Setting a high standard? How about when he picked Geraldine Ferraro as his running mate? I still remember her standing there next to him in her red dress and her string of white pearls, and it was at that moment when I knew anything and everything was possible. And he continued setting those high standards as ambassador to Japan, a nation in which he was known affectionately, of course, as Amano, or in Midwestern vernacular, the big cheese. Walter Mondale told the truth. He obeyed the law, he kept the peace. And despite his seemingly stoic Norwegian cautious manner, okay, correction, Tina, Ted, William, his actual Norwegian stoic manner, he took risks. He led the way. He set a high bar. And time after time, he kept passing it and raising it, passing it and raising it. It was during Mondale's time as vice president that we first met. My first assignment as a college intern was to conduct the furniture inventory. I thought I was going to write all these policy papers. This was it. My job was to crawl under every staff member's table and chair and lamp and diligently check the serial numbers. As I like to tell students, I learned two things from that summer. The first, the vice president was scrupulously honest. Nothing was missing. And second, take every job seriously, because that was my first job in Washington, and thanks to Walter Mondale, this was my second. I I found out way back then that for Vice President Mondale, public service how to say my last name. And the first time I spoke, Mr. President, at the National Democratic Convention, it was Walter Mondale who warned me of the danger of relying on a teleprompter. Back in 2004 as county attorney, Hennepin County attorney, I was invited to speak at the Democratic Convention in Boston. Okay, let me correct that too. They didn't really invite me. He got me invited. And of course, he was there. The morning of my speech, Fritz came up to me and said, "Now you've memorized your speech, right?" I told him there was a teleprompter and it was only 3 minutes and I would be just fine. He said, "No, that isn't fine." Political stage that made him stand out. It was the dignity he brought home in the wake of defeat. It was not easy for Walter Mondale to run against Ronald Reagan, knowing that most people were predicting that Reagan would win. It was not easy for Walter Mondale to come out of retirement and run for the Senate after we lost Paul Wellstone. It was not easy for Walter Mondale to continue his work while caring for his beloved wife, Joan, and their daughter, Eleanor, through heartbreaking illnesses. None of it was easy. But when saddled with enormous setbacks, Fritz didn't stand down. He stood up. Fritz didn't crawl under his desk or hide from public view. He simply found a different way to serve. He went from being driven around with tons of Secret Service and meeting with world leaders and negotiating international treaties to going into Lund's, grocery shopping on his own, and happily ending his visit with a long, engaged talk about Mideast peace with the high school kid at the checkout counter. That happened. You see, being humble meant that it was much easier to be resilient. Being grounded meant that no matter how high he had risen, there was always a place to come home. That place was here. That place was us. This week in Washington, we celebrated the life of one of Fritz's friends, someone who had worked for him on his presidential campaign, the incredible Madeleine Albright. The two of them shared not only an unshakable belief in democracy and human rights, but also a dry wit and a rare ability to self-reflect on their lives, flaws and all. As Secretary Albright once wrote, lives are necessarily untidy and uneven, and it is important to have a guiding star. That, for us, was Walter Mondale, the son of a minister who went from a small town in southern Minnesota to the world stage. And on his way up, he never lost his way. He was and is our guiding star. He was and is our North Star. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce you to a friend of Fritz's. Just as Walter Mondale believed in the dignity of all people, the promise of America to take care of our people, so does our honored guest. President Joseph R. Biden has taken the reins of our country at an unparalleled time. He is leading at a moment when we must emerge from this pandemic not as a country in 300+ million silos, but as one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. President Biden has led our nation and the democracies of the world to stand up to the inhuman barbarism of Vladimir Putin and stand with the bright blue and yellow and the courage and conviction of the people of Ukraine. As Walter Mondale once wrote, our founders believed that America needs leaders who transcend the politics of the moment and pursue the nation's long-term aspirations. Leaders who will take care of the Constitution, understanding that they are only custodians of an ideal. That describes, of course, Walter Mondale. But that also describes his good friend, Joe Biden. President Biden served with Walter Mondale in the Senate when then-candidate Obama asked Joe Biden to be his vice president in this very state. The first call Joe Biden made was to Fritz. He relied on him. And on Fritz's last day on Earth, our president was there on the phone with him. Mr. President, Vice President Mondale loved you. He believed in you. He trusted you with our country's future. And he is looking down from the heavens today, smiling, so proud you are here in his beloved state of Minnesota. Friends, it is now my honor to introduce to you the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. What Fritz is really saying, looking down, is, Joe, hide your Irish Catholic enthusiasm a little bit and be more Norwegian. The generous introduction. You know, I got a chance to talk with the family a little bit earlier, and trying to console them, and I got emotional. But as my grandfather Finnegan would say, that's the Irish of it. You know, I served with Fritz a long time. He became a good and close friend. I was a kid when I got elected. I wasn't even old enough to be sworn in. I was only 29 years old. And because everything's based on seniority in the Senate, I got to hang out with folks like Fritz and Hubert long before you'd ordinarily at my age. Because by the time I was there a second term, I was chairman of some major committees. And so I'm going to talk more today about Fritz and what he'd pretend didn't exist, but Fritz's sense of empathy. Fritz had a special way about him that I don't think he would talk about. I could be wrong, but I never heard him talk about it. No, there was a question that Fritz famously asked staffers who came to work for him. He'd say, on the breakfast plate, what's the difference between the eggs and the bacon? Senator Smith and Klobuchar know the answer. By supplying the eggs, the chicken made a contribution. The hog was fully committed. And it always surprised Fritz I knew a little about agriculture. Delaware, my state, has in the Delmarva Peninsula, has a $5 billion industry. Chickens, a lot of chickens, a hell of a lot more chickens than people. And it's the biggest industry. But Fritz was always committed, not merely to the work of his lifetime, which all of you are familiar with. Most people know most of all. Everybody was blessed to know him in this state. You know, Reverend Hart Anderson, members of Congress, our military, distinguished guests, most of all, the Mondale family, Ted and William and Rebecca and Chan, all the grandchildren, Louis, Amanda, Barrett, Charlotte, Cassandra, Danielle, and all the dear friends of the family that are here as well. Because he always talked about you all as family. I'm moved to be with you here today as an honor one of the great giants in American history, and that's not hyperbole. Fritz was a giant in American political history. You know, a great American who, but he also had love for great Americans write about him and write things that related to him without them even knowing it. Great American novelist Edith Wharton wrote, there are two ways of spreading light, to be a candle or the mirror that reflects it. Fritz was both the candle and the mirror, in my view. Candle spreading light and the mirror reflecting it. And today, I speak of a friend of 5 decades about that light, the light of friendship and what it meant to me personally, to my family. Fritz and I first met in one of the darkest moments of my life. I had not intended to run for the United States Senate. I was involved, my state, to its great shame, was segregated by law. We have the 8th largest black population in America as a percent of population in Delaware. I got involved in politics indirectly by getting involved in the civil rights movement as a kid, being the only white employee in the east side of Wilmington, an area called the Bucket, for years. And I I was asked by a group of senior Democrats, I was a young lawyer when I came back from law school, and we were the only city in America occupied by the National Guard for 10 months, with every corner being occupied by a National Guard member with a drawn bayonet because of Dr. King's assassination and the riots that took place in my home state. And I had a job with one of the oldest law firms in the state, a white shoe, as he used to call them, law firm. And after being home for 6 months, I couldn't do it anymore, and I left and sought a job as a public defender to represent the people I used to work with as a kid in high school and college. And so I came to the United States Senate with a passion to do something about civil rights. And when I was elected, I ran initially for the group. I joined a group of senior members of the United States, of the Delaware Democratic establishment, to reform the Democratic Party, because we were more a Southern Democratic Party than a Northeastern Democratic Party. Used to be able to join the Southern Governors Conference or the Mid-Atlantic Conference, and Democratic governors joined the Southern Governors Conference. But I couldn't bring myself to be a Republican, even though we're more progressive, because of Richard Nixon when I registered. But I was asked to head up a committee of younger people to try to get someone to run for the United States Senate against a guy. It was a decent guy, actually, a little too conservative, but decent guy. And one thing led to another, and I ended up being asked to run for the Senate. I had no intention of running for the Senate. But 2 years earlier, I had been elected to the county council. And Delaware is like a miniature Illinois. One county has 60% of the state's population. So as a council person, I represented a district 7 times as large as the state representative and 3 times as large as the state senator. And I ran and won. I ran only to be a good soldier to try to get out Democrats voting. And I wasn't supposed to win. The only reason I ran, I was certain I wasn't going to win because I didn't want to be a county councilman. I was just setting up a law firm as a young senator. As a young man, I should say. And so what happened was I won in a district that was like 55, 56% Republican. No Democrat ever won. Republicans saw something in me I didn't see. They saw someone who may want to go on and run for office beyond that. So they reapportioned me from a 4-year term to a 2-year term into a 65% district. And I was put in a position of up or out. And a group of senior members, a former governor, a former United States senator, a former congressman, and the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, whose family had more senators than any family in American history. And they came to me at an off-year convention. I'll never forget how classic it was. It was a break in the convention in Dover, Delaware. I was at a little motel nearby to go back and change with the younger people I was with, and I had my own room. And, you know, the typical kind of, you drive up to the front door, 2 headboards nailed on the wall, a desk nailed to the other wall, and an 8x10 bathroom. So I was in shaving. I had my towel around me. I just got out of the shower and I was shaving. I was banging at the door. And I thought it was one of those, a guy named Bob Cunningham was with me. I said, all right, all right, all right. I went to the door and opened the door. There was a former 2-term governor named Edward Carville, former congressman named Harrison, and the state chairman, and a former chief justice. And I'm standing with a towel, shaving on my, and the rest of me stark naked. And I said, we want to talk to you, Joe. So I said, well, come on, gentlemen. I ran into the bathroom, take off the shaving cream, hoping I could find something to put on. I had nothing to put on. So I came back out and I leaned against that desk with the towel around me. I said, yes, gentlemen. And they said, Joe, we just had dinner. We think you should run for the Senate. And I said, and the Chief Justice, former Chief Justice Tunnell said that. I said, sir, I said, I'm not old enough. He said, Joe, you obviously didn't do very well on constitutional law. Thinking, holy God, what did I do now? And he said, you only have to be 30 to be sworn in. Then collect you whenever you want. You'll be 30 17 days later. Well, I ran, and to the shock and surprise of everybody, I won by a staggering 3,100 votes. But here's the point. I showed up on December 18th to hire staff. Hadn't been sworn in yet. And what happened was that I had gotten a phone call that day from my fire department in Delaware. And they put a poor young woman on the phone who said, you got to come home, there's been an accident. And she went on to tell me, the poor kid had to tell me, there was an accident. I said, what happened? I said, your wife and daughter are dead, and your 2 boys may not make it. And, you know, the last thing I wanted to do was go to the United States Senate after that. We had elected a governor, a Democrat. He could appoint a Democrat. And I had my brother talking to him about who we'd appoint. But there was Fritz and Joan. They embraced me, contacted me. And it's not just being nice, but bringing me in. They came to the hospital to see my boys. They helped me find my purpose in a sea of darkness and pain. I was with Fritz along with Mike Mansfield and Teddy Kennedy and a few others who all came to see me and said, just come 6 months. You can go home after that. We need you. We had 58 Democrats. They didn't need me for a damn thing. No, serious. But I was such a rookie, I thought maybe they need me to organize. And he said, then you can leave. And I used to show up every Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the Senate chamber to get an assignment from Senator Mansfield. Many times Fritz would walk me over. And I thought all freshmen got assignments. I didn't know. Nobody gets an assignment in the Senate. It wasn't until about 5 months or 3 months in that I realized that was the case. But they kept me engaged. They helped me get up when it was easy to give up. My life changed again 5 years later. No man deserves one great love in his life, let alone 2. But I met and married Jill Biden. Had to ask her 5 times. True. But being a spouse of a senator who was relatively well known because of the celebrity of how I got there and the accident, and inheriting 2 beautiful young boys wasn't easy. Once again, Fritz and Joan were there. Spreading the light. Joan was one of the first people to reach out to Jill. And it meant the world to us. It meant the world. You just heard from my friend John Meacham. Fritz was a master legislator who shone a light on those who needed it most. The desire to lift up others stemmed from his youth, from his service as a corporal in the U.S. Army in those early days organized for Hubert Humphrey in parts of Minnesota the Democrats didn't win. Fritz learned early the power of bringing people together. And I know that for Fritz, no moment was brighter than when he joined forces, because I was with him. I was just a bit player with an African-American senator from Massachusetts, Senator Everett Brooke, and they passed the Fair Housing Act. I was on the same side of the chamber in the back where Fritz was. I remember the look on his face, literally remember the look on his face. Opened up neighborhoods, diminished by segregation for so long. When the act passed, Fritz spoke on the Senate floor, and he said that, quote, "The words justice and fairness will mean more to millions of our fellow Americans than they do, will never have meant more to our fellow Americans than they do today." That was Fritz spreading light, the light of our country, to families who had never truly known its warmth. At every stage of our lives, at every inflection point, Fritz and Joan, I apologize, we say in the Senate for the point of personal privilege here, but they were there for Jill and me and my family. Not on a political level, but on a personal level. It was true that my first days in the Senate, when I needed help very badly, and it was true in my last days in the Senate as well. In 2008, and Fritz and I had become close friends, and I sought his counsel many times, I was asked to join the ticket with Barack Obama. I was, as I usually was, on Amtrak, going home. I commuted every day. They later told me over 1,200,000 miles on Amtrak. They should name a station or something after me. But all kidding aside, he called me after it was clear he was the de facto nominee, and he said he'd like me to join him on the ticket, at least consider it. Could he do a background check on me? You know, you have to do that background check. And I said, no, thanks, Barack. I thought he was just dragging that bloody claw through the Senate like presidential nominees do to get everybody excited and involved. And Barack told me, no, there's only one other person I'm considering. I said, Barack, I don't want to be vice president. He said, why? I said, because basically just standby equipment. I said, what I want to do, and by that time I chaired 2 major committees. I was fairly influential in the Senate, so I can help you a lot more. As a senator, I'll do everything I can. I'll campaign throughout the country for you. Barack asked me, he said, look, would you go home and talk it over with your family? Just talk it over. So I did. I called Jill from the chain on my cell phone. And when I got home, I was about halfway home when I had gotten the call. And when I got home, I went in, and the first person I called was Fritz, before the family gathered in the back porch. And I said, Fritz, what should I do? And he went into great detail. I'm serious. As a matter of fact, he sent me a long memorandum he prepared for President Carter when they were deciding how their relationship would work. He told me, in essence, that the vice presidency holds no inherent power. None. Zero. The vice presidency is merely, and it's true, a reflection of a relationship with the President of the United States. About 7 years ago, I joined Fritz at a forum in his honor at George Washington University. Fritz recounted that his greatest strength wasn't his expertise in a particular policy area. It was the genuine personal relationship he built with President Jimmy Carter. Relationship built on real affection and trust. They sat down to lunch together every week. Fritz said, make sure you get a commitment from Barack. Once a week, you have lunch to discuss whatever is on either of your minds. He was the first vice president to have an office in the West Wing, just a few steps away from the Oval Office. That never happened before. They were over in the Executive Office building, across the street. That was the true strength of the vice presidency, he said. A strength that Barack and I replicated in our time in office. And what Kamala and I are doing today, and she sends her regards to the whole family. She called me before I got in the plane. It was Fritz who lit the way. At his core, Fritz embraced everybody with the belief that everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity. Everybody. Dignity, not just the right to vote, dignity. He was loved by the American people because he reflected the goodness of the American people, especially the people of Minnesota. You know, every senator wears on his or her sleeve the state they serve. But the love Fritz had for the people of Minnesota ran deeper than that. He loved you all. and you loved him back, it was obvious, because Fritz reflected the very best qualities of this state. The warmth and optimism that you reflect at every turn. Fritz reflected the light of this nation, who we are and what we can be. He called me when I had said in the inauguration that we're the most unique nation in all of history. We're the only nation founded on an idea. Every other nation in the world is based on geography, ethnicity, religion, race. We're founded on an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident. But all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, including the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And it goes on. Fritz believed that in his gut. I watched him every day for over 35 years in the Senate and when he was vice president. He united people, sharing the same light, the same hopes. Even when we disagree, he thought that was important. I'll never forget, on a personal level, what it meant to have a friend like Fritz. Less than 4 years after losing Eleanor to brain cancer, and just a year after losing Joan, Fritz was there to help me again when Jill and I lost our son, Bo, to brain cancer after a year in Iraq. I'll never forget how Fritz affected so much love and light into our family, again at our darkest moments. Nor will I forget coming here to Minneapolis 8 years ago to say goodbye to Joan. Most of you remember that Fritz went to the Mayo Clinic for a quadruple bypass the very next day. He had delayed the surgery so he could be with all of us to reflect her light. And he put off treating his own heart because, as all you know, his heart belonged to Joan. As I've said many times, I say to the family, seeing your mom and dad together reminded me of that great line from Christopher Marlowe's poem, "Come live with me and be my love, and we shall all the pleasures prove." You can tell when a couple has been together a long time, so looks at each other with love, deep love. It's been said that memory is the power to gather roses in winter. Well, Ted and William, your dad blessed you with an endless garden of those memories. And most of all, the memory of two extraordinary loves. A love of more than 58 years he spent together with your mom, and a love of 51 years with your sister Eleanor. In his farewell letter, Fritz wrote that he was eager to rejoin Joan and Eleanor, two unbreakable loves. You know, Jill Biden wanted to do a garden at the Vice President's residence, the picture of which shows on the screen outside here of them standing in front of the residence, so that every family that ever had lived there, there was a garden with stones with engraving on each of the stones with the name of the couple and the children. And I called Fritz to tell him about it. He came over to the house, and it was a summer day. And he said, "Can we go in the house?" I said, "Of course." He wanted to walk up to the third floor. He walked up to the third floor, and then to the end, there were bedrooms on the third floor. And he stopped in front of a door and opened it and just stared. And I knew he was thinking something deep, and I went down the hallway. And a few minutes went by, and he came down and he said, "That was Eleanor's room. I so miss her." Well, they're all together now, for all time. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "An institution is a lengthened shadow of one man." There's no doubt that the institution of the Senate and the institution of the Vice President reflect the profound legacy of Fritz Mondale. But it's not a lengthened shadow we see in those places. It's his light. And it's up to each of us now to reflect that light that Fritz was all about. To reflect Fritz's goodness and grace, the way he made people feel, no matter who you were. Just imagine what our nation could achieve if we followed Fritz's example of honor, decency, integrity. Literally just a service to the common good. There would be nothing beyond our reach. I hope we all can be Fritz's mirror. Continue to spread his light, because you know he was one of the finest men you've ever known, one of the most decent people I've ever dealt with, and one of the toughest, smartest men I've ever worked with. You were lucky to have had him. By this look of things, he was lucky to have had you. God bless you, my dear friend. Among the greatest of all Americans. The highest compliment my grandfather Fingerty used to say you can give a man or a woman, he was the Irish of it, was to say he's a good man. Fritz Mondale was a good man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ted and William Mondale, the sons of former Vice President Walter Mondale.
Try following that. Good afternoon. My job is to thank folks that helped with us today and have been around my dad for a long time. Every one of you that is here because you had a piece or a role in his life, and I don't think anybody would like me thanking 1,200 people. But I'd like to say, Mr. President, your presence here today meant everything to our family. I know to him. You know he's watching. Jerry Ferraro's with them. They probably had Campion go out and get pizza to watch this thing. But thank you so much. It means a lot. And your last call to him right before he passed really helped him move on. He had such a smile on his face. Thank you. To the speakers, you made this absolutely, you all knew him, but you made it absolutely a service that he would have wanted. He didn't want to lay in state. He didn't want to be in Washington. He wanted to be here with you. And you reflected what he would care about and who he is, and we thank you. To our organizing committee, this is our third go at this event. But we put in countless hours of trying to plan this and do it in a way that would make sense and didn't last 5 hours, which would have been easy to do. And I want to thank the University of Minnesota for hosting us and a great staff and volunteers that worked tirelessly. Mr. President, they got the building at 2 a.m. and had it set up at 7 a.m. That's a bad volunteer job. To Dorsey and Whitney, that was my dad's home. He went to the office every day. And I once asked him, I said, what kind of law do you practice? What do you do there? He says, oh, perfume law. I said, what's that? He goes, you get the right people in the room, and when it smells right, you leave. So he did that for 20 to 30 years and perfected the art. Tina mentioned it, but Linda Pedersen was at his side all the way through and through today. We asked Linda, putting this event together, said, Linda, how are you getting the emails out? Are you using MailChimp? Are you using some kind of service? She goes, no, I'm sending each one individually. We're like, oh my goodness, you've sent like 7,000 emails in the last 2 weeks. But thank you. I want to also say one of the things that touched him late in life was the naming, the visionaries that named the St. Croix River Valley after him. It reflected his accomplishments, but the importance of nature, and of course his first date with my mom. So thank you for that. To his staff, you all have come from all over the country and indeed the world to be here with us today, whether it was from the Attorney General's office, the Senate, the White House, the embassy in Japan. He was so proud of the work he did and so proud of the accomplishments that you all achieved together. I just want his oldest staff member we want to single out, Mike Berman, who started with him in 1963. And Mike was on every organizing call. And so we thank Mike for his hard work. There was a story the other day about a former president who they didn't have records of foreign trips, of the gifts. Well, when you go on these foreign trips, they give you a lot of nice gifts. And everyone on the Mondale plane knew that when they landed, Mike Berman would be calling them up, and they could keep nothing, or he would visit them in their office. So thank you, Mike. And I want to thank the campaign staff. I've got my hog pin on here. You guys worked so hard for him. It was so great to see you all last night and this morning. And yes, Mr. President, we had eggs and bacon for breakfast. Earlier, John Meacham reflected on that day in 1948 when it all started for my dad. And we know it wasn't until April 19th, 2021 was when he was forced to stop. And so William and I, we believe to honor our father by doing so is to never stop remembering his legacy of profoundly changing America for the better, and to never stop doing our part every day to preserve and strengthen our democracy and perfect our union. Thank you. Thank you. Stand over here, Ted. Give me a hug.
Dad always took everything that life could throw at him to make the future better for everyone. He only really wanted to look back so we could improve on our common future. As kids, sometimes we were able to get him talking about growing up in what everyone except him would call poverty in southern Minnesota, in Ceylon and in Elmore. No shoes, hitchhiking to college every day, and having one sweater and one pair of pants for all of law school. Dad always considered the devastation of the Great Depression best remembered as a springboard for communal action that brought us the America we all love, the one that our president and our elected leaders and all of us here are fighting to protect and to expand. Mom and Dad adored that spirit of the New Deal, of progressive action for the betterment of everyone, in their home as well as at work. And we would listen to music together. And one song that just got under Dad's skin was from this beautiful musical called Annie. The movie came out in 1982, and they just loved that musical. And Dad would sing from that musical with his beautiful, underused baritone voice, and it just never left him. He just loved that song. So why Annie? Well, if we know Annie, the story of the orphan, it's the tale of how one person who was born without anything could stay true to her hope and to her optimism to find justice for everyone. Everyone in the orphanage and everyone everywhere. And so that makes sense to me, why he really loved that song. We've heard about his life, and you know, it's hard to remember the loss of our family members. It really is. And that really slowed Dad down. But on his 92nd birthday, he wasn't really going out much because he was tired. He was tired. But on that day of his 92nd birthday, my dear child, Charlie Mondale, who is here today, he got their best friend to come to sing for Dad on his birthday. And this person, who was Charlie's first and best friend, had become quite a singer and was singing the role of Annie at the Ordway. So we asked Lillian Hochman to come and sing, and what a song, what a joy to hear. Dad was so happy. He was just ready to fly out of the place. Today, as we ready ourselves to move past this beautiful service, missing those who have gone on before, missing those who could not be here today, President Carter, Secretary Albright, so many others that Ted did such a great job of summarizing and remembering. Today, as we are ready to move on to our lives of service and action, let's think for just one more moment about what Dad would want us to focus on as we leave here, to better our lives and to hone our spirits for community and for joy. So to sing one last song as we move out, I would like Lillian Hochman to come and sing the song Tomorrow from the musical Annie. Let's all welcome her.
Bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs and the sorrow till there's none. When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick up my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come what may, sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come what may, tomorrow, tomorrow, I love ya tomorrow, you're always a day away. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love ya tomorrow, you're always a day
Welcome back to the stage, Governor Tim Walz.
Thank you. I would ask you, if you're able, to please rise and join the Pride of Minnesota, the University of Minnesota Marching Band, for one more Minnesota rouser for our friend Fritz. You all know the words.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation, bringing you this live picture from the memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale. President Biden gathered with other dignitaries in Minneapolis today to remember the former Vice President at a memorial service, which the family delayed for a year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Mondale died on in April 2021 at the age of 93 years old. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and said that Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had an important personal relationship with Mondale. And of course, Biden speaking on that during his remarks, Biden has described Mondale as one of the nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. Admission was invitation only at this event, but the service was live streamed to the public. It was scheduled to start at 11:30, started just shortly after that, with many remarks from many people, including Governor Tim Walz, Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, and Larry Jacobs, a political science professor at the university's Humphrey School of Public Affairs. We also heard from Walter Mondale's two sons as well. Mondale was a graduate of the university and its law school, and the law school building is named after him. The service had a performance of Tomorrow from Annie and a closing by the university's marching band. So all morning long, we've been giving you this live coverage from this service. We are going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we will have more on the latest from Russia's invasion on Ukraine. Stick with us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. It is just after 1:30 here on the West Coast in Los Angeles. But thank you all for your viewership here on Live Now on this Sunday. We were just watching a live service event, President Biden and others speaking at a memorial service in Minneapolis, Minnesota for former Vice President Walter Mondale, who died last April at the age of 93 years old. Family, friends, other politicians, including senators and governors, and of course President Biden speaking on Mondale and their experience with him and what they remember about him. That has officially ended, but we are going to go on to other topics from across the country, including all that is happening in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and our very own Fox 13 Tampa has more on the latest on this. So I'm going to play that out now here on Live Now from Fox.
Russia's war on Ukraine now appears to be spreading beyond the borders of Ukraine. Russia is now taking strikes on its territory, presumably from Ukraine. And new assessments, the unexplained explosions in Moldova to Russia, and that may be the start of a new offensive in Ukraine's neighbor to the east. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to catch us up to speed on all of this. Craig.
Well, at this moment, and for some time, Russia has had 2 motorized rifle battalions in Moldova. And the new assessments from the Institute for the Study of War are warning that Russia, in addition to that, is staging false flag attacks with these explosions that are rocking part of Moldova as a way to set the conditions for an escalation of the war and opening up a new front in it. At the same time, Russia is cutting off gas shipments to Poland and Bulgaria in a further escalation as he continues to escalate his threats against what he calls nations that are helping Ukraine fight off the invaders. Vladimir Putin threatened counterstrikes against any who make, quote, threats of a strategic nature unacceptable to Russia. That's a vague threat, likely by design, but it could apply to Russia's decision to cut off its flow of gas to Poland and Bulgaria. They refused to pay in rubles. Putin called that an unacceptable threat, so Russia cut them off. And while this could strain those nations in the short run, it could also backfire on Russia in the coming weeks.
We have been working to increase natural gas supply and options to European countries that have been reliant on Russia for natural gas supply.
Poland and Bulgaria now plan to make do without Russian gas by increasing domestic production and drawing more gas from Norway. Greece said it could also help Bulgaria. And again, the U.S. is coordinating additional shipments from around the world. So if Poland and Bulgaria make do without Russian gas, this could show our other allies in Europe that they can do it as well. Assessments show it would reduce their economic growth and fuel even more inflation, but given Russia's atrocities in Ukraine, Europe is showing an increasing commitment to sacrifice in order to stop funding Russia's invasion. Nations through Europe have already moved to ban Russian coal. The EU is drafting plans to phase out Russian oil, and now there's this growing movement against Russian gas. Germany, which was most reliant among the nations of Europe, bought 55% of its gas from Russia before the war. Now they're down to 35%, and by its own estimates could live off of reserves until winter. And that's all putting more pressure on the Russian invaders, who are only making slight gains in the battle for Donbass. And with that, ISW assessments warn that Russia may be trying to open a new front in the war outside of Ukraine and neighboring Moldova. It notes explosions in Transnistria, which is controlled by pro-Russian separatists, appear to be a false flag operation by Russia, in which Russia could try to justify an offensive here on the false claim of defending it from explosions.
This is one of the Russian steps. The special forces are working there to destabilize the situation in the region, to threaten Moldova.
And that brings us right back to Vladimir Putin's threats, very vague in nature, where he said there could be counterstrikes against those who threaten strategically Russia's interest here, which could, again, be setting the stage for much more to come, not just in Donbass, in fact, not even just in Ukraine. There is a real and growing risk this could spread beyond the boundaries of Ukraine to the east, not just in mainland Russia.
Craig, we're also seeing reports of more explosions in mainland Russia on its side of the border with Ukraine. Is Ukraine taking responsibility for those strikes?
Implicitly it is. Not explicitly, but what Ukraine is saying is that it is karma for what Russia has done to Ukraine. And all of the evidence strongly suggests that, in fact, Ukraine is now launching attacks on mainland Russia, but doing it right across the border at the points of entry for the invasion and striking military targets. And based on the reports that we're getting so far, it looks as if a big part of this may be by way of drone strikes. And of course, Ukraine has received a new shipment of drones, not just drones that perform surveillance, but also have the ability to crash into targets once they perform that surveillance.
All right, Craig Patrick, continuing to follow this for us. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing our conversation on the latest on Russia and Ukraine, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with a Washington Post reporter about a U.S. Marine that was killed while fighting in Ukraine. Let's have a look at that conversation.
And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Cancel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. It's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years. His career actually ended with a court-martial, so sort of washed out of the Marine Corps, and then with a baby decided to go to Ukraine early this year after seeing the images in Ukraine. And sadly, it has ended with his loss.
Yeah, and he was only 22 years old. It remains to be seen, when or if his body will be repatriated back to the United States. He was from Tennessee, I believe. But so right now, what is the White House saying? What is the Pentagon saying, especially when it comes to Americans who feel compelled to go help the Ukrainian war effort?
Yeah, I think we really heard two main messages out of them today. One is that both the president himself and the Pentagon more broadly expressed condolences to the family. They noted that he was a new father. They noted that he was a recent husband, and kind of just on a more humanitarian level, on a more human to human level, acknowledged the loss. More broadly, their message has been very much the same, and they repeated it today, which is that they don't want to see Americans going to Ukraine to take on these kinds of assignments. That the danger is great, that the U.S. government cannot support anyone who takes on the assignment, and the subtext on that is when it comes to things like repatriation, this is a challenge. Recovering remains when you don't have the American military there to do it, has a great complexity to it. That is also something that we saw back in the campaign against the Islamic State. There were a number of Americans there that went to northern Syria in particular. And I remember talking to several of those families after they lost their loved ones. There was a great challenge in just reclaiming the remains so that they could be buried on American soil.
Dan, and I'm sure you've spoken to maybe some of these Americans who have gone up to take up the fight in Ukraine. What is their, I guess, MO? What is their impetus? What compels them to do this?
Yeah, I've written quite a bit on it, and I guess it's important to acknowledge that there are many different motivations here. Broadly, I have talked to veterans who, for one reason or another, weren't able to enlist in the U.S. military, in medical conditions, or some sort of prior criminal conviction, something that would rule them out. So they seek this either to look for a way to contribute sort of to society, or to kind of scratch the itch and test themselves in that manner. You see others who did serve honorably, did have a lengthy military career, and are looking for ways to continue that even after they're in uniform. In the case of this young man, his Marine Corps career was brief. He had some service in South Korea. He had a sea service medal, so the expectation is he would have been on ship for a time. No combat experience that I'm aware of. And then his career ended relatively briefly. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years, and then was court-martialed, sentenced to a 5-month confinement, and a bad conduct discharge. Shortly after leaving the Marine Corps, he resurfaces in Ukraine.
Wow. Dan, let's move and talk about the U.S. role in the war overall. We've heard so many kind of comments, especially from the Russian side, that the U.S. is essentially fighting what they say is a proxy war. You've heard many defense officials say that is not the case, but we got the announcement from President Biden. He wants to commit $33 billion more pending Congress's approval long-term to the Ukrainian effort. What do you make of the U.S. role so far? At the outset, did you think the commitment would be this involved?
I anticipated at the outset that the commitment would be this involved for as long as it lasted. And I think the major change is that, you know, the early expectation is that the Ukrainian government would only last a handful of days. Kyiv would fall rapidly, and that you'd transition into some sort of an insurgency, really, where you'd have Ukrainians that were still, you know, attacking Russian forces in Ukraine, but you wouldn't have a standing Ukrainian government. At this point, you still have President Zelensky. You still have a Ukrainian military. It's still intact. It's still inflicting losses on the Russians every day. But to continue to do that, for the Ukrainians to continue to do that, they need vast quantities of weapons and even basic things like small arms ammunition, artillery rounds. You know, a lot of headlines go into sort of the higher end systems, the artillery, the drones, other things like that. But I mean, really, it's just a vast quantity of ammo to fire at the Russians. It's you know, fundamentally underlying a lot of this.
Yeah, and Dan, I thought the U.S. training aspect for Ukrainians is something also that's quite interesting. And you know, early on, they were very mum, U.S. defense officials, about what this training looks like, where it's taking place. We know some of it is taking place in Germany. We know the U.K. is involved in this as well. Their training taking place in Poland. Can you offer an insight into who's being trained, where they're being trained, how many fighters are being trained?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more as we go, especially this week in that regard. And I think part of it is you're dealing with numerous countries that are involved. And until those other countries are willing to acknowledge that they have a place in this fight for their own security purposes, you know, the United States has withheld that information. At this point, they are acknowledging that Germany is a hub for this training. There's several different things going on all at once. One is several dozen at a time are going from Ukraine into third country locations, Germany being one of them, and learning these systems. For the most part, they're selecting Ukrainians that, you know, have some familiarity with broadly artillery, for the sake of argument. So the idea is take an artilleryman in the Ukrainian military and then teach him the difference rather than starting him from scratch. So the training is typically a week or so, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, depending on the system. And the same thing applies to these armored personnel carriers. You're going to see similar things with drone training. And the idea is that you got to do this rapidly. And then the Ukrainians that receive this training, the military would call it a train the trainer effort. They need to go back and then teach other Ukrainians what they learned.
I see. You know, I was struck by some comments that Defense Secretary Austin made yesterday, meeting with his Canadian counterpart, just about the latest round of military shipments to Ukraine. He said President Biden signed that $800 million tranche on a Thursday, and the howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on that Saturday. The rapidity of these shipments to the battlefield is quite stunning.
Yeah, and to me that it shows that the American logistics system, you know, the U.S. Army and others, you know, this is something they specialize in. So when they know, you know, the announcement comes on a Thursday, but the Army probably knew this was coming a couple of days prior, so they can prepare this equipment, stage this equipment, and get this equipment moving as soon as the order is signed. So, and then the second piece of it is it goes into a place like Poland or somewhere else on the border. The Ukrainians have to come and pick it up. And to date, we have not heard of any reports that seem credible of the Russians able to successfully target those weapons shipments once the Ukrainians take receipt of it and move it into the country.
Yeah.
So long as the Russians are not able to do that, these weapons are going to continue to flow in day by day by day.
Wow. You know, Dan, from the 30,000-foot view, and you cover this so closely, but to some of us who don't, I've kind of caught on that the conventional wisdom or kind of the preconceived notions about the viability of Ukraine's effort, it seemed to suggest at the beginning that Kyiv would fall in a matter of hours and days, that Zelensky would have to go into exile somewhere, that the Russian force was just no match. 2 months into this, that has been completely turned on its head. And you're hearing so much optimism from U.S. officials that Ukraine can win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things there. Most significantly, perhaps, is that what Russia has for a military, what the United States thought they had, what allies thought they had, even what the Ukrainians to some degree thought they had, simply isn't true. It's simply not real. You know, the Russians have struggled every single day of this conflict with very basic things: getting food, getting fuel, getting water to their people. So that kind of, you know, that's a foundational aspect of any conflict. And without it, you know, forces crack and fall apart as soon as they're under duress. Yeah. On top of that, as this has extended, you know, the Ukrainians continue to pile up casualties on the Russian side. So that becomes a significant factor. And now, once you add in additional high-end systems and new things that the Ukrainians didn't have and now they do, the Ukrainian military becomes, one, more experienced day by day, and two, they have more things in their arsenal that they can throw at the Russians. Yeah. So, I mean, really, the Russians, the anticipation was Russia would have a ton of momentum once they launched this. They got some foundational things wrong from the jump. And then after that, Ukraine was able to be more nimble, adjust more quickly. They're very creative military, clearly. And as a result, you've seen Russia really struggle on really almost every front.
Yeah, and the latest figure from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, 23,000 Russian casualties. That is a stunning figure. Dan, last question, though, going into the weekend, into next week, what questions do you still have that you want answered, and what will you be monitoring?
I think we're into a spot now where, one, there's a handful of systems the Ukrainians have requested that we haven't seen surface yet in these packages that the president has signed. One thing in particular they're looking for is some sort of multiple rocket launch system. The Marine Corps and the Army use what they call HIMARS. It basically launches rockets rapidly off the back of a pickup truck, for lack of a better way to put it. That comes in really handy when you're trying to target an adversary's artillery. It's also extremely precise. So that's one question. Do you see something like that surface later on? Long term, I think we're into a period where the rhetoric has shifted. You're starting to see the Americans talk about the Ukrainians being able to win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the expectation, the predictions are largely that this is going to be a long, protracted, bloody mess in the eastern part of the country. So can you keep momentum up? Can you keep enthusiasm up? Can you keep funding up? And can you continue to have the support of numerous allies to send in weapons, to manufacture weapons, and move them at a clip fast enough to keep Ukraine in the fight?
All right, we'll leave it at that. Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Switching gears, yesterday the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2022 took place in Washington, D.C. And if you missed President Biden's remarks, I'm going to play them now here on Live Now from Fox.
This dinner this year, now that would really have been a real coup if that occurred. A little tough, huh? But I'm honored to be here at such an event with so much history. It was already referenced. The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate. I remember telling him, Cal, just be yourself. Get up there, speak from the heart. You're going to be great, kid. You're going to do it well. Of course, Jill is with me tonight. Jilly, how are you, kid? I think she's doing an incredible job as First Lady. The First Lady to continue working full-time as she does as a professor. She doesn't pay much attention to the polls. Though she did say the other day, instead of introducing myself as Jill Biden's husband, maybe I should introduce myself as her roommate. I've attended this dinner many times, but this is my first time as president. The organizers had it hard, made it pretty hard for me tonight. Although the good news is, if all goes well, I have a real shot at replacing James Corden. It was great having him over to the White House the other day, just as he announced he's leaving the show. Great performers, going out on top after 8 years in the job. Sounds just about right to me. And it's tough to follow pros like James and Billy Eichner. Billy, where are you again? Where is he? Well, Billy, you're famous for your interviewing skills. Billy, you should know what you're doing, pal. You know it well. And I think you should hope Meet the Press. Maybe they start to watch it again. I've never had to open. I'll never be invited to Meet the Press again. Anyway, never have to open before Trevor Noah. Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did a show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything. You're my guy. And folks, it's been a tough few years for the country. There's one reason why it's great to be here again. Everyone at the White House is so excited. I told my grandkids and Pete Buttigieg they could stay up late and watch this show tonight. Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in hell are we still doing this? I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, we're here to show the country that we're getting through this pandemic. Plus, everyone had to prove they were fully vaccinated and boosted. So if you're at home watching this and you're wondering how to do that, just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. They're all here, vaccinated and boosted, all of them. And look, Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so he can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day. In fact, Ron Klain is here at the CBS table, which hired Mick Mulvaney. Mick on CBS, I was stunned. I figured he'd end up on Masked Singer with Rudy. Amazing hire, guys, really quite amazing. And look, I know this is a tough town. I came to office with an ambitious agenda, and I expected it to face stiff opposition in the Senate. I just hoped it would be from Republicans. But I'm not worried about the midterms. I'm not worried about them. We may end up with more partisan gridlock, but I'm confident we can work it out during my remaining 6 years in the presidency. And folks, I'm not really here to roast the GOP. That's not my style. Besides, there's nothing I can say about the GOP that Kevin McCarthy hasn't already put on tape. You know, at the same time, a lot of people say the Republican Party is too extreme, too divisive, too controlled by one person. They say that's not your father's Republican Party. Ronald Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Today's Republicans say, tear down Mickey Mouse's house. And pretty soon they'll be storming Cinderella's castle, you can be sure of it. But Republicans seem to support one fella, some guy named Brandon. He's having a really good year, and I'm kind of happy for him. Let me conclude with a serious word. We live in serious times. We're coming through a devastating pandemic, and we have to stay vigilant. I know Kamala wanted to be here, for example. Thankfully, she's doing well. You should all know she sends her best. We're in a time when what we so long taken for granted is facing the gravest of threats, and I'm being deadly earnest. Overseas, the liberal world order that laid the foundation for global peace, stability, and prosperity since World War II is genuinely, seriously under assault. And at home, a poison is running through our democracy. Of all this taking place with disinformation massively on the rise, where the truth is buried by lies and the lies live on as truth. What's clear, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, that you, the free press, matter more than you ever did in the last century. No, I really mean it. I've always believed that good journalism holds up a mirror to ourselves to reflect on the good, the bad, and the true. Tonight, I want to congratulate the awardees and the scholarship winners who carry on that sacred tradition. We've all seen the courage of the Ukrainian people because of the courage of American reporters in this room and your colleagues across the world who are on the ground taking their lives in their own hands. And although it's not Ukraine, it's Russia, Mom, I'd like to meet you and Dad to talk about your son. We just saw a heartbreaking video. 9 have been killed, reporting from Kyiv, struck by a kamikaze drone strike after a shopping mall attack, shot in the neck while documenting Ukrainian fleeing, killed when Russian missiles hit the television tower in a residential neighborhood. One journalist from Radio Liberty just killed days ago. So many of you telling the stories and taking the photos and recording the videos of what's happening there. The unvarnished truth showing the destruction and the devastation and, yes, the war crimes. Tonight, we also honor the legacy of 2 historic reporters, and that is Alice Dunnigan and Ethel Payne. I'm glad you saw that tonight. I didn't know you were doing that. These are the first black women to be White House reporters who shattered convention to cover a segregated nation. We honor journalists killed, missing, imprisoned, detained, and tortured, covering war, exposing corruption, and holding leaders accountable. We honor members of the press, both national and local, covering a once-in-a-century pandemic where we lost 1 million Americans. A generation reckoning on race, an existential threat of climate change. The free press is not the enemy of the people. Far from it. At your best, you're guardians of the truth. President Kennedy once said, and I quote, "Without debate, without criticism, no administration, no country can succeed, and no republic can survive." The First Amendment grants a free press extraordinary protection, but with it comes, as many of you know, a very heavy obligation. to seek the truth as best you can, not to inflame or entertain, but to illuminate and educate. I know it's tough, and I'm not being solicitous. The industry is changing significantly. There's incredible pressure on you all to deliver heat instead of shed light because the technology is changing so much. The system is changing. But it matters. No kidding, it matters. The truth matters. American democracy is not a reality show. It's not a reality show. It's reality itself. And the reality is that we are a great country. Our future is bright. It's not guaranteed because democracy is never guaranteed. It has to be earned. It has to be defended. It has to be protected. As you've heard me say many times, there's not a damn thing this country can do when we stand united and do it together. And I know we can do anything we want to do. That's right. I've been around a long time, as has been pointed out many times tonight. But I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America than I am today. I really mean it. At times of enormous change, it presents enormous opportunities. For despite all the crises, all the partisanship, all the shouting and showmanship, I really know this, and you know it too. We are a great nation because we're basically a good people. And here in America, good journalism, good satire about our leaders, about our society, is quintessentially an American thing. It demonstrates the power of our example. And I honest to God believe it reveals our soul, the soul of our nation. And that's what I'd like to toast tonight. If I may. To the journalists and their families, to the people and the elected representatives, to the United States of America. By the way, Madeleine Albright was right. We are the indispensable nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn this over to Trevor now. Strap myself into my seat. And Trevor, the really good news is, now you get to roast the President of the United States. And unlike in Moscow, you won't go to jail. Podium is yours.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 2:15 p.m. here in Los Angeles. Switching topics to COVID-19, Moderna is asking the FDA for approval of a COVID-19 vaccine for kids under the age of 6. And Fox News has that report.
COVID-19 vaccines could be available for the youngest Americans this summer. Today, the FDA announced plans for its vaccine advisors to discuss shots for children under 5 years old. They'll aim to meet in June and analyze data from Pfizer and Moderna.
What FDA needs to do is they need to evaluate the vaccine carefully. They need to see if it's safe. They need to see if it's effective.
Some parents have expressed frustration over why the process has taken so long. Yesterday, Moderna asked the FDA to approve its vaccine for children under 6 years old, but the drug maker has to submit additional data to complete its application. Meanwhile, Pfizer is waiting on 3-dose clinical data for the youngest age group. Public health officials say the FDA can't evaluate the vaccines until applications are complete.
They really need to show that there's some clinical benefit to the children, hospitalizations, deaths, something that's clinically meaningful.
Meanwhile, federal regulators will meet at the end of June to discuss whether COVID vaccines should be redesigned to target virus mutations. Moderna and Pfizer are currently working on shots that target the Omicron variant. Health experts say this could be key to moving forward in the pandemic.
It's very difficult to really get a strong classical herd immunity when you have immunity that wanes and a virus that, in fact, does not stay stable.
The FDA also plans to consider a COVID vaccine from Novavax this summer. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And welcome back to Live Now. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez spoke this week with Dr. Mike Cerniglioglu about the Moderna vaccine for children under the age of 6, also about the bird flu, cigarettes, and more. So I'm going to take a look at that conversation right here on Live Now.
Moderna seeking emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine for the world's youngest children. So when you talk about youngest children, what age group are we looking at? And so far, what do we know that the data has shown?
Well, they're looking at 6 months old up to 5. And that's the one group. It includes about 18 million children. And these folks have not had an opportunity to get vaccinated. And the Moderna vaccine, which, by the way, is a quarter of the dose, about 25 micrograms, 2 doses, showed a fairly robust response to protecting kids from symptomatic COVID and severe COVID. Now, the FDA has a benchmark of about 50%. The numbers are a little lower than that, but I expect that this will get emergency use authorization along with the Pfizer vaccine, which they're looking at more data. That may require 3 doses. So the timing of all of this is yet to be seen, but I feel confident it'll be available.
And, you know, Dr. Mike, we've had COVID-19 vaccines since early last year at this point. So why has it taken so long to get a specific vaccine for such young children?
Well, it comes down to data, and is it safe, and is it effective? And the safety part of this, I got to tell you, as a parent, no occurrence of myocarditis. That may reflect the fact that it's only a quarter of the dose, a very low dose, and the children tolerated it very well. The only side effect that they saw was a sore arm, which you get from many, many different vaccines. And I think it's the right thing to do. My 2 children, although they are 10 and 13, have been fully vaccinated.
And, you know, my next question to you, kind of going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, is, you know, obviously when a baby is that little, I feel like maybe they don't really leave the house that much. You know, is their exposure to COVID-19 still greater than usual? Really, the question is, should kids that age even get the vaccine? What advice do you have for parents right now with small children?
Well, the way you need to look at this is that many schools, including my own children's schools, have lifted mask mandates, and that's a whole nother topic. And I think it's we're in a better place right now, much better than we were 2 years ago. So bottom line is this: it's a good thing. We're going in the right direction, but kids are susceptible. Kids can get very sick. These young children can end up in the hospital. If you're a parent out there deciding on what to do, in my humble opinion, based on the science, that it is a risk-benefit ratio and the benefit outweighs any risk. You don't want long COVID. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19, especially in very young people. And so you want to protect yourself and your family. Get vaccinated. I've been saying that since day one that they were available.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, I actually do want to get your take, obviously in your profession, on the status of America in this pandemic, because it was a huge story that we followed yesterday. Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that we are kind of moving out of the pandemic phase as a nation, but then he really retracted that statement. So where do you feel that we are at this point in time?
Well, I've had about 4 or 5 cases a day of COVID-19. And so we're not out of it. What I said and where I think we are, we're in a better place. And unlike China, where they have a zero COVID tolerance policy, I think they're mistaken in doing that, because COVID's never going to go away. It's going to be around forever. We just need to learn to live with it. Now, what is the big difference compared to 2 years ago? We have vaccines. They work. And to this day, since this whole BA2 variant has been rearing its ugly head, I've had at least 3 or 4 patients every day come down with COVID, but they were vaccinated and they're doing fine. They have a bad cold. They stay home. They're not on a ventilator. They're not getting any kind of treatments unless they are at high risk. And then I give them a drug called Paxlovid, which is an antiviral, and they get over the virus even quicker. So are we out of the pandemic? No. Are we getting into a post-pandemic era? Yes. Do we have better treatments? Yes. Are people ending up dying? Those who are not vaccinated, I'd worry. But get vaccinated, it's all good.
Yeah, and you know, this is all happening as we had that judge last week lift mask mandates on public transportation. The Biden administration and the DOJ planning to appeal that. So when it comes to travel, Dr. Mike, you know, we've seen on airlines that it's basically optional at this point. You've got some wearing masks, some not. So what is your advice as we do enter this phase of being at a better point in the pandemic?
Well, Regina, my advice is wear a mask. But if you don't wear a mask, okay. Again, I've quoted this since day one. America is the land of the free and home of the brave. Again, now that we have vaccinations, we know the game better. We know the virus much better. If you want to get on a plane, not wear a mask, you're not vaccinated, God bless you. If you are vaccinated and you get on a plane, I'd wear a mask. Why not? It's simple, and it'll protect you. I can't afford to get COVID. I have not gotten COVID, knock on wood, since the beginning of this whole thing. It's because I am not paranoid, I'm cautious. And that's how you deal with it. I don't do crazy things. I don't go in large crowds of people. I don't do that without wearing a mask.
Yeah, well, I've had COVID, and I'm proud of you for not getting it. I don't recommend getting it. It's not fun. So glad to hear that you haven't had. You've been keeping safe. So definitely wanted to get your insight on all of the latest when it came to the pandemic. But Dr. Mike, we actually do have more news to talk about on the health front, and I do want to show our viewers some video here because it was a major announcement that we got just yesterday. The FDA proposing a rule to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. So, Dr. Mike, my question to you is why specifically these products as opposed to all of the other tobacco products that are out there?
Well, I think they tend to market these products, and for many people, they have a taste, they have a flavor. Young people, African Americans, a lot of folks are consumers of these products, and you know, there's some debate about well if they ban menthol cigarettes, is that focusing on certain groups? My take on this whole thing is that whatever your race, whatever your ethnic background, smoking will kill you. So I don't care whether it's a bad thing. And if it is being modified with putting flavorings like these cigars and these blunts or whatever you call them, and cigarettes with menthol, forget about it. I don't want that. And if we're going to get people to stop smoking, you need to get rid of it. So I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, kind of going off of that, as far as a timeline, what we're looking here, if this were to get finalized, we're seeing that it may not be for a couple of years, and then obviously we anticipate that some of these tobacco companies are going to fight this.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, they have a lot to lose. They have a lot of money to lose. And my agenda is to keep people alive and not need oxygen. Think about it. If you're out there and you're listening to this and you're a smoker, do you want to be at your grandchildren's wedding where you have an oxygen tank? And believe me, I've been invited to a lot of my patients' weddings. I'm very proud of that. And some of them, I think they invited me to the wedding because they were afraid they might not make it, because they're on oxygen, because they smoked all those years and they have emphysema. It's just a bad, bad thing. You want to invest, Regina, in your health, 401k, so that, Regina, when you get older, you can reap the harvest of your labors, and you can go like hiking up a mountain when you're retired someday and not be restricted to sitting playing bingo. Not that I have anything against bingo. I love bingo.
I love that for you. Well, yeah, definitely eager to see how this is going to play out in the next couple of years and as this case kind of moves forward with the FDA. So we'll definitely touch base with you about that as it kind of goes on. Another story to get to here on the health front, Dr. Mike. We are talking about bird flu. Now, this has been a story that's kind of been around for a couple of weeks now. And just yesterday, we found out that this highly contagious strain of avian flu, it's called, that likely killed hundreds of birds and spread across more than 24 states, I'm seeing, has been detected in a human for the first time in the United States. So what is this disease and should we be worried? Can you kind of elaborate here?
Well, it's kind of a fascinating scientific story if you like scary stories. So there's another case in a human in China. And in that particular case, they worked on a poultry farm and they raised crows. How do you like that? We have tons of crows in Philly. They're wild. We don't have to raise them. But I guess some people do. So this young child contracted, I believe it's the H3N8 virus. Now, what is that? It is kind of a subclass of influenza A. And what's fascinating about this, back in 1889, there was a pandemic. We all talked about 1918 with the Spanish flu. This was called the Russian flu, and it originated in Russia, and it killed about 1 million people. Now, before people start thinking, oh my God, again, so far, the virus is not able really to readily transmit from one human to the other. It's got to be more of a perfect storm like COVID-19. It's the right virus at the right time with the right mutations in an area where then it gets spread from one human to another. And then you have a problem. But I don't think we're there yet. But I got to tell you, Regina, hopefully when we're long and gone, there will be another pandemic. We'll be better at handling it, I hope. But viruses are out there, and they're all trying to eke out a living, every one of them.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, when you talk about humans contracting this bird flu, what type of symptoms does that initiate? Are we talking mild symptoms or going to the hospital? What can this do to a human being?
Well, it does cause flu-like symptoms, and for the young boy in China, they were hospitalized a couple of days, and then they got discharged, so they're fine. Again, as we've so always have learned, you know, if it had been a really old person, maybe a 90-year-old, who knows? But the bottom line is, so far, not to worry. Okay, not to worry. But in the very beginning, when we saw the hospital going up in Wuhan, China, I also said, don't worry. But we'll see. Again, in all my heart and soul, I don't think this is a problem.
All right, well, that is definitely good to know. We'll definitely keep monitoring this situation for our viewers here. Another medical headline that I want to get to here, Dr. Mike, is the World Health Organization actually monitoring and expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak that's impacting small kids. So what do we know about this right now?
Well, there's a lot of intrigue and interest in this. They are young children. Some of them have needed liver transplants. It causes hepatitis. It can be very, very dangerous. These are in young children, and it's been seen in Europe, around the country, around the world. Not a lot of numbers, but concerning. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what is going on here. They think it might be an adenovirus, which is another kind of virus, that because kids were in lockdown and weren't in daycare, not getting these viruses as an earlier age, it might be now getting to them a little bit later. I don't know. There might be some mutation with that virus. I would just, what I would do at this point as a parent, just keep an eye on your children if they should develop abdominal pain or jaundice, where their eyes look yellow. Seek medical attention.
And yeah, and Dr. Mike, I'm seeing that, despite this concern here, that actually hepatitis is often mild in children. Am I right?
Sure. And hepatitis is very prevalent, and there's a variety of different kinds. There's hepatitis A that you can get from a food if it's prepared by someone that has hepatitis A. There's hepatitis B. You can get that from IV drugs and things like that. Hep C, and there's a variety of viruses out there that can cause hepatitis. Cytomegalovirus. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But the bottom line is this, that if you have elevated liver tests, you warrant a workup. And so if you go to your healthcare provider and they do lab tests and your liver tests are up, they have to work it up. Now, if you have jaundice and you don't feel well and you have nausea and vomiting, and you're going to seek attention right away. And that's very important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for elaborating on that, Dr. Mike. One more topic that I want to get to before we send you off. The United States Preventative Services Task Force officially updated its guidelines for, or to recommend against initiating daily low doses of aspirin in people 60 and older. So what are the important details regarding this? Why is this important?
Well, basically, that organization is echoing the American Heart Association and basically saying, look, no one should just take a baby aspirin because they think it's good for them or because it's the right thing to do to prevent a heart attack. You have to take a baby aspirin when there is a reason. Now, if you have known heart disease, you have coronary artery disease, you had a stroke, you had a heart attack, you have stents, you have a lot, then you need to talk to your healthcare provider because it may be very, very important that you are on a baby aspirin. What this is targeting, this data, is that, well, everybody should just be on a baby aspirin. It won't hurt you. It's good for you. But that's not the case. The risk of bleeding from your intestinal tract, your stomach, or bleeding into your head does go up significantly. And so you have to have a reason to take it.
Got you. Well, a lot of headlines to get to here, Dr. Mike. We really thank you for joining us and elaborating on all of them. We will certainly be touching base with you again next week, and we thank you for your time. Have a great weekend.
Regina, you are the best. You rock. I love you.
We love you too, Dr. Mike. We'll see you soon. Have a good day.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Staying on the topic of COVID-19, Dr. Anthony Fauci says that we are in a different state of the pandemic, but how do we continue to improve this situation? Well, Fox Los Angeles spoke on this very exact topic with an epidemiologist. Let's take a look at that conversation.
Let's begin with the pandemic in the U.S. Today, Dr. Anthony Fauci suggesting that the pandemic is not over after saying this to the PBS NewsHour yesterday.
We are at a low level right now. So if you're saying, are we out of the pandemic phase in this country? We are.
Dr. Fauci then adds, we are in a different moment of the pandemic, and the challenge now is how to keep improving the situation. So how should we go about this with the next stage of the pandemic? So today he said the pandemic is not over. Yesterday saying that the pandemic phase is over. Let's talk more about this. Let's bring in epidemiologist Dr. Anne Remoyne, a familiar face on the Fox 11 Special Report. Thank you so much for being with us.
Nice to be here.
Okay, so let's just get your reaction to the flip-flopping of somebody of Dr. Fauci's stature and what that does for public trust as we still make our way through the pandemic, or is it over?
Well, the first thing I would say is that public health messaging is very complicated, and everyone is looking to Dr. Fauci, for example, to be able to give us the advice that we need. I think that there's one piece of what he said that I agree, which is that we are in a phase where we're seeing fewer cases than we've seen in the past, but a pandemic by definition is global. So we are certainly not out of it yet. I do think that messaging is very important to be consistent, and that we have to be able to explain that things are changing. It's a very dynamic situation, that yes, we're doing well right now, but a variant could come and that has a lot more ability to evade our immune system, and that could all change at a moment's notice. So public health messaging is very complicated, and I think that this was one situation that maybe it was a little bit over his skis in terms of optimism.
So what's the bottom line? Are we still in the pandemic?
We are absolutely still in the pandemic. We're seeing cases here in Los Angeles start to go up. We've seen a very, a significant uptick in cases. We're seeing this nationally. We've started to see a little uptick in hospitalizations as well, but they haven't risen to a very large degree at this point. We don't know if it's early on, because hospitalizations and deaths always lag, or if we'll see something new here. I mean, I think we do have good, a good basis of immunity here, but this virus has given us a curveball every single time we think we're in a new spot. So we can be, optimistic, but we need to be cautious. And the best thing to do is, as I've said this to you before, it's so much easier to stay out of trouble than it is to have to get out of trouble. So we can be optimistic, we can be getting back to some things that are normal, but being ready to take precautions as needed.
Do you feel some encouragement, though, given the fact that hospitalizations and deaths, they do remain relatively stable and even low at this point, given the fact that, yes, they are lagging indicators, but the fact that BA2 has been amongst us for several weeks now?
I mean, I'm optimistic that we won't see a huge surge in hospitalizations, but we don't know the extent of it. And I think the thing that we always have to remember, that we may get through this particular surge, but if we get through this particular surge, it doesn't mean that another one isn't coming, or that we may have a different variant that might be more difficult. And I think that that's where this is always, it's a very tricky thing to be able to talk about here. Where are we right now? Right now, we don't have a high rate of hospitalizations or deaths. That's great news. We aren't seeing a massive spike in hospitalizations yet. So those are all good things, but COVID is something we still don't understand well. I think that the data on long COVID is really not great, and so my message that you should try to avoid it if you can still stands. It's an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure in this scenario. All we can say is we can be hopeful, but we should prepare for new variants to occur and to be ready to act swiftly if and when they do.
And you mentioned data. Current data from the CDC shows 60% of American adults and 75% of children have had COVID, the majority infected by Omicron. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization, to your point, Dr. Ramoyne, is monitoring the new BA2 subvariant that makes up now 30% of new cases. But this is all happening as global deaths have fallen to their lowest level since March of 2020. So there is some bright spots, thank goodness. The other thing that we wanted to get your thoughts on is the fact that Pfizer has asked the FDA to authorize the booster shot for kids 5 to 11. Do kids really need a booster?
Well, I think that the data has been pretty clear that the vaccine has done a great job of preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death. But we know that these vaccines wane in terms of their effectiveness against these severe outcomes. So it's great news that a booster is very likely going to be approved for kids so that we can avoid having any of these severe outcomes. These vaccines do an extremely good job of preventing those severe outcomes. And that is what we want to be able to continue. It's not going to be, okay, the cases have decreased, we're done here. We're going to have to continue to vaccinate. We're going to have to continue to stay ahead of it. That means for adults. That also means for kids. And so I think that this is going to be another tool in our toolbox to be able to use to keep people safe and to keep the cases low.
Well, we know that Vice President Kamala Harris was boosted and vaccinated and did every shot she possibly could get, and she still got COVID. The good news is when you've got those vaccines, you don't get it so bad that you're dying or in the hospital. She's clearly not in the hospital. She's working from home. This is a picture that was tweeted out by her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff of Los Angeles. There she is in Washington doing some work. She's apparently asymptomatic, according to her staff. But we also learned today that she took Paxlovid, an antiviral drug. First off, what is it? Secondly, should people that are apparently asymptomatic that get COVID, should they take it too?
So Paxlovid is a great therapeutic that is in particular useful for people who are at risk of severe outcomes, and that does a really great job in terms of reducing the potential of severe disease, hospitalization, and death. It's really important that people who test positive for COVID, they should talk to their doctor about whether or not this is something they should be, they are eligible for or they should take. I am not a clinician, I'm an epidemiologist, so I can't give you the clinical piece of this, but what I can say is it's really important to have this tool in our toolbox to be able to have these kind of drugs available and to be able to make sure that they are as widespread as possible, because it isn't just about somebody like the vice president being able to get it who has easy access to their doctor, but that everybody who is at high risk should definitely have a plan that if they should get COVID, that they know what they're eligible for and who to go to, how to get this drug if needed.
Yeah, I know the LA County Department of Public Health, they have their test to treat program. So people who do test positive for COVID, you should ask your doctor about it, because there are some sites, some pharmacies around town that are offering Paxlovid. It is here and accessible. I don't know how easily it is accessible. That's the big question. Dr. Anne Ramoyne, epidemiologist, we always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's hit on other hot topics of the day with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki's White House press briefing in case you missed it. And of course, don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on multiple platforms, including livenowfox.com.
President Biden is committed to doing everything he can to address some sticky seats over there, to address the pain Americans are feeling at the pump as a result of President Putin's price hike and his unjustified war's impact on global fuel supply. Today, the EPA announced that it's issuing an emergency fuel waiver to allow E15 sales during the summer driving season. This, of course, is a follow-up to what the president announced in Iowa just 2 weeks ago. The waiver is a critical step to address the fuel supply crisis. And again, as already noted, it's a follow-up to the announcement from last week, and it will lay out actions to increase the use of biofuels in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, accelerate the clean energy transition, build real U.S. energy independence, support American agriculture and manufacturing, and save Americans money. At current prices, E15 can save a family 10 cents per gallon of gas on average, and many stores sell E15 at an even greater discount. There's just over 2,000 gas stations, mostly in the Midwest, where without this action, the E15 tank pump would be covered and Americans wouldn't be able to access it. So this builds on the additional steps the president has taken, authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months, and the largest release in history, working around and building a coalition around the world to release an additional 60 million barrels. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a week ahead, a quick overview for the week ahead. As you're well aware, tomorrow the President and the First Lady will attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where the President will speak, and I will lower expectations and say it's not funny at all. Just kidding, see? The following day, President Biden will travel to Minneapolis, Minnesota to attend the memorial service of former Vice President Walter Mondale, who was his friend and mentor. On Monday, the President will present the Presidential Rank Awards to 230 winners for 37 federal agencies in a virtual ceremony. Then he and the First Lady will host a reception to celebrate Eid in the East Room. On Tuesday, the President will travel to Alabama, as we've already announced, to visit a Lockheed Martin facility which manufactures weapon systems such as Javelin anti-tank missiles, which we are providing Ukraine to defend against the Russian invasion. He will also discuss, while he's there, his supplemental funding request, which will help Ukraine defend itself over the long term, support democracy in Ukraine, and address humanitarian needs and economic disruptions due to Putin's war. And on Thursday, the President and First Lady will host a Cinco de Mayo reception in the Rose Garden. Also wanted to note Gary Rosenberg. Where are you, Gary? Hello, Gary. Gary is retired. He's one of the ABC crew members here at the White House. He is retiring today after 43 years. Great, Gary. So, amazing. Thank you for your service. We're not going to make any connection between your timing and the fact that ABC is reportedly taking Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson to the dinner. Maybe you'll have a wild weekend. Okay, so let's get to your questions. I have hopefully a lot of follow-ups to a lot of the supplemental questions you all had yesterday, which I'm sure will come up. So why don't we get to you, Chris?
I was going to start with the supplemental, actually.
Okay, great.
So just wanted looking for an update on where things stand with that, and also with COVID funding, how the conversation's gone so far, and how are things going with Republicans as well in getting their support for some of these measures?
Sure. Well, as I noted yesterday, after we put out and announced this request, we have been working full steam ahead in engaging and having discussions with appropriate members, committees, staff about the urgency in moving both of these requests forward. The President, of course, put them forward because together, and that is his preference for them to move together because they are both essential. There's urgency to moving them both forward. If I may, and this may come up as well, but can I give you just a bit of a rundown? This is to Alex's questions yesterday of what has been spent from the 13.5. Let me just see if I can find this here. Okay, so we noted and we've confirmed for all of you that of the 13.6, we had already spent 3.25 of the security assistance with 250 million left. That remains the case. The first supplemental also provided roughly $6 billion in that includes, the $6 billion includes that 3.5, as well as economic assistance, all of that in there. So 95% of that has been exhausted. And that means that, of course, the $250 million is part of the 5% left, and also some economic assistance that has not yet been spent from that tranche. The first supplemental also provided about $4.2 billion for humanitarian assistance for humanitarian needs globally. We've spent about $600 million of that so far. So there's more obviously left in that fund, which is why we have only requested less than 3% of what is in our new request package is for that type of humanitarian assistance, because we have more left and there are more global requests, of course, given the surge of refugees and needs around the world that we anticipate receiving. And finally, the supplemental also provided $3 billion to support U.S. troop deployments to reinforce NATO territory, which the Department of Defense is using for this purpose. Of course, they plan ahead. It doesn't mean it's all been spent out, but it has been planned for how it will be spent. So as you can tell, the vast majority of what we had requested and what we had received from Congress has been spent, and the humanitarian piece is still left accounts for how we have framed the next package. Okay, go ahead.
It appears the European Union is preparing a phased-in ban of Russian oil imports. The U.S. has been a partner in helping the EU get natural gas. Is the U.S. committed to helping them get additional crude supplies, and will that include ways to increase U.S. production and get it over to the European Union?
Yes, so as we've talked about a little bit this week with the announcement about Russia's actions as it relates to Poland and Bulgaria, we started a task force last month with Europe to account for and plan for and work to help them diversify their energy needs and account for any steps that Russia may continue to take to weaponize energy. There was a meeting of that task force, I believe it was yesterday, to have a discussion about how we can continue to work together. We've already taken steps to provide for additional LNG or natural gas resources, because we knew and anticipated that for some of these European countries that was especially going to be a need. In terms of oil, it's of course a global oil market, so our effort there in anticipation of any needs was to take steps to provide more supply, whether that was through our own release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve or the work that the president and his team has done to do the global release, the biggest ever in history. So slightly two different things, but this task force was started in anticipation of these needs. They already had a meeting. We'll continue our work together to help the Europeans with any shortages they have, and also to diversify and ease off of Russian reliance on Russian energy needs.
On the E15 emergency waiver, it says it will last a statutory maximum of 20 days per the EPA, and that you guys will review that to see if it's still needed.
Yeah.
The industry itself has been calling for, and I think Biden has been supportive of a summer-long lifting of the ban. I understand there's reasons why you do the 20 days, but is this administration committed to making E15 available all summer long?
That is how the president made his announcement and is his intention. And I would note, because it's available, if you think of the just over 2,000 gas stations where it's available in the Midwest, largely in the Midwest, without this, the prior regulations would have been, or without the waiver, that basically the E15 pump would be covered and wouldn't be available. So we do anticipate needs continuing for taking additional steps to cut the cost for Americans. This lowers it by about 10 cents for those who use this type of gas, and this is just another way to do that. Go ahead.
Vladimir Putin has confirmed that Russia will be attending the G20 summit, so could we get a reaction from the White House on that? And then related to that, is there any scenario, anything that could happen between now and 6 months from now where the U.S. would actually welcome Russia's presence at the G20, see it as being constructive or productive for Russia to be a part of that summit?
Well, there's a lot that could happen between now and then, but we certainly haven't seen an indication to date of Russia's plan to participate in diplomatic talks constructively. Our hope certainly is that will change, because obviously diplomatic talks and conversations is the way to bring an end to this conflict, and President Putin could end this tomorrow, could end this right now. But I'm not going to get ahead of what that looks like. Obviously, this is an ongoing war on the ground. We have certainly seen those reports, and the president has expressed publicly his opposition to President Putin attending the G20. We have welcomed the Ukrainians attending, or invitation to attend the G20. It is 6 months away, so we don't know how to predict. We can't predict at this point what that will look like. Our understanding, and of course you could confirm this with the Indonesians, is we have reached out to them privately, is that they did invite them before the invasion. So any additional steps beyond that, I would certainly point to them, but we've conveyed our view that we don't think they should be a part of it publicly and privately as well.
Just on a separate matter,
sure.
An American citizen and former Marine veteran, Willie Joseph Cancel, was killed this week in Ukraine while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His mother told CNN that he went to Ukraine because he believes in what Ukraine was fighting for. First of all, is there a message for his family?
Well, first of all, our hearts go out to his family and loved ones. We don't have official confirmation, even though we've seen the reports, but we have not had that official process through the government, so I can't speak to other specifics about him beyond that. But we know Americans are looking for ways to help, and the reports about this individual were that he's a veteran. He had a child, I believe, and certainly sounded like a very passionate young man. We know people want to help, but we do encourage Americans to find other ways to do so rather than traveling to Ukraine to fight there. It is a war zone. It's an active war zone, and we know Americans face significant risks. But certainly, we know a family is mourning, a wife is mourning, and our hearts are with them.
So any other American that is looking to go to Ukraine for the purpose of fighting alongside Ukrainian forces, the U.S.'s message is strictly do not go.
Our advice for months now has been that Americans should not travel to Ukraine for any reason.
In the president's conversation with AMLO, with the Mexican president, just ended, did President Biden make any specific requests of his Mexican counterpart in terms of increasing Mexican either troops or enforcement along either the U.S.-Mexico border or the Mexico border with Central American countries?
Well, what the focus, I have not received an extensive readout yet. I know you will receive one probably while I'm up here. But the majority of the conversation was about migration and was about continued work on coordination, on economic coordination, on taking steps to reduce migration to the border. And they have been a partner in that over the last several months. In terms of specific asks, I just don't have more on that. But I know, Mike, that one of the follow-ups here will be coordination and discussion at a high level from members of their respective national security teams to continue to work together as we head toward the important meetings coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think just as a quick follow-up, I understand that it just ended, and so maybe you don't have the information now. Yeah. If there's a way to get more information about the specific question of whether or not the United States has asked, you'll remember President Trump pushed the Mexican government to try to increase enforcement along the border by threatening tariffs. Obviously, that's a different strategy. It's
not our approach.
Probably isn't your approach, but it wouldn't be out of the question to imagine that this government would encourage, pressure, ask the Mexican government to do more, especially on the eve of Title 42 potentially coming down.
Well, I think it's important to remember, I mean, the tone of the call was very constructive. This was not a call where President Biden was threatening the Mexican president in any way. They have been an important partner. We expect them to continue to be. And this call was planned in part because of the Summit of the Americas, but also because of the approaching lifting of Title 42 and the anticipation and expectation from the Department of Homeland Security of the increased influx of migrants trying to come to cross the border. So, but it was meant to be a constructive call. It was not meant to deliver a threatening message. That is my understanding of what took place. And certainly if there's more to provide, we will provide that to all of you. Go ahead.
Jen, on the supplemental budget, the administration believes the package will support Ukraine for 5 months. Is there anything you could tell us about? That time frame, is that when the administration believes the war will come to an end, or that it will last for at least another 5 months?
Well, let me give you a little bit of more of a rundown of each of the components in the package too. I know some of this was done yesterday, but I think more of it, we could do more from our ends on this front. But to answer your direct question, Weija, that's the end of the fiscal year, and what our objective here was to provide a long enough set of funding requests, or a funding request that would meet, that would mean we wouldn't have to come back in a month or 6 weeks, right? To ensure that there was planning that was possible through the U.S. military and through our European partners and the Ukrainians as well. Now, some of this funding, for example, the $6 billion of this $20 billion of the security assistance component is for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is basically direct support for Ukraine to purchase its own weapons from the defense the defense industry here in the United States. They could not even intake, billions and billions and billions of weapons and security assistance in this moment. So that is likely going to be longer term, because if they place an order for specific weapons, sometimes that takes months to produce. It's just meant to provide security assistance so they can plan for what they need over the long term and make those orders directly, which is what that portion of the funding provides for. The other portions of the funding, so $5.4 billion is in drawdown. So that, as you're very familiar with that, because that was a large chunk of what we requested and have implemented in our last package. And that basically allows the United States to, when we provide weapons or give weapons to the Ukrainians, to have the funding to backfill those needs and order those weapons so we can backfill them here and make sure we have what we need here in the United States. $2.4 billion was to purchase high demand weapons for the United States, build additional critical war reserves, and increase intelligence and other defense support. And then $4 billion is in state, foreign, military financing, which is not just for Ukraine. That's for a range of countries. It's FMF funding that will be applicable to a range of countries and what their needs are. And finally, $2.6 billion is to continue supporting U.S. troop deployments in NATO territory. So as you know, we had about 80,000, and now we're up to 100,000. And we're also, of course, providing support to a range of our NATO allies and partners in the region, and that helps support that includes U.S. troop transportation, special pay, medical support. So that's kind of the breakdown of what it is, but some of that would certainly go beyond. It was just meant to be a request that accounts for the fiscal year.
And then turning to COVID, I know you've talked before about protocols in place to protect the president, but given what Kate Bedingfield tweeted this morning, I wonder, is part of the protocol to make sure the president never has any close contacts?
Well, the way we determine, we do take additional steps, and some of those are additional precautions that go beyond even what the CDC recommends, right? So if we are in a meeting with the president, I've noted before, you always are tested. We often wear masks, almost always wear masks in those meetings. We try to socially distance whenever possible, and the way the CDC defines and the close contact is 15 minutes at a certain close proximity. So we try to follow those guidelines and take additional steps, of course, out of an effort to protect the president.
So those who are in a confined space with the president wear masks and are 6 feet apart from him.
That's an effort we make, exactly.
And then just quickly on the vaccines for children.
Yeah.
Because the FDA announced a couple potential dates for when they might start reviewing in June.
Yeah.
When the green light is given, assuming it will be, is there enough supply already on hand to start giving these young children their first doses right away? The supply of both the vaccine and vials, materials, etc.
My understanding, Misha, is that there is. I will quadruple check that and make sure for you, but we have been planning for the possibility of approval for vaccines for children under 5 for some time now, and we like to plan ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. The mayor of Eagle Pass told my colleague down at the border today, and the mayor is a Democrat, by the way, that the border is not being effectively managed and asked the president to come and see it. Does the president have any plans to go to the border?
I don't have any plans to preview at this point in time. Certainly we're open to it, but no plans to preview.
Is it something he would consider doing before the Summit of the Americas, where he's set to meet with the leaders of Central and South America, to see the situation firsthand before having that robust conversation?
Well, he's meeting with leaders of countries that he's traveled to many times, and certainly is very familiar with the issues that will be discussed, which is addressing root causes, coordinating, whether it's on the economic front or security front, and that's an initiative he led during the when he was vice president. So he's very familiar with those issues.
On the economy, Austin Goolsbee, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under the Obama administration, said that he felt that the president yesterday in his comments about the GDP report was potentially underplaying the risks of a recession. And he pointed to geopolitical conditions with Ukraine, with Russia cutting off gas to Europe, and also GDP shrinking, saying that people should be nervous. How do you respond to that?
Well, I have a great deal of respect for Austin Goolsbee. He's a former colleague, and so does the president. But what we look at is a range of economic data, including economic data that was in the GDP numbers yesterday, which I did some explaining of yesterday. But some of the data that was in there show very encouraging signs that economists look at. Many independent economists monitor closely. American consumer spending, business investment, residential investment, all up. The decrease as it relates to exports is largely because our economy is stronger than many economies around the world, and the inventory numbers, which is kind of the number that went down, that brought it down, is in large part because the fourth quarter inventory numbers were the highest in history, and these numbers are done as a comparison from quarter to quarter. So I think we felt it was important to explain the data and what it means. We continue to monitor economic data. It's important to note that some important components of it are we created more jobs last year than any job in American history. We're at a very low unemployment rate, and while costs are high and inflation is not where we want it to be, the Federal Reserve continues to project that will come down by the end of the year. So our economists and our economic team continues to feel confident in the strength of the economy, even as we monitor a range of data.
Jennifer Granholm said something, though, that was interesting about inflation coming down. She said some economists are suggesting inflation is going to level off a bit, but it's just so hard to know because we don't know what's going to happen on the war on this. So she's seeming to also allude to geopolitical conditions that might not result in these projections coming to fruition?
Well, the Federal Reserve makes the official projections, right, for the government. What I will note, and I think maybe she was referring to, is even the new economic data we saw today, energy accounted for 61% of the reasoning for the increase in the inflation numbers. And we know that because of Putin's unprovoked invasion in Ukraine, that it's driving food costs, but also energy costs, and that is a huge driver. So that's why the president is taking a range of steps. The historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, even the steps, certainly smaller as it relates to E15 today, to work to really target and focus on energy prices and costs.
And I have just a couple questions on the disinformation board.
Sure.
Yesterday you had told me that you were not familiar with Nina Jankowicz. I'm wondering if you have more information on her today. Also, Secretary Mayorkas said that he was not familiar with statements that she had made surrounding the Hunter Biden laptop. And I'm just wondering, how is she hired if you in the White House are not familiar with her, if Mayorkas is not familiar with her statements? What's the process for putting her into a position like this? Who's in charge of her?
Well, let me give you a sense of who she is. She's an expert on online disinformation. She was formerly in the Wilson Center's she was formerly a disinformation fellow at the Wilson Center. She's testified before Congress as well as the United Kingdom and European parliaments, advised a Ukrainian foreign minister, particularly relevant in this moment, under the auspices of a Fulbright Public Policy Fellowship, and overseeing Russia and Belarus programs at the National Democratic Institute. Any hiring decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security, but this is a person with extensive qualifications. What I will tell you about the board and what the board is doing, this is a continuation of work that began at the Department of Homeland Security in 2020 under former President Trump.
Is it, though, I guess, can you describe what her job is going to be? Because there's been some TikToks that she has put out, and it seems like rather than calling balls and strikes on this story is false and this story and here's the truth on it, one line stood out to me. They're laundering disinfo. We should really take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. So
well, here's what the board is going to do, which I think is of particular interest. Again, a continuation of the work of the former president. So for anyone who's critical of it, I didn't hear them being critical of the work under the former president, which is just interesting to note contextually. But in the fact sheet that they put out, what they noted yesterday, what they noted in there is that this is meant to, one, the first bullet was about protecting privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and the First Amendment. They said the primary mission is to establish best practices to ensure that efforts to understand and respond to disinformation are done in ways that protect privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. I'd also note that the first example they gave about what they're going to do is support the Department of Homeland Security's ongoing work back to the former administration to address how and understand how misinformation spread by human smugglers that prey on vulnerable populations attempting to migrate to the United States. There's no question, everybody, that was bipartisan support for that, to address disinformation that's helping smugglers, helping people migrate, or providing false information, prompting people to migrate. This is also work that is helping to address unauthorized terrorism, other threats, and see how disinformation and misinformation is being pushed to lead to increase those. So that's all work we think is work that's been ongoing for some time. This is the form it's taking, and there's a fact sheet that details the specifics of it.
You just outlined a lot of efforts that sound very worthy, but you've got someone from the Department of Homeland Security telling people how they should vote. How do you explain that to critics who say that doesn't sound right to me?
This is an individual who will be overseeing the work of that board. Personnel decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security. I just outlined the extensive history and background this individual has, but I think what's important to note here is what the board is doing, which is continuing what is important disinformation-related work that began under the former administration. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask you about some of the concerns that Democrats are expressing about Title 42, if it is in fact lifted, and these are some quotes that were in Politico today. Maggie Hassan says, what I didn't hear was specifics about numbers and deployment and really meeting the need at the border. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto said she still hasn't seen a comprehensive plan. And Senator Mark Kelly has said there's having things on a piece of paper and then what is going on in the southern border, and there's a huge disconnect. What is the administration doing to address those concerns and that criticism that there may be a plan on paper, but they certainly haven't seen it at the border yet?
Well, first, there's an extensive plan on paper that includes a 6-pillar approach to planning for and preparing for the lifting of Title 42, including surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, facilities to support border operations. It also includes enhancing CBP processing efficiency and moving with deliberate speed to mitigate potential overcrowding at Border Patrol stations, something in anticipation they are preparing for the possibility of. It also includes administering consequences for unlawful entry. That's Pillar 3. Includes number 4 is bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations who've been important partners to us as we're working to implement to receive non-citizens after they've been processed. It also includes targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations and finally deterring irregular migration. What it is not, and this is where we absolutely of course agree with these members and others, is an immigration reform plan. And that is something that we strongly support. This is a reminder of the need for, how outdated it is, how broken the system is, but Title 42 has never been an immigration plan.
How soon will the plan that you just laid out actually go into effect, understanding that it may take some time?
Yeah.
But how soon will people actually feel the real impact so that, as Senator Kelly is saying, this disconnect doesn't exist, so that there's actual proof that it's taking place?
Well, the Title 42 lifts on May 23rd. It doesn't lift.
Nothing happens until.
I would point to the Department of Homeland Security for the implementation plan, but I think that's what's important to note here. We haven't seen, the impacts of the lifting surges because it hasn't happened yet. I'd also note that Secretary Mayorkas testified, I believe, before 4 committees over the last 2 days about exactly this.
And yet there's still this skepticism.
In order to answer their questions, and I'm sure he's happy to have continued conversations.
How concerned is the president that these members of his own party, who are facing tough re-election battles, as you know, have these serious concerns and clearly are expressing fears that it might impact them politically, might impact their chances for re-election?
Well, without speaking to the politics, I would say, Kristen, the president shares the concern about the lack of a workable immigration system, and that impacts many of the border state leaders quite a bit, of course, because there isn't an effective asylum processing system, because we don't have smart security. We spent years investing in a faulty border wall that was never going to be an effective mechanism. He shares their concerns about that, and he recognizes and agrees with that.
How would you characterize how committed he is, understanding that an appeal, if it comes to that, is not in his hands? Would he want to see this fight go all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm certainly not going to get ahead of a legal process. I will note, and Mary, I think Mary asked about this yesterday. So let me, in terms of where things stand, so right now what we saw yesterday is that the district court presiding over one of the challenges to the Title 42 rescission order finally officially entered, because they'd just done it verbally, a temporary restraining order. What that basically means is they're saying we can't lift Title 42 before May 23rd. That has not been our plan to date, as you know. What is next is there's going to be a hearing on Arizona's preliminary injunction motion. That's scheduled to take place on May 13th. So any decision about what's next, of course, would happen from the Department of Justice, but wouldn't happen until after that. What I would note is that the judge has indicated he will rule unfavorably towards the administration at this time, but we don't know, and we don't officially know, and we won't know until he makes a ruling, and then the Department of Justice would make any decision about legal action.
One quickly on the supplemental, if I might. There's obviously a divide over whether to link it to COVID funding, which we talked about a little bit here yesterday. But given that there is this divide, and given the urgency that we are hearing from President Zelensky and others on the ground in Ukraine for this aid, why not just say, let's de-link these 2 bills and move forward with Ukraine aid and get it done as quickly as possible?
Well, Kristen, I would note that the president feels that both are urgent. Both are emergencies. Of course, we know there's an urgency in getting additional assistance. We know we have a few more weeks depending on how the final military drawdown is spent out. But in terms of COVID, what we are doing right now is we are preventing the United States from being able to plan and purchase ahead. So for example, if there's a better booster, which there may be because science is amazing one day, right? If there's a better vaccine, we can't make purchases ahead of doing that. That is what we have done to date. That is why we have been so prepared. It also makes it so that we can't purchase Evusheld, treatments that helps immunocompromised. We can't make additional purchases of a range of the treatments we know are effective and make sure that we can say to every American, we'll get you a mask, we'll get you a test, we'll get you a free vaccine. So the president feels that is also incredibly urgent. Go ahead.
Do you have a reaction to the report that the FBI last year potentially searched millions of Americans' data? And secondly, is the president briefed on that? Does he have any reaction himself?
I have not spoken with the president about this. I can get you more details about this after the briefing. My understanding is that some of this was about researching and doing an investigation into potential hacking. But I will get you more from the FBI after this. Thanks for the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, E15 fuel is slightly less energy dense than what we would consider typical gasoline, so Americans might need to fill up just a little bit more frequently. So how much does the administration really think that this move will affect Americans' wallets? And does the White House believe the president has exhausted his authority on what he can do related to gas prices, or are there more options still being considered?
I mean, on the second question, we're always going to look for more options. I mean, we saw, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, even as it relates to the recent, the inflation data that came out today. We know that 61% of that is driven by the price of, by energy costs, by Putin's invasion into Ukraine, and we need to continue to take every step we can, whether that's working with Congress, considering what authorities we have, continuing to ensure we take steps to make sure the supply meets the demand out there. You know, the estimates have been it saves Americans about 10 cents a gallon, and you know, that to the president and to us felt like a reason to do it, and because without taking this step for the waiver, it basically would just be an option of additional supply that is a little bit less expensive that wouldn't be available in these 2,000 gas stations. We're not saying that this is like the silver bullet. It's not. It's just a step that we felt would help ease the burden for Americans who go to those gas stations.
And then with COVID, as we are talking about, as the White House is pushing Congress to pass for more funding, why hasn't the administration released a plan, at least for now, to transition the burden of paying for COVID drugs and vaccines to the private sector, kind of like has been done with tests, so that insurance companies have time to negotiate?
Well, there's a range of steps happening at the same time, but I will tell you that what we want to continue to be able to do is to provide these treatments for free. That's the objective. That's the reason for this request for funding. But also the request for funding is enabling the United States to be able to purchase ahead in bulk supply a lot of these treatments or you know, vaccines, so that we can make, when they are ready, we can make those available to treatment centers and hospitals around the country. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I know you said that you didn't get an extensive readout yet of the conversation with the Mexican president.
And there'll be a written readout at some point, if not
to the
yet.
extent that you know what happened, did the president make any headway in getting Mexico to take the harder line on Russia, and should we expect them to join the global coalition in imposing sanctions now?
Well, I would note, obviously, the Mexican government can speak for themselves on any intentions they may or may not have. They have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, so I would note that. We will always encourage any leaders to take additional steps to support the Ukrainians and stand up in a range of ways against the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But in terms of any steps they would take, regardless of the conversation, we would let them speak for themselves on that. Frank, go ahead.
Sorry, has the reticence by the Mexican government impacted the U.S.-Mexico relationship in any way when it comes to sanctions?
Well, again, I would note they have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We know different countries are going to take different steps. Some have taken them quickly, some took longer to take them, and we know different countries will have different approaches to every step, whether it's sanctions, assistance they can provide. We understand that. We have an important, strong relationship with Mexico, one that The call today was set up in order to really focus the conversation on migration and addressing root causes in advance of the Summit of the Americas. So that was really the majority of the conversation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss you. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. So Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby was asked this afternoon if he believed that Vladimir Putin was a rational actor. And he responded saying, I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity. Now, he later apologized for his emotions there, but I'm curious, are these sentiments also shared by the president?
Well, I think you've heard the president call him a war criminal. So I don't think the president thinks of President Putin as somebody who is a model in the world. He views him as a pariah and somebody who is guilty of war crimes and of genocide. So I think the president's comments speak for itself.
And then also piggybacking on Kristen's last question, if Congress doesn't pass supplemental aid to Ukraine or it's delayed, how much longer can we keep the current pace in supporting them?
Well, there's a range of ways we're supporting them, right? So this is why I felt it was important to outline in more detail than I did yesterday. Sometimes you go back and you say, I need more information. And that's what we did here. But we know there's $250 million left, right, from the security package. We know that we were at a very rapid pace of providing assistance for several weeks. That was strategic because we wanted to front load that, knowing that as Russia repositioned their approach to the war, the needs for the Ukrainians were different because it was going to be a longer, more drawn out war that was more kind of on the ground. So we strategically front loaded a lot of the security assistance, but there is not. We expect a couple more weeks this assistance could be. I don't have the plans from the Department of Defense on exactly how they will roll that out. I also noted that the vast majority of our economic assistance has also been exhausted. Obviously, many of those needs are long term. Some of the funding, about $3 billion of it, was for operating needs of the Department of Defense. Some of those are still being spent out and are part of their budget, not direct assistance, of course. And then there is still funds in the humanitarian assistance bucket, but that doesn't meet all of the needs, of course, that the Ukrainians have. So this is why there's an urgency to moving forward.
And lastly, I understand that the circumstances surrounding Mr. Cancel's death are still coming to light, but does the president have any plans to talk with his relatives?
It's a great question, and what I tried to convey, perhaps not articulately, is that it has not gone through the proper channels that typically are the State Department, Defense Department, et cetera, usually the State Department likely in this case, and if there is a call to read out, I will certainly let all of you know. Go ahead, I can do like a few more, I think. Go ahead.
So it sounds like the president is still planning to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner. In past, when he's been exposed in large events, the White House has noted that there might be an increase in his testing following those. Are there any plans to change the president's testing procedures following these big events that he's been attending, like the dinner and the 2 memorial services he attended?
The testing protocol is determined by his doctor. He was tested yesterday and he tested negative, but I don't have anything to predict in terms of the future. I noted this the other day, but I think it's important for your question here, is that the president, we made a decision, it was important to him to attend the dinner to honor the work of journalists, all of you, many of your colleagues around the world, something the former president didn't do. But we also took additional steps. He's not attending the dinner portion. He's coming for the program. So, and he will likely wear a mask when he's not speaking. Obviously, he'll speak, and so he'll be there for about an hour or 90 minutes, I guess, depending on how long Trevor Noah speaks and others speak in the program. But we took that additional step as well. And then he's, of course, sitting on the dais up in the front. So the interaction, he's not attending any of the receptions or anything along those lines either.
And then on the remarks, the president has been a guest on several late-night shows. Has he consulted any of those host comedians, brought in any outside help on his speech? Can you kind of bring us in the room on how he's approaching this as someone who has attended several of these dinners and seen them play out?
He has. I would tell you the president has a very good sense of humor and is working hard on his own speech.
On the topic of thank you, Jen. The administration has not said how long they expect the war in Ukraine to last, and that's understandable because no one knows what the future will hold. But the administration, and then also in this room yesterday, the administration has declined to say how much the United States is prepared to spend long term, or to give a real definition of what a victory in the war in Ukraine would look like. So my question is, how long does President Biden, the same president who got us out of Afghanistan because he said it was a costly and unwinnable quagmire, how long does he expect the American people to back this war when they don't know how long it will last, how much it will cost, or what the ultimate definition of victory actually is?
Well, I mean, let me just reiterate something the president has said from the beginning. I will get to your point, but I will get to your questions, I promise, that combating Russian aggression has costs. Leaving it unchecked would be even more costly. Allowing Russia to run rampant around Europe beyond Ukraine, which is what President Putin outlined in his speech right before he invaded, would be incredibly costly to the world and to the United States. We calculate that as well. Right now, I know, I will get there, I promise. I know you're raising your hand. You asked me a few questions. I'm going to get there. Right now, the importance of this package to the president is because every day Ukrainians pay the price of freedom in their lives, and he feels providing them with arms and foods is the right thing to do. And trying to plan for, and I noted that some components of this package are not limited. It's not that the spending will end at 5 months. It's just allowing the ability for us, the Ukrainians and the Europeans, to plan over the long term. In fact, much of the security assistance will be much longer than that. The reason it's difficult to define what winning is because obviously our view continues to be that an end will be through a diplomatic process and a diplomatic conversation. The Ukrainians are the ones to determine what the outcome of that will look like, not for us to determine on their behalf.
So should we expect a line item appropriation for military aid to Ukraine for the next 5, 10, 15 years? I mean, is this open-ended?
We, of course, want the war to end as quickly as possible. And President Putin could do that tomorrow. But right now, what we're making a decision about, what we're advocating for, is trying to support and have the backs of an incredibly brave country and their people who are kicked out of their homes, fighting an aggressive dictator and his military, lacking food, lacking economic assistance, and preventing Putin from rampaging through Europe, which, by the way, would be much more expensive than what we're talking about here.
Then, so the United States definition of what success or victory looks like in the region is contingent on how long the Ukrainians are willing to combat the Russians and whether or not they want to, fight them and force them to the negotiation table or push them out of, their borders. That's up to them, but
It's not exactly what I said. What I will say is that what President Putin defined as his own version of winning and victory from the beginning was taking over Ukraine, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. Obviously, he's already failed at that, right? So in that sense, they are already defeating Putin's effort to envelop them into Russia. But this is an ongoing war. We know that. We know that diplomacy and having a discussion and negotiation is the way to get an end to it. Our effort and our focus is on strengthening them at the negotiating table. And that's the role that we feel that we can play. I'm going to have to wrap this up. Asma, go ahead one more.
Thank you.
Oh, and Asma, you asked me a question yesterday about a credit. That is not possible. Yeah, I did get that. Okay, good. But for others?
Yes. So there have been reports that EU countries are looking to approve a phased embargo on Russian oil as early as next week.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, it would be huge, and I'm curious how the White House is coordinating with the EU on this.
Sure. So one of the steps that the president took last month was to start this task force with the Europeans. I mean, we took steps before that, right, to work with a range of countries in Asia and around the world to provide additional supply, LNG supply, where they had excess. Japan, for example, did that to provide excess LNG supply because they had the ability to do that to the Europeans in anticipation that Russia could weaponize energy, as we've seen President Putin do. There was a meeting of this task force yesterday to continue that coordination, have that discussion, and we're just looking for ways that we can help them address these needs that we long anticipated. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Question on press.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Today, this Sunday, Duncanville Season 3 premieres on Fox, and I got the chance to interview two of the voice cast members from the show. Let's check it out.
A new season of Duncanville is upon us, and I'm joined by two of the cast members, Ty Burrell and Ricky Lindholm. Thank you for talking with me this morning.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
First, I'm going to start with an easy question. What did you both get out of this experience so far working on Duncanville?
That is not easy. That is really, really hard. That is really hard. No, I'm just kidding. Man, so much fun.
It's the greatest job ever. It's just so freeing. You just get to like be way bigger than you could be in anything else in real life or in another acting job. You get to like play, and with the funniest people and the best writing and the nicest people on the best show. Like there's nothing better.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of that, you have other talent like Amy Poehler and Wiz Khalifa, Rashida Jones. Did you get to collaborate with any of the other castmates, or were you like in the booth by yourself, never seen them or anything?
Well, we do record on our own in the booth with the writers, so there's back and forth and collaboration there. But we're lucky enough to be able to do a table read of every script, which is just a total highlight of my week, because it's the cast from all the way down to the people who are doing 2 or 3 lines an episode are in the improv world or in the comedy world, they're all kind of legends, and it's a blast. And also you do get a sense of how everybody's playing their parts. So when you get back in the booth, you kind of, it doesn't feel like you're doing it in a bubble.
Right, exactly. Oh, that's so great. Speaking of other castmates, of course, it's been a little bit of time, Ty, but Modern Family was such a huge show. Do you ever stay in touch with your castmates on that show?
Oh yeah, we have a text thread that that comes up every few days, or every week or two with whatever's happening in everybody's lives. And everybody's doing really well. It's been great. I think people are, like everybody else coming out of the pandemic, I think it seems like it's a group of happy people who we miss each other for sure. But I'm happy to report that everybody seems healthy and happy.
Yeah, have there been any talks of any reunions, or is it just too soon yet?
I don't think so. I mean, we haven't had any talks about it. I think we felt like we told all the stories that were there. I could be wrong, but I think we all kind of felt like it was the right time to wrap it up.
Well, talking about Duncanville, back on that, what is new about this new season? What can viewers expect?
Well, I think this season just gets wilder. Like the very first episode, the gamer ninja kidnaps all the kids and hunts them for sport. So that's where we start. That's kind of the room tone. And then it just gets crazier from there.
And lastly, what do you hope that viewers get out of this season and get to watch unfold?
I just hope it's funny. I hope they laugh. It's part of this great lineup of other shows like Simpsons and Family Guy and Bob's Burgers, and it's so nice to be in that company, and I just want people to laugh.
Yeah, same. I think it's season 3, and I feel like the writers have found. I know this probably just sounds like I'm saying it, but I really do believe that these are the strongest episodes we've made, and I hope people agree. I hope people have a blast watching them, because I really think that the writing has found a kind of like a new gear.
Well, especially during this pandemic, everybody needs a little bit of that good laugh, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we definitely can't wait to watch. Of course, it premieres May 1st on Sunday. Thank you both for taking the time to talk with me this morning. I appreciate it.
Thanks
for having us.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, I also had the opportunity to interview Tom Cavanaugh about a new series, or new movie, called Corrective Measures. It's starring Tom Cavanaugh and Bruce Willis. I talked with them about not only the movie, but talked to him about his time and experience working with Bruce Willis as well. So let's take a look at that interview.
It's a new Tubi original called Corrective Measures, and I'm joined by one of the actors, Tom Cavanaugh, or should I call him the conductor? How are you doing this morning?
Nice. I'm good. Thanks for having me.
You know, this movie, I know why you were cast in it, but it really shows off your versatility as an actor. How do you think that this is different from other roles that you've played in the past?
Well, I've always, I have to say, I've always sort of been had a soft spot for a good Prison Break movie, which sounds like a weird sentence, but it's really true. And then, of course, I have a day job in the superhero world playing the arch enemy of the Flash. And so the mashup of these two genres was certainly too good to pass up. And then the character, I play Gordon, the conductor Tweedy, conductor because he can conduct electricity. It's nice because he starts off as one thing. He's trying to make the best of this super terrifying, monster-ridden, superpower inmates, hardened criminal prison. He's trying to make the best of it, keep his head down. In some ways, kind of form a bit of a moral center for the newly incarcerated, showing them the potential pitfalls and the dangers, like Bruce Willis of this prison. But after a while, dude's had enough. And because he can blow things up, he decides maybe the best course of action is just to blow things up.
Well, and you kind of see over time how your character evolves. It goes from one thing, and like you said, it really develops without giving too much away. It just seems so fun to work on. Is that how you experienced that on set?
Yeah, I was talking, Michael Rooker plays the overseer, which is the warden of the prison. And Rooker and I were talking yesterday about different sets of different feels. And you don't always know what you're going to get. And this one, with Michael and this wide cast of inmates and Bruce, it just somehow had a wonderful feel. We all felt happy to be together, grateful to be together. And sometimes, I don't know if this is the case, and the viewers will decide when they watch it, streaming free on Tubi today, but sometimes something ephemeral translates from a set that has that good feel to the screen. And our hope is that this is one of those times.
Well, and you mentioned that you worked with some incredible talent, including Bruce Willis, who of course was recently diagnosed with aphasia and announced his retirement. How does it feel working on what could potentially be one of his last movies?
The conversation in the media necessarily, I think, focuses a lot on, what Bruce is going through these days. But if you think about it, the reason for that is because he's been such a big presence on the big screen for so very long. For, I think, most actresses and actors, this is the type of career we hope to emulate. Someone who had success on the small screen, had success on the big screen, and has turned in performances that, if I say Die Hard, instantly what I'm talking about. And so his influence on me personally as a younger actor was that he did this thing that I wasn't erudite enough to explain it at the time, but now I realize what he was doing. His performances were such that he played not a superhero who knew the outcome and that would succeed, and was like a Captain America type courageousness, but rather he played an ordinary person doing extraordinary things. If you look at Die Hard, he's trapped, he's scared, he's bleeding, he's vulnerable, and he does it anyway, and he doesn't know the outcome. He's terrified that he won't succeed. And we the viewership relates to that, because we'd be scared and he's scared, and we hope that we'd have the courage that he's exhibiting, and he goes forth, and you can relate to that kind of vulnerability. And I think that kind of his ability to do that is kind of the thing that made him a star. So to be able to share a screen with a guy that influenced you at such a young age.
Well said. But is Die Hard a Christmas movie? That's the real question.
It's a total Christmas movie. I don't understand. Anyway, look, it's good. You know, I give you the FBI, you know, yes, of course this.
Speaking of another show, so I used to be a host of the CW back in 2013. And then in 2014, what launched? Yes, The Flash. What a remarkable long run. How has that show impacted you, and what did you learn from it so far?
Well, my question is, how did it impact you? Is that why you left? We got cast, and you're like, I'm out of here. I can't deal with these no good nicks. You know, one of the lovely things about the Flash is you find this rarely. I think I've never come across it. I think in my time of doing TV, where you hear that like the children are as invested and knowledgeable as the adults, and that people watch it as families. That's one of the, that wide swath of demographic is a rarity in television viewership. And to be a part of that, to be able to like have conversations where the 14-year-old girls or guys or the viewership are much more knowledgeable than you are about the comic book world, it's a treat, to be able to have those kind of like back and forths, and to have them be excited and be able to talk about a show without making it feel like, oh, I'm talking about my show, which is something I kind of hate. It's been a lovely run.
Well, and that's a good segue, because Corrective Measures has a little bit of action, it has a little bit of sci-fi, even humor, a little bit of romance even. Who is Corrective Measures for?
Yeah, that's great. So first off, great question, because I actually have kind of thought about it a little bit, and thought about it in conjunction with like Tubi's launch, which is the platform we're on. Over the last 2 years, I think people have kind of like they're not going out, they're not going to the movie theater, and they've kind of become comfortable with these pathways of like, I'm putting on the sweats, I'm sitting in front of the screen, and I'm just gonna turn my brain off from all the anxiety and the difficulties and all the kind of the stimulus that's happening in the world. I'm just gonna sit here, I'm gonna maybe make some popcorn, I'm gonna watch 2 hours of entertainment. That's what I think we're offering here with this thing is, we're just here to entertain you, and that it's on a graphic novel. We're not taking ourselves too seriously. And I think it's 2 hours worth of like, shut your brain off. Let us give you a little gift, a little something. Like you say, it's got a lot of those elements. It's got action. It's visceral. It's entertaining. Your brain doesn't have to work too hard. It's got a lot of thrills and spills, and I think that's what I think Tubi is trying to do, and that's what we're specifically trying to do with Corrective Measures.
So is that what you're hoping, that people get out of Corrective Measures? Pure entertainment?
If they get pure entertainment out of it, we'll be grateful.
What do you hope that people get out of this movie?
That's exactly right. We kind of think that, if this is, the graphic novel that translates, that people like and want to see more of, we're only more than happy to, do Corrective Measures 2, 3, 4, 5 down the line if they like this one.
Well, Corrective Measures is out now on Fox's free streaming service, Tubi. Tom Cavanaugh, thank you so much for talking with me about it today. I appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
And a big thank you to Tom Cavanaugh for that interview. Of course, you can watch Corrective Measures on Tubi for free. It's a free streaming service from Fox on TubiTV.com. All right, well, we are going to be ending our YouTube stream for the evening, putting on our overnight playlist, but you can continue to watch Live Now from Fox with our overnight playlist on many different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com. You can also follow us on social media, Live Now Fox, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and you can also follow me on social media as well, Steph Weaver TV. Have a great evening, everyone. I will see you all next weekend, and happy May, everybody.